Unless it's with yourself. Oops. A little delay, but welcome to everybody over on YouTube. We are getting started over there too. Good to see y'all. I think we're ready for a guest. Let's see if we've got someone in queue. Hello, Sarah. Can I get your
19. I feel like I'm being too loud already.
No, you're just fine. You're just fine. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that? Your power.
I was like, I believe in aliens.
Do you believe aliens have visited the Earth or power?
I was like, I kind of wonder. Like, I don't know, like, I don't know, but they definitely exist somewhere.
So they definitely exist somewhere.
100%. No, mermaids can't exist though. Like, I know there's like the whole shtick of like we didn't discover the like oceans, but like matter kind of gets like compressed as you go deeper.
So the pressure would make mermaids possible.
It's like have you ever seen like that really ugly blobfish?
Yeah.
You know, like
you're talking about blowfish.
No, like is it a blowfish? I don't know. It's like that like ugly like thing, and it's like ugh. I feel really it's really ugly, but I feel bad. But it's like the reason it's so ugly is because it's
maybe
like
I don't know which fish you're talking about.
It's like it's got like a really big nose. Like it kind of looks kind of human, but it's like as like the reason it's so ugly is because it's like as it's like come like to the surface, it's like this like the fish isn't like made for the pressure here. It's made for the pressure down under.
I see. So a mermaid would just bloat if it came to the surface.
Yeah, kind of like they wouldn't look the way we do. Do you believe in aliens?
I don't know. I don't know at all. They may be out there, but do you believe that they've visited? I think I asked you that. You said no. Or is it just unlikely?
I feel like, oh no, I think like, I don't know, like they could have, but they also couldn't have like, they definitely have to be out there. I just like, I guess I'm like confused like whether or not they've like come to this world. Like there's like so much like supernatural things that happen that sometimes just like can't be explained. See the alien or ghosts.
Can you give me an example?
There was like
something supernatural that can't be explained.
I'm trying to think, like there's like at the top of my head there's like this like story, like if I could Google it like now and get like the actual name of it. But there was like this like little girl and she kept like getting possessed back in the day. Back in the day I mean like 1700s. It's not back in the day for anyone.
So a little girl got possessed back in the 1700s.
But like she kept saying things that's like she was too young to have like even able to like kind of converse. I'm trying to think of more. There was like something more convincing, but it's like all these like supernatural like horror games. And it's like
they always seem to be unconfirmable, don't they? The stories. Like a little girl in the 1700s who said things, maybe.
Do you know what? I would actually do a supernatural game, but like I'm actually kind of like too scared of like ghosts.
Do you think ghosts exist?
100%. I used to sleep with like salt around my bed when I was younger.
What would a ghost be?
I don't know. I guess like human formed. Just like ghostly.
But what would it actually be?
No, I don't get it. What do you mean? Like a ghost is a ghost?
Well, a ghost is what?
A ghost is a ghost.
I've never heard of a ghost. If I'd never heard of a ghost, how would you describe it?
Oh, that's a good one. I don't know how I describe lots of things. How would I describe a cat? Got a nose
You'd
and two
probably have an
eyes.
easier time than describing a ghost.
I'm trying to think, like, okay, like a ghost is like, imagine like a person, but it's like their body's kind of like transparent and stuff. And it's kind of
Would
like
they
a
have?
weird mix where it's like they're here, but they're not here.
They're here but not here, with transparent bodies.
Yeah.
If they're here but not here, where are they?
That's a very good question. I guess this is why they're ghosts, because I don't know all the answers.
Does it seem like if you knew the answers, you'd be less likely to believe in ghosts?
I mean, probably, but I think there was like one time where it's like that like something had happened to me that I was like, there's no other way. Like it was like the freakiest thing that ever happened to me in my life. That like something happened to me in my life.
Did it have to be ghosts?
Well, I don't know who this woman was. She wasn't human. It was like you know when something happens, it's like you can feel that it's like not normal. Like you know that like little thing you have like in the bottom of your stomach.
Not quite sure what you mean. You mean like a feeling that things are just not right?
Yeah, like you're getting like the butterflies or whatever, but not in the good way, in the bad way. That's like oh something's like going wrong.
Does it mean that something's necessarily wrong because you got...
Like I don't know what the word would be like. Kind of smart. So I'd actually kind of like. I mean, you got to follow what your gut says.
Do you?
Do you follow your gut?
Why would you follow your gut?
I guess because it's like it's there for a reason, and if it didn't work, then it's like it wouldn't be there.
What reason do you think it's there?
I guess like natural instincts where it's like I guess if we were prey that it's like we should be scared that like a predator's around.
Seems like something that could be wrong some of the time.
Yeah, 100%. It's not like I shouldn't like make decisions of like if I was president, like, oh, am I gonna go to war with this country because of my gut feeling? Like, whoa, no, no, no.
Yeah, that seems
But
like a
it's
bad
like
idea.
yeah, I couldn't be president. Not for me.
You'd probably do a better job. Most of us would. Before we go down that rabbit trail, though, Sarah, I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions that you have.
Thank you. I don't even know why.
I'm glad you did. You were delightful. I am here looking for someone with a belief to question, so we fished out
Oh,
that you
sorry.
maybe believe in ghosts, but even that, it sounds like you question quite well. I'm glad you question, so you question quite well.
You
So, Sarah,
like you make me think a lot. I'm like Dawn.
well, that's good. There's ghosts
Think a lot. I'm like Dawn.
questions, firm answers. Definitely bring them back. I'll want to.
So
Sarah,
much.
keep thinking. I hope you keep back. I'll want to question. Appreciate you. And can I get some W's in the chat for her ghosts and her aliens? And I appreciate that. I appreciate honest questioning. Also, thank you, 96 to Birdies. Also, it looks like Angel, Morgan Le Fay, and 3 Pips all helped with Angel. We do help. I'm sorry, I really do appreciate all the help. There we go. Thank you guys. We do appreciate all the help too. But if you've got a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and appreciate all that. Order something like that, and you're not here to debate or argue. I just want to know if you can question your belief. On a belief questioning your. I just want to know if you. And why do you believe it? Not here to debate. Well, then what is it? Oh, that would be great, Sarah. I'd love to hear some ghost stories. Of course, I'm going to want to question you on them. We did have somebody in queue just a moment ago, and as soon as I who just do happen to have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, go ahead and request on up. Hello, Commissar Steele. Can I get your age for TikTok?
Hello. Oh, I am 29 years old, as to pay the age tax.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Of course I do. I'm a commissar. I believe in the one true God Emperor of mankind.
Or
I believe in...
what does commissar
But no,
mean?
a commissar is an officer designed to keep morale and motivation during the most dire of situations. Think of it as mixing a NCO of mankind. Think of it as a priest is an during the most a wish for reality sake. I can switch over.
For
Understood.
reality's sake, do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Of course. I believe.
What is it? Yeah, which god is it you believe in?
The God, Yahweh.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I know he exists because quite literally, if it wasn't for him, I would have been unalived on a football field. And I know, you guys like empirical evidence and all that.
So what was the question I just asked?
You asked me if I had read my Bible from beginning to end.
And have you?
No, not from beginning to end.
Mm-hmm. But you believe the God exists, you say, because you would have been unalived otherwise. Before I ask about that, you say you haven't read it from beginning to end. Why not?
Mostly because I've just been living life. I've been working. I've been taking care of the people and everyday things here and there. That's all.
So you're saying you haven't had time to read the Bible?
No, I haven't had time to read it from beginning to end. I read it sporadically here and there, just not all at once.
I see. Do you believe the stories from the book to be true and literal?
Yes.
Why?
Because those stories are also copies of other stories that are referenced in other places around the world, in other religions too.
I see. So you're saying that they're copies of stories referenced in other religions. Can you give me an example?
They're references of references.
Can you give me an example of another religion that uses the six-day creation myth?
Judaism.
I'm sorry, you're talking about the religion that originally wrote that portion of the Bible. It seems kind of a cop-out. Can you give me an example that's from another culture?
It's not a cop-out.
You said that they are copies
Judaism
of copies.
and Catholicism
so
are two separate religions.
So rather than actually get into some kind of argument, which is clear that's what you're interested in, I'm not.
I was simply stating.
Yeah, Judaism being the religion that wrote the Old Testament, as you would call it, um, seems like it's not really a copy. If your Catholic Bible holds that book, it seems like it's just, well, plagiarism, right? It's just taking the exact same story and putting it in their book because it's the same book. So can you give me an example of a culture from another part of the world that uses a 6-day creation myth?
Zoroastrianism.
And they use the 6-day creation myth the same way.
Yes.
Is that another part of the world?
Yes, that's Syria.
So the Middle East. So it's another part of the world, the way Oklahoma is another part of the world from Texas. Is that what you mean? Is there a reason why you're so agitated?
Why do you assume I'm agitated?
Your answers seem like you're pretty upset.
No,
Can
I
you
think you're
question your
projecting
beliefs?
something.
Fascinating. So can you question your beliefs, Commissar?
Of course. Because to
What is it?
blindly
What does it mean to
because
question?
to blindly believe in something is to just be fanatical.
Fascinating. So what does it mean to question your beliefs?
Question their origins, question the existence, question in whether or not the thing is real or not.
And you can question the origins and the existence and the reality of your God and your religion.
I can, yes. Though I have to ask, what is the point of questioning it? Because there has to be a point.
To think critically.
Okay.
Do you think critically?
Define critically.
Interesting. So rather than go down this game, I'd like to get back to the conversation that we were having. So you believe in the 6-day creation story because other cultures around the world have the same kind of story. You said Zoroastrianism. Do you believe that the Adam and Eve story is also true?
It's possible.
It's possible. What do you mean by that?
Well, tell me, how do I'm trying to not come off as agitated because I'm not, but I've heard multiple creation myths and everything else. It's such a heck of the Epic of Gilgamesh for one, and such. But I believe it would be very much possible.
You believe that it could be very much possible that 2 human beings started the entire genetic diversity of humankind that we see today? You think that's entirely possible?
I mean, anything is possible with God, so who's to say that he didn't tweak the genomes here and there?
So God would have made them incest resistant for a few generations. What do you mean?
Basically, Adam and Eve being the first man and first woman, and being so close to God, he simply could adjust their genomes almost down the line after every time they've had kids, to the point of where each person is practically different.
So he'd basically forego the natural biological copulation to create his own genetic spin-offs.
No.
What would be the point of making a man and a woman if he's going to intervene every time they copulate?
I mean, he's the one who taught them how to do that, so...
He taught them how to do that. In which chapter was that?
after the exile of the garden.
After the exile of the garden, he taught them how to copulate.
Yes, because in the garden they didn't need to
Which
copulate.
chapter? Which verse?
Genesis. It was in Book of Genesis. I want to say it might have been chapter 1. It might be chapter 2 or 3. The exact verse I don't know, but I do know this: that after the serpent had tempted Eve, and then she tempted Adam, and then
I'm sorry,
after
tempted.
God had
When did they tempt each other? What are you talking about?
Do you not know of how Adam and Eve fell?
Fell. If you're referring
Yes.
to chapter 3, I'm familiar with chapter 3. Where do they tempt each other? Where's that written?
No, Eve, when Adam had gone off to talk to God, which he had done before, or Eve was left alone. She was tempted by the serpent to eat the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil, and then from there,
She was tempted. How was she tempted?
The serpent asked her, "Why do you follow blindly? Take of this fruit, and you will be."
When did he say,
like
"Why
God.
do you follow blindly"? When did he say that? Why do you follow blindly? What verse is that? I'm not saying you shall follow, or why do you follow blindly?
I'm just stating from what I remember. I don't have it open next to me. And
Is
no,
it
Adam was
possible that
not
you've
next to her
misremembered it?
chat. Adam was.
Hey, up here. I'm up here. You can respond to the chat, in the chat. So, you're saying that it doesn't say follow blindly then?
Then what does it say then? Do you
I'm
have
asking
it?
you. I'm looking at it. I'm asking you, where does it say follow blind? It doesn't say it, so if it doesn't say it, I can't tell you where it is, right? So if your copy says it, I'd like to know where it is, and I could see what it says here. Copy says it. Now the serpent was more subtle than any other wild creature that the Lord God had made. He said to the woman, "Did God say, 'You shall not eat of any tree in the garden'?" And the woman said to the serpent, "We may eat of the fruit of the tree of the garden. But God said, 'You shall not eat of the fruits of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, neither shall you touch it, lest you die.' But the serpent said to the woman, 'You will not die, for God knows that when you eat of it, your eyes will be opened, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil.' So when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was delightful to the eyes, and that the tree was to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit and ate, and also gave some to her husband, and he ate. And then both of their eyes were opened, and they knew that they were naked, and they made fig leaves together to make themselves aprons." Yeah, none of that says that, why do you follow blindly? Blindly. It simply says that the serpent told Eve what the fruit would do, and the fruit did what the serpent said it would. When did he leave? Interesting. That's what happens when I look away to read. He could have been gone for a while. Okay, well, that's a choice. Yeah, they made aprons from fig leaves. Real Kevin, not fig leaves from aprons. But we do have a few other people waiting in queue. It looks like Commissar's back in the queue too. Interesting. Well, in queue. Well, no, Schweitzer, I don't think
Sorry
he
about
is.
that. I left. I tried to open up my Bible app, but then it dropped me from this. I promise you.
No worries. I was just saying that it doesn't seem to say that.
Which version are you using? Because there are
I was
multiple versions.
up in front of me. Can you tell me which one says, "Why do you follow blindly"? Says, "Why do you follow blindly"?
I was paraphrasing. I wasn't using exact.
That does he? Does he say anything like that? When you paraphrase, you're usually saying something that's there, though, right? And that's not there.
You know. Let me ask you something, and genuinely here. What is the point in questioning things constantly?
Oh my. You really don't get it.
No, because to
I
question
see.
everything is to constantly be uncertain about everything, which leads to nothing but anxiety, and
Why does it
those that
lead to
seek to get
anxiety
it is
for you?
arrogance.
Why does it seem to lead to anxiety for you?
Because, let me ask you,
Anxiety for you.
any-
You've displayed quite a bit of arrogance up here. Is that anxiety
ooh,
here? Is that
shut the
is that
fuck up,
related?
retard. You're the one who's arrogant.
Violating displayed
The one who's...
terms of service. Fuck off,
Well, shut
you
the fuck
moron.
up, terrorist.
Terrorist, you're a fucking psycho. I can't. It was the wildest crash out ever. What the fuck? Oh my. Let's make sure that we tap the screen and share the live. Let's get back out on the FYP. That switch flipped like nothing. It is terrifying for anybody who has to encounter that person in real life. To see that flip switch so quickly. Oh my. That flip. Oh, just again, sci-fi nerd losing his shit. Rev. A commissar. I can't. He was displaying a bit of arrogance. I just thought I'd point that out since he brought it up. I thought it was worth questioning. He was displaying a bit of arrogance. I just thought I'd talk TOS.
Yeah, for
D.
you know, I did until I decided against it.
You decided against it?
Yeah, as a young boy, as a young boy, I remember this clearly. I remember taking the crucifix off my headboard and putting it in the drawer. And this is when the internet was a big thing, and I would search and explore. I still want to talk about the last guy who just chimped out. Like, what happened?
He said that people without a belief tend to.
I still want to talk about
He said that people with, and he decided to use words that you can't.
just chimped out.
Said that people, and he decided me, which failed, of course. But that's not what we're here to talk about. So you don't
Fair.
believe you took off your crucifix? You said at
I
a
did.
young age.
At a young age, correct.
What was the reason for that?
it did not it did not, it did not resonate with me,
It did
nor
not
does it
resonate.
still. Correct. It does not jive with me in every aspect of it. It does not resonate with me. Is there another question?
Well, I guess, what do you mean it does not resonate? Is there any specific aspect of the belief you grew up in that just rings false to you?
Yeah, it's all these stories. You know, it's Bronze Age Palestine. It's an old book, and we're all believing in it. And frankly, it frustrates me to my absolute core, because this is why I am separated from my son, frankly, because I was planning a life with someone, and when she was pregnant, she became Pentecostal, and we had a house, we had everything planned. She became Pentecostal, and what do? You're a good man. You think, am I gonna just be a martyr? Am I just gonna take this all in? Am I gonna just do this, play the part? No, I couldn't do it. It's very sad, because I love my son, and we have a great relationship, by the way, still. But religion ruins, these thoughts ruin relationships, these thoughts.
Do you believe that there is any kind of entity, creator being, godlike creature?
No, I don't believe, no, I don't. I believe, okay, so I have a saying that everything that is has always been in one form or another. We have an infinitesimal amount of experiences in this life. Infinitesimal experiences. How can we not fathom that life comes from one of these things? So what is consciousness? Are we talking about consciousness? Because that's something I don't understand.
So you don't have a belief that there's a creator God. You question things related to consciousness, but you don't know. And do you hold any beliefs in the supernatural at all?
I think in that realm, there is something to be said. I personally, I truly think that there is something supernatural. Well, when you say supernatural, it's something that's not discovered in the natural realm, right? Like we can't.
What is it you have in mind when you hear the word supernatural and you say there might be something? What is the something? Is it you have? What is the something? Is that something you think exists? Ghosts?
Yeah, we can talk about that.
Really quick,
I'm gonna talk about that.
Well, I'm going to speak past you for just a moment. I got to thank Dancing in Duality, Danny Grax, Dash, and 96 for helping with the goal, because they're amazing. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate all of you. I'm curious, Kevin, what would convince you to believe in a God?
What would convince me to believe in a God? If you actually think about it, like truly sit down and think about a God. A God. What is a God? What does that mean? A God should be completely would take care of everything, right? would just be, everything would be perfect, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that life be brilliant if there was a God? Like you or me.
What would convince
Okay,
you to believe there is something godlike that exists?
frankly, nothing. Frankly, nothing. I don't believe in any God. It's just too
I know,
much.
I get that you don't, but you don't think anything could convince you or compel you. Nothing could make you think there is.
I don't wanna say that. I'm still open. I still wanna
You don't think
I'm this planet. Okay? When I walk with my feet touching the grass, and I think, and I look up, I walk with my feet touching the grass, and I have all these thoughts, and that's all that I need. But I don't need a God. I do not need a God.
Mhm.
And I'm not afraid of dying thinking
Kevin,
that there is no God.
I'm curious if some god did appear, compel you that he existed. What would it take for you to respect or even worship that god?
Well, ask the question again.
If a god had somehow proved its existence to you, what would it take for you to want to worship or even just respect the god?
Well, I probably,
Respect the god.
and then I would be like, what is, what, where am I right now? I would be like, I would be very confused, okay? Because it would go against all my beliefs. You're asking if some being, some, what exactly? What exactly? It's some, what? What is gonna come my belief? Some,
Like when
okay,
someone
thank you.
says, yeah, when someone says, imagine a god, what are you supposed to imagine is a great question. So many people describe gods in different ways. So I guess what I was saying is if some traditional idea of a god, some uh, Jesus-like figure appeared to you, convinced you that it existed, would you worship it just for it existing, or what else would it need to do?
Well, that's the thing. So we have examples of human beings having these, they see God. I saw God. God spoke to me. And how? How? How exactly? What exactly? Maybe you were sleeping, and maybe you had a dream, and the dream spoke to you, but it's just literally your own brain creating that dream. I don't believe any of it, and I refuse to. And you know what? I respect my own, I have my own bubble, my own thoughts of how the world is, and how the world is, and with anybody else, it does not. As long as it aligns with me, I'm happy. But again,
Okay, Kevin. Well, I don't hear you quite answering or addressing the questions, and I am looking to move on to a believer, so I appreciate you being here. I do, but I'm going to move forward. Thank you, Kevin. I hope you keep asking questions. I really do. Take care.
fair enough.
Really do. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything asking or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your belief or anything up, I'm not looking to debate or argue. I am looking to see if you can question what it is you believe. And if you can, go ahead and request that you believe. And why do you believe it? But definitely some W's for Kevin in the chat. He's questioning in a way, but there are certain questions that I would have liked to get answers to. And I don't know, it kind of feels like questioning. There might be a wall up around what it would be like to believe, or around what it would take to inspire worship or devotion. Or why would that be? Why would that be nice, Paul? I don't think so. Yeah, I didn't mean any offense there, Kevin. I just would like to move on to somebody who has a belief. Yeah, I didn't mean a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or something like that. And Kevin, I don't know what you mean, Paul. Oh, I didn't realize that was a thing. That was a thing. Oh, that's an interesting thing to do in the comments. You know, takes a true friend to bounce the bed. But if anybody's got a belief, questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm here to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well then what is question your beliefs, Steve? And why do you believe it? I'm here to well. Kevin, I know you were questioning. You just weren't hearing my questions. I'd asked you too, that you breezed right past to tell me something else. So it's no offense. I just was ready to move on and see if a believer with a belief might request up, because that is the kind of questioning I'm interested in right now. Asked you to, so belief might request up, because that is the kind of questioning I'm interested in right now. To questioning, and decided to use a slur, but doesn't really have a belief. Decided to use a slur, and so we're just or something like that might be able to question their beliefs. Well, that's good to know, Kat. I'm sure we'll see our undead wolf friend here in a little while. Yes, Sebastian, he did call me that. Interesting choice of word. I still don't understand how I qualified as that. Just by pointing out he displayed a little bit of arrogance. Renee says, what if I'm questioning my belief in being an atheist? Well, that is so. Well, that is. I don't know what you mean by evil laugh, digital alky. Was it that evil? I'm sure there'll be plenty. I'm sure there'll be plenty more. We'll see if I unmute for him. But I mean, you're allowed to request up. You're allowed to request up. I do prefer that if somebody's got a god, something like that. But I can question atheists too. Hey, can you give me your age for TikTok TOS?
58.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I believe in myself.
In a god. What does that mean to believe in yourself?
Not believe in anything higher than me.
What do you mean not believe in anything higher than you?
There's no point to. But I did have a question for you.
Oh, I thought you were questioning your atheism.
Well, that's part of it. How can you or anyone actually say that there's something better than nothing? Because I think that
What do you mean?
can you something in loving yourself is the best, is the only thing that there is. That's the reason why.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh. In loving is the reason why. Another way to explain it, but just if you only
said, don't I believe that loving myself is the best way? Is that what you're saying? You're asking me if I believe that loving myself is the best way. What do you mean best way? Best way to do what?
to survive, to be in existence.
I do have to ask the question. What is self?
What is self? Well, you, me, every other human being that's around us. I think that's important.
So, loving myself means loving every human being around me.
Quite so sure, are you? I think it sounds nice. But I
But
don't
is
know.
that what you mean when you say loving the self is the best way?
Well, sure. If you think about it, I mean, don't you get up in the morning and brush your teeth? That's loving yourself, taking
Is it
care of
loving
yourself.
myself? What if I find it unpleasant not to, so I do it?
It's unpleasant to brush your teeth.
No, unpleasant not to. So I do it just to not have that taste. Is that really loving myself? Or is that just creature comfort?
I can understand that because it does suck to brush your teeth because you know what? I don't like that taste of toothpaste. Afterwards, it kind of does give me a tummy ache. but I
I was,
understand that. But yeah, you
well,
know
you
what?
shouldn't
Getting
swallow
to
it. And I was saying,
oh, not swallow. It's just
I was saying that it bothers me not to, not that it bothers me to. So,
the point that you actually have to. Yeah, that does suck. It does suck that we actually have to brush our teeth.
that
It does
wasn't what I said
suck.
at all.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You're like running off in a totally different direction from something I didn't say. So, just to clarify, you were talking about loving self, right? What does that have to do with your belief in a God? Or lack of?
Doesn't matter, actually.
Why did you request up?
You invited me.
Not quite. You asked if you should request up. You said you were questioning your atheism. I said, I'd rather question someone who believes, but you can. So you did. So are you questioning your lack of belief in a God? Or are you just up here to tell me to love myself? I'm not sure where that was going.
Well, lately I've been having some issues with my where I'm at in my life. Scientist, energist, everything like that. But recently,
You
I've
said
been thinking,
energist.
yes.
What is that?
Oh my dear God, do we have to go on that? Why does everybody question me on that? I
What is
don't
an
want to.
energist?
I have no idea. All I know is that it is something that works for me. It fits for me. It is something that I know that I am. And
Is
that
it like
isn't,
a religion?
no, of course not. I don't believe in religion
How is it not like a religion?
because it's not. What define religion? Okay, that's not what I feel. As far as a God, no. I'd rather sit there and say, yeah, the only similar to Star Wars, the Force, just an energy thing. That's it. So,
What is energy?
okay, do not question me on this again. You did this for me last time. I thought you figured it out. Yes, you did.
I questioned you about what energy was.
Because apparently you didn't know.
Do you see the background?
Well, hold on. Oh. Wait, what is that celebration thing all the time?
Well, that is Jimmy B, Anki Bubs, Danny Grax, 96. Just what I heard. And Morgan Le Fay, all helping with the gift goal. So I thank you all so much.
That was sweet. Yeah. Okay, I see. What the fuck is energy? I see that. You see all the stuff around the scary dude?
All the stuff around the scary dude.
Yeah. See all the icky peoples?
All the electrified skeletal face. Are you sure it's not just orange? And
Oh,
red?
it's just stupid graphics, of course, but yeah.
So
No,
how's it
it's
energy?
just because it's the stuff in between everything. Think about it. It's just the stuff that goes through all of us all the time. It's just what makes us be natural.
It makes
Nature.
us be natural. So the energy is what makes us
There.
be natural.
There.
It's the stuff in
makes us-
between stuff.
It's there.
Is it in any way um, sentient, conscious? Does it think, plan, intend?
And actually, it's nothing. There's
It
no
has its
agenda. It's
own agenda, and its agenda is
and
nothing.
it doesn't. It's
What does that mean?
there. It doesn't have an agenda, and it does. It's
Is that like
we
saying, I
are,
don't know, but it's...
and you do know.
I was asking if you really do. Do you really know?
No, and neither do you. That's what makes us all perfect. Because we all don't know, yet we all do know. The
And that
reason why
makes
we
us
all
perfect.
do know
What do we know, Renee?
everything that we need to know at any point in time. It is and it
Renee.
isn't. Be and don't
Renee.
be. I know you love me so much, don't you?
I appreciate you. I do.
You love me so much, don't you?
I think I'm gonna go ahead and move on.
I know, sweetheart. We'll talk later.
Take care, Renee.
Love you, bye.
Take care, Renee. Oh my. If anybody does have a belief in a or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go put you down. I'm not here to burgle your gods or debate you. I'm not really even interested in an argument. I just want to know, well, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? And not just the name, work of that belief. What are the pieces and how do they fit together? And why are they in that shape? And more importantly, why do you hold on to it? What is it doing for you? What do you question? See how they're doing, if they're still in the queue. But if you have a belief in a god or gods, just know we're not looking to pounce or tear you apart. This isn't pounce. No, you're not, Hemi. We are just seeing if you can question your beliefs. And, what is it you believe and why? Hello, Hemi. How you doing?
Is that cool?
Oh, it's another damn paradise around here. I have beliefs, but don't you dare question me about it.
Will.
That was the one that took me out. She was like, don't dare question me about that again.
About energy.
Yeah, that took me out. I was like, how dare you? On a live about questioning, how dare you ask a question, Thrayle?
Well, I will say the last two guests were far more delightful to speak to than the first. And I appreciate them both. But I do hope that somebody with a belief in a god or gods or a higher power is capable of questioning their belief without resorting to slurs and strange comments about... I don't even want to repeat it. It was weird. But yeah, if you actually do have a belief and you can keep your composure under questioning, go ahead and request that.
That first guess. Whenever I came in, you were already on that second one.
It went so, like, just off the rails so quickly. Just
Let me
a
guess.
quick
It
snap.
started out good. It started out decent.
Awkward. Started out awkward.
Oh, awkward.
And then it got better. And then it got worse very quickly.
Yeah.
I just saw a full herd of elk run across the yard just now.
Hell yeah. That's cool.
Hell yeah. Oh, Thrayle, I've got me a little soundboard thing. Like what you use.
What are you going to do with that?
Well, eventually I am going to be doing more lives, but but yeah, I got to set up at the house. I got called into work today, so I'm at work right now. But otherwise, it'd be a lot better audio. But yeah.
Well, your audio's fine except for that little bit of background noise, but...
Yeah, that's what I mean by better audio.
We have Paul joining us. I've spoken to Paul before. Welcome back, Paul. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Sure, I'm 41, turning 42 this year.
And, Paul, you're a bit muffled. If you talk directly into the phone, it'll be better.
Oh, is it better now?
Much, much better. And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, pretty standard Protestant beliefs, except that we're Trinitarians, so I believe it.
Much like that.
We're Trinitarians,
And you've read the Bible from beginning to end? Like that.
except that, as pretty sure I've read most of it, all of it, I think.
Do you believe the stories to be true and literal? Bible from beginning to end? Do you believe the stories to be true? Adam and Eve in a garden, you believe those stories?
Those ones oh gosh, I mean, I kind of probably do believe it, but I also know that it doesn't stand up to science. I'm looking for an explanation. Yeah.
It doesn't stand up to science and you're looking for an explanation. So, I mean, is there any chance the explanation is that the stories are made up to explain things an ancient people didn't know?
I've heard it was a story that was probably passed down, and then people reckon it was recorded in the time of Moses, whereas other people think it might have been recorded in Ezra's time when the temple was rebuilt. So it's an old story. It's been passed down for a long time.
Is there any
Yeah.
chance it's not an old story, but two old stories or multiple old stories?
Yeah, well, there are two accounts of creation, so they don't perfectly line up to each other.
Does the apparent contradictions between those two accounts cause you any questioning?
Not really, because I mean, even the four Gospels, people remembered it, I guess.
Is there any chance that these stories don't all line up because they are all made up?
It seems pretty normal to me that when you have a story passed down orally from different sources, that people would remember things differently, so it doesn't bother me a great deal.
Really quickly, if I didn't already, I gotta make sure I thank Jimmy B, Yankee Bubs, Danny Grax, 96, Just What I Heard, and Morgan Le Fay for the previous goal. Thank you guys so much. The different stories being told orally, being told in different ways, that doesn't bother you when the accounts are supposed to be from or inspired by a god.
It doesn't bother me, but I can totally see how it looks a bit strange. I guess, like, if you wanted to say everything in the Bible word for word, I want to use it literally. Um, there might be some difficulty because, I mean, it's like how people say, um, like in Judges, for example, many people are not very moral characters. They do a lot of bad things. The Bible isn't holding them up as a model to be the Bible. So what do you think of that? And I would say, well, you're not reading it right. So I think the meaning, like when you read it and you make the best of what you read, I think it's clear.
Well, aren't there a lot of the ones that are like God's chosen people who He favors, who He thinks are great? Aren't a lot of them also that way, where they're like really shitty people?
Um, People like it. I guess what matters is the overall point in their life where do they repent or not. Like, for example, Solomon was a great king, but he ordered like a lot of forced labor in his time. If you take Ecclesiastes to be written by Solomon, it could be a deathbed confession where he's repenting. David committed adultery and murdered the woman's wife. So there are people in the Bible who are deeply flawed but who also
I mean,
do
we
enough
also
to
see that with
repent.
Noah. We also see with Noah where Noah was somebody who God favored because he's like, Noah, you're going to be the one who builds the ark. And then after the very first thing he does after the waters recede from the flood is build a vineyard so he can make wine and becomes a drunkard.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that story. I think, like, obviously, not everyone in the Bible is to be emulated, and people are human. Like, we all make mistakes. I mean, I know that even though I'm trying to be good, there are mistakes I make, and everyone, no matter how good, makes some mistakes. The Bible is just honest, it records the good and the bad.
What is the role that the Bible plays in your faith? Like, what role does the Bible play in informing your faith?
Um, I've thought about this, like, how do we know what we know? And like, churches come down differently. I remember there was a Catholic who said the magisterium is all we've got. And I'm not at a church where we go, oh, that guy's a prophet. Maybe he can tell us something new. There's none of that. So it really is the Bible.
That didn't answer my question, though. The question was, how does the
Uh,
Bible inform your faith?
I use it.
What role does the Bible? And yeah,
Yeah, with a nuanced reading, I get morality from the Bible. I try and apply bits to my life. A lot of the New Testament letters talk about good behaviors and bad behaviors, but I feel like there's a when you have like a big view of things, it helps. But yeah, hopefully that answers your question.
how do you decide what's good things and what's bad things? Like, does the Bible display the good things and the bad things, and that you should do the good things and ignore the bad things? Is that what you're saying?
Um, well, so like some parts of the Bible in the Old Testament are pretty clear, like I think the law in Leviticus, even though it doesn't apply today, the sort of the inspiration behind it is good. The Ten Commandments are so obvious, and so I think the Ten Commandments is amazing. And in
Just a
the New
couple
Testament,
questions.
with
Yeah. Okay.
yes,
I
yes,
get
sorry.
it. I understand. I understand. So, like, what was the first thing you said? The law doesn't apply today, but that there was something that informs your faith about that. I guess,
Um,
like my first thought was pork. Like, certainly, you must not eat pork or something like that. And but then you said it doesn't apply today, and I was just figuring, like, like if the law, I mean, the Torah is the law, right? The Leviticus is the law. And so you're saying that there's something about the inspiration of it that is important, or that that's what informs your faith?
no, because I'm a Christian. So I believe when Peter was one of Jesus' followers and he had a vision of a sheet coming down with unclean foods that he could eat, and he was told to go to a centurion's house and have dinner with them. Jesus, and I mean, I think Paul says it as well. Um, it's okay to break food laws. The food laws aren't in the Ten Commandments. They're different laws.
Do you not work on Saturday?
Um, what I try and do devote the day to God. Um, I like obviously what do we do on Sunday? We meet up, we worship, we pray, and then hopefully I can talk to some people after church, share how I'm doing in my life, help them with theirs, that sort of thing.
Isn't Sunday the first day?
Um, Sunday the first day. So you're saying well, I don't know, church is on Sunday. I feel like again, like it's the idea that it's like there's a definite day of the week. I think it's more that you do what the law is telling us today is to devote some of your time to God
Oh, so
and
not
to
the Ten
rest.
Commandments. So not the Ten Commandments.
Oh yes, because the Sabbath is part of the Ten Commandments. Um,
Sabbath was a specific day.
yeah, that's right, and it's Saturday. Well, churches are on Sundays, and that's what I do. If I'm wrong, I'll face God for it, I suppose, but I'm pretty sure that as long as there is a day of rest and I'm not working 7 days a week and I'm spending some time devoting that time to God, I think it's okay.
Do you have any crosses or statues of Jesus in your church?
Uh, we had a cross, but they took it away, or it's there for the old people. There's a steeple with a cross on the outside of the building. We don't venerate them or anything, but it's just a neat symbolic way of showing what we are.
So you
Well,
don't follow the no graven images.
Ah, yes. Well, actually, I had a question to one of my ministers about that myself. I was like, are we allowed to draw? Like, how does that work? He told me that graven images, if it's an image of God, is what they were saying. Like an image of a god or of God, it can't be. That is what
So
we're not
Jesus
supposed to
isn't
have.
God?
Um, well, we don't have any images of Jesus, but let me answer your question more directly. He was a man, so if he's a man, I mean, like,
So if he's a
I
man, he's
guess,
not God.
no, he's man and fully God, as the Trinity says.
Wait, what? How can he be fully one and fully the other?
That is a mystery, and that's why I don't study the Trinity all the time.
what if
Um,
that would what
I'm
if that would what if that would contradict with God's own understanding of God's self?
king. I mean, maybe when it's saying not to make an image of God, it's saying don't make an image of God the Father. Um, but I'm not answering your question. I guess it's a good point. Yeah, maybe I should think about this a little bit more. But it's very hard for me to get to the point where I wouldn't be a Christian because all I know is that the reason evangelism and people like me get reached is because of Jesus. And I wouldn't have much hope if things had continued on the way they were going.
Well, you said the graven
What?
images is about the Father, and so you said that essentially what you're saying is that you should have no other, that the graven images is about God the Father, and so you shall have no other gods before me. Um, Seems to be saying that Jesus would go before uh, God the Father, which seems to be ranking sort of these God figures or these God parts.
Yeah,
Um,
the Trinity is saying that it's still one, it's one and three. So it's just basically them. Because I've read the Bible myself. Nowhere in the Bible does it say Trinity. It's just when you get all the beliefs, like you go, okay, Jesus is we know he's from God. How do we know he's God? Well, Thomas worships him and says, "My Lord and my God." Jesus accepts worship from other people. But on the other hand, you have the Old Testament saying, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one." So I think just faced with difficult, contrasting beliefs, they came up with the Trinity, and that was the best they could do.
Do you have your Bible with you by any chance?
Uh, I've got a New Testament, but oh no, that's not a good one. It doesn't have verses. No, I don't.
Um, is it possible, Thrayle or Hammy? I just don't have my iPad with me, but um,
I
to,
could plug in my tablet and
um,
turn
I
it on.
I'd prefer the JPS translation of
JPS.
Hosea 11:9. Yeah, and the reason I'm using the JPS is because it's the Jewish translation and it's the closest to the actual Hebrew. I'm a highly regarded Christian.
SVUE.
Yeah, I imagine that'd probably be acceptable. I guess I'd just like to see a little representation of a Hebrew, you know?
Yeah, let me charge up my tablet and I can get that up and going.
I can take a screenshot if it's helpful. Here, let me try that. Is that okay, Thrill?
Yeah, go for it.
I'm glad a show like this exists. I think people should have these conversations. So, yeah, I'll definitely be supporting it.
There is that.
Okay. It
I
says
will
low.
not
Sorry,
act on
Thrill.
my. I was just going to read it for you. I will
Please.
not act on my wrath. I will not turn to destroy Ephraim. For I am God, not human, the Holy One in your midst. I will not come in fury.
I see. Well, this could be God the Father speaking. And I do know in the Old Testament it says, as far as the heavens. Well, yeah, that's more what we're talking about, the not human part, yes.
There's multiple things in here that call into question the Christian narrative of God, just in this verse alone. I will not act on my wrath.
Well, Jesus hadn't become human at that point. Like, this is before God had manifested himself as Jesus. Although, I guess Jesus is also supposed to have pre-existed. Um, I don't think he had come down to Earth though, so yeah, God didn't reveal himself that way in that time.
Doesn't that imply? Actually, you just pointed out another one, Thrill, that hadn't occurred to me before this, which is God necessarily has to change. So either God changes in becoming a human being, or God changes because this is the word of God, and so necessarily, so, which is doesn't even get into the wrath piece. Um,
Well, let me ask. Oh no, I can't ask. Yeah, that's right. I'm the one being questioned. I mean, I guess when I look at Jesus, he was very. He made some extraordinary claims, and it's like he's the only hope I have. Like there were no rabbis seeking out converts. It's like, yeah. So when
He
I have trouble like coming to terms with these scriptures, I have to fall back on the fact that Jesus is the best hope I have.
well, he made you're right in the fact that he made a lot of claims, but mu- is it fair to say that any of those claims were actually true?
I think he performed miracles. I don't think he could have performed those miracles without, like, that's why the religion spread so fast, is people remembered who he was and what he'd done. And so
But
you'll see in the New Testament people are saying no one could perform those miracles unless he was sent by God. Even though Celsus said later that Jesus learned magic in Egypt, that's like 600 or 200 years after Jesus.
is isn't performing miracles something that happens all throughout the Bible, not just with Jesus? I mean, isn't one of the tests or one of the things like whenever Moses goes in front of the Pharaoh to request for him to let his people go, the fact that the Pharaoh had magi who could also perform the miracles. It's just that Moses, having the God behind him, could perform them better.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know what to make of that. I suppose it's hard not to say that magic isn't real if you read the Bible. And I know there are people today who claim to be magical, and I've had some weird stuff happen to me. Um, I remember one time I was sitting in my room trying to fend off these voices, and then the one of them, because I have schizophrenia, but my stomach talked to me. It made like a noise that sounded very human. I said, "Go away," and it said, "All right," and I was very disturbed by that. But I wouldn't surprise me that uncanny things can happen in the right circumstances.
I mean, as a kid, I would have swore up and down that I saw a UFO, and I had witnesses because my two cousins were with me, and they both saw it as well, and we all claimed it was a UFO.
Well, I mean, there are UFOs. We just don't know what they are. They're probably just high-tech military stuff.
I mean, we swore up and down there were aliens. Does that lead credence to aliens?
Um, Aliens. I mean, I wouldn't be bothered if there were aliens, but like if what the US's media releases, right? They don't know what the UFOs are either, and they're looking for answers. So I don't know. Like weird things happen sometimes. Most of the time they don't, but every now and then something happens.
Amy, what was your original question?
About Moses?
Yeah.
Oh, oh yeah, that was about the whole entire miracles. About how miracles happen all throughout the Bible, both Old and New Testament, and that doesn't necessitate that then those people would also be God by the standard of Jesus did miracles, therefore God.
And what was Paul's response to that?
That magic, it's hard to say that magic doesn't exist due to the fact that it happens in the Bible.
Is that accurate, Paul? Is that what you're...
I do believe that uh, magic might exist. I mean,
No, but
because otherwise,
is that
why?
like your response to... Is that your response to Hammy's question, though?
What's Happy's question again? Sorry.
But that's what I'm saying. To me, it felt like you didn't really answer, experienced something, but it didn't really
Yeah, I
seem
know.
to
It was a
address.
weird story.
No, it's not a matter of the quality of the story. It's that Hammy's question was about your beliefs about the way in which miracles work in the Bible, and
Okay, I see. So you're sort of saying maybe Jesus wasn't sent from God?
I'm not saying anything. I'm saying that the question originally wasn't answered, and I'm wondering about that, I guess.
Oh. Well, I believe magic, miracles, these things can happen, but even people in Jesus' day, when they saw the kind of things he was doing and how successful he was at doing them, they said no one could have done it but someone sent from God. So, it's
Hammy's
like how
point was
when.
anybody. Hammy's point was anybody could do miracles. That was
Not
the
anybody
question.
can do what Jesus did.
Yeah,
Well, isn't that the point of the Holy Spirit that people can do the acts? Like, isn't that the point of the book of Acts? Is that anybody can do these things?
I mean, even Jesus himself said, that talking to his disciples, that they would go on to do far greater things than he did.
Yeah, and stuff has happened throughout history, but nothing like what happened in the Book of Acts, where it was just so obvious the message had spread far enough. Um, I think
So
I don't
does
know. I
that
went.
mean
Oh, go on.
would so does that mean Jesus lied? Because Jesus himself, this isn't stories like that other people said. Like, this is coming straight out of Jesus' mouth, where he tells his disciples that you will go and do far greater things than I have.
Well, they like the 12 apostles. I mean, there was some crazy stuff that happened in the Book of Acts. Like one guy was talking to a eunuch, and then he was caught up in a whirlwind and went somewhere else. Paul cast out a demon of a girl. Um, that's they. I don't know if it was greater, but
But
certainly miracles happened.
your whole entire thing was that what Jesus did was far greater than anything else done throughout all of history, including what the disciples would have done. But Jesus said that the disciples and people who call on God will do far greater things than he did.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know why Jesus said that. Um, Maybe he's talking about the intrinsic value of our lives, and that if anything happens in your life, it's special to you, and it'll feel greater. Um, Perhaps.
I learned something new yesterday that I did not know before. That Christianity begins with a presupposition, and anything in the Bible necessarily has to be answered through the lens of that presupposition. Is that accurate, Paul?
I definitely see what you're saying. We have to look at the old, like where where it says, "I will, if you go astray, I will send a prophet," and so that's in Exodus or Leviticus, and Christians look back at that and they say, Jesus was the one sent to Israel. So yeah, I think you're probably fair to say that.
So doesn't that mean you inherently cannot question your beliefs?
Um, I can tell you it's hard to question your beliefs when they've done a lot for you, when things have worked out because of having them. Um, and a lot the message was one that was supposed to be said that way. So, what I'm talking about is how the Christian faith spread so fast. So, knowing that, it's
Oh,
like, what other hope do you have, I suppose?
are you familiar with history at all?
A little.
So you would. Uh, it's hard to see whenever you take a look at history to say that the reason why Christianity spread was because it was true more than the fact that it warmed itself in to everything. Uh, I just, I'm trying to find a way to ask a question about this, which would be
Okay.
probably something like, how can you make such a bold claim if you don't know the history of the time frame, right?
Okay. Um, I guess I don't. I mean, are you able to?
Thrayle, if would it be okay to educate for just a second in the hope that it would uh, inspire critical thought?
for just a moment, but really quick, I gotta thank everybody for getting us to 19,000 likes. And if we push just a little harder, we could break 20K in no time. And maybe we'll even bring in a few more people who are curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. But yeah, Hammy, go ahead.
Awesome. So, are you familiar with Constantine?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Constantine was the leader of Rome, and he was a pagan, and he himself then converted to Christianity. Well, what Constantine then did was um, he started hanging out with his former pagans, or his fellow. He was the former pagan, but he started hanging around pagans and started to incorporate a lot of the newly found Christian festivities with the pagan festivities, such as, like, he knew that, and he was like, "Hey, y'all are celebrating something. We want to kind of celebrate, the birth of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. We want to kind of celebrate together." And the pagans, of course, not caring, because they were just like, hey, the more the merrier. They're like, sure, let's go ahead and party together. And then, over time, he started shutting down the pagan temples. And when he shut them down, Christian churches sprang up in those empty buildings. And as time goes on, and Christianity starts spreading away from the area, it seemed to do the same thing in other locations, such as Norway, where we actually have artifacts of Mjolnir's, which is Thor's hammer, with a cross on it. And it would, and it was basically, hey, we have a god that you could add to your pantheon. And then it was later, this is going to be the only religion. And it's not necessarily the truth value, because those who didn't convert were condemned to death.
Oh, I mean, Christians suffered too under Rome. There was sporadic persecution of Christians. They were fed to the
Yeah,
lions.
before
and so
Constantine. Before Constantine.
Yeah.
When Constantine was in charge and he became Christian, there was no persecution of Christians.
Yeah. What I see here is, yes?
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, what I see here is people trying to spread the faith in their own way. Some of it maybe is a bit dubious, but I guess everybody contributed in some way. The idea that when you're Christian, you want other people to be Christians, that's the impetus for spreading it out.
Why?
What?
I'm saying, like, Constantine did what he did because he wanted more people to be Christian. It might not have been the best way, but that's what he did, and I think that drive to convert others,
Do you think that
were
there's any other
commanded to.
reasons? Do you think that there's any other reasons that he might have wanted to do that? What would his motivation be for wanting people to be Christian?
I'm not sure. I can't think of any. But I'm sure you had something in mind.
Nope. It's for you to
ponder.
Yeah, ponder.
Okay. Again, if you're willing to have me, I know that it's getting a bit tired. This is like the third or fourth time I've gone on, but I've got to go somewhere.
You're all right, Paul. I appreciate you coming up, trying to question your beliefs a little bit. Maybe next time we'll get you questioning. But I appreciate you. Take care, Paul.
Bye, Paul.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
I really am sorry for doing the educational mode for a minute.
Well, now I have to fact check you.
Of course. And I'm always down for people fact check.
But we'll do that later. Hello, Wild West Euro. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
35.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
It's, yeah, something, yeah.
Something.
Yeah, like an omnipotent being.
An
Ultimate, just the
omnipotent
one.
being.
Yeah.
A singular omnipotent being.
Similar in what way?
I said singular. You said just the
Oh,
one.
yeah, this thing's above everything else in this universe.
It's a one thing above everything that is a being.
Yeah.
Is it from any particular scriptures or pantheons?
No, I'm not religious, bro. I like Gnostic stuff though and Kundalini, but yeah, I don't know. I don't really question anything. Well, I mean, I question everything, but I don't really like question my beliefs. Just kind of let everything go. This world's really not real. None of this shit really matters. So,
What do you mean this world's not real?
like the earth itself, like we're bound to this earth and the material world, and that's like this creative thing. But like, none of this shit really matters. Besides being a better person and loving yourself, and we're just playing a path in the timeline right now.
Matters to who? None of this shit really matters to who.
Honestly, anything, really. None of it to existence, to the universe, to the cosmos. I mean, it could, but at the end of the day, we don't matter. None of this matters, really. The Jesus doesn't... I think Jesus is a metaphor, but that's a different thing. I just always find these panels funny when they say questions allowed to believe what they
Do you
believe.
think that's what this panel is doing?
I don't know.
Discouraging people from believing?
I don't know, but it seems like a lot of discouragement in this world lately, so I just wanted to hop in here and see which way it was going before I made my judgment.
So you just came up here to make a judgment, not to actually question your beliefs.
We can, though, if you can try and make me think about how to.
If I can try to make you think about how to,
Yeah, what would I need to question?
what does it mean to question your beliefs?
Right. To question my belief would be to try to contradict myself, I guess?
To try
Do
to
you believe in a
contradict.
god or gods?
If you're being like Jesus and like Thor and them and stuff, nah, I mean, I think Jesus is a metaphor, but
He
whatever.
believes in a nameless God, creator, higher being of ultimacy.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I mean, I wish I could tell you, bro. That would be cool. It'd make it a lot easier for everybody. But it's like,
Some
think of,
nameless.
I guess I can try to summarize it for you. A source of energy that doesn't have a body and that just goes where it wants and does what it wants, I guess, maybe?
What is energy?
That's a very good question, too. I'm not a hypothermist, whatever. I'm not the smartest person like that. Energy, like kinetic energy? Are we talking about physical energy? Are we talking about a magnetic force energy that they say that the Earth has?
Just what is energy?
I don't have that definition off the top of my head right now, honestly. If you could help me out, we could talk about it. Sometimes I got a lot of stuff going in my head. I don't really stick down here with like all the... You guys are all bound by man and these books and everything, and like, yeah. So it's like...
Bound by man?
Yeah, the laws of man.
What does bound by man mean?
So you don't know the definition of energy. You're afraid to say I don't know.
No, I
So
just
you're gonna
said
be
it. I said I didn't know, I thought. I'm not trying to be the smartest in the room.
I see. So, does it matter to you if what you believe?
It matters to me, but it doesn't matter to anything else.
Well, that was the question. Was does it matter to you? Why does it matter to you?
Let's see. Why does it matter to me? Because of how I'm seeing life play out in front of me.
Well, that was the,
I'm seeing life play out in front of me. That happens. You can't make up things that pop in. It's like at this point, I'm not even. I don't plan anything. I don't do anything. I just let the days go by, and everything seems to work out. Everything's good. It's like I entered a different realm. It's kind of it's interesting.
what do you mean different realm?
Do you really want me to get into this? Because like every time I do, people take me as being in a state of psychosis, and I'm not. I've had a mental break back in 2012 and stuff, but after you gather yourself from that and you can separate and unprogram yourself from how America has got you guys, just everything that you're on a schedule of time and worrying about being late to work and oh my God, I got to pay this bill on time. I don't worry about none of that shit, bro. I'm not saying I'm rich and I have the greatest life and stuff, but I don't worry about the same thing that you guys worry about on a day-to-day basis. That's not in my...
You're making a lot of assumptions, you guys.
Well, no, I'm just talking about in a majority of society or what they do. They pay bills. They worry about being like some in that sense. Even if they don't, they're worrying about some shit that I don't worry about. But yikes.
Is there any possibility that the things that you believe could be wrong?
Of course, everybody could be wrong. It's hard to fight when the shit that is happening is unexplainable. And it's hard to share with people too.
So you explain it with a god?
No, I never called this person a god, this thing a god, this being a god. You guys call it a god.
Being, this being of ultimacy that is responsible for the shit that happened.
Yeah, it doesn't care about good or bad. That's why it's like the balance of yin and yang and stuff and all that stuff. Like there has to be, it's just...
Why do you assume that there has to be?
There has to be a balance of, it's just how this...
Why do you think that there has to be this being?
Why does there have to be this being?
That was the question.
Nothing else makes sense.
What do you mean, nothing else?
We don't make sense to anything that they tell us.
Who's they?
Anybody in time and what they've called us humans and what they've told us and what they say in books and what they call us. Nobody knows what the fuck we are, where we came from. They say evolution and they say the other one and all this shit. Nobody knows.
I'm still unclear. Are you using the nebulous they as in like people throughout time, or are you using they as a specific group of people?
Let's go with the last couple centuries, I guess. What they've told us and shit. Nobody has any fucking clue about.
Who is
at least they're not telling us.
The last couple centuries, who's telling us?
The government. They feed us. Yeah. So let's say the Roman Empire fell, right? Back in the 400s, whatever, and all that stuff. Why? Let's say if all of civilizations back to the very beginning, Egypt, Rome, all of them, was the goal they were all trying to conquer and expand. Why would that have ever stopped up until this day? Why do people think that just stopped?
Because gold is a finite resource.
So that means stop trying to conquer and expand like you've done for your entire civilization existence?
Do you think that there's lands that we don't know about?
We're not allowed to go to Antarctica, so you can tell me that you've ever known about Antarctica.
Okay, now that I'm going to have to say is just factually incorrect. As a matter of fact, I can...
Emmy. You know the question.
Yes, Wild West, what shape is the Earth?
I don't care about that, bro. That's nor here or there. That's something that people that are little-minded talk about. Good for you. For what reason? It doesn't make a difference in your life.
The shape of the Earth?
Bro, it doesn't matter. I could say either or. It doesn't matter. See, you're stuck on little shit. This is the problem with human beings. You guys are so simple-minded, stuck on bullshit that doesn't matter.
Thrayle, I think we have our answer.
You think I'm a flat earther? No, bro. It's not. That's not the point.
Cool.
What does it change? What does it change in your day-to-day life?
He's agnostic to the shape of the Earth.
I see that.
I don't.
I will correct you on something, but
Okay.
we
Have you
can
been to
go
space
to
yourself and
Antarctica.
seen the Earth with your own eyes from outer space?
We I don't need to go to space to know the shape of the Earth.
Cool. So you're telling somebody that you
I
don't
can
need to
do the
do something.
calculations.
You can just
I
okay,
can
cool,
do
because
the
that makes so.
calculation.
Okay, yes, okay,
This
right.
is ridiculous. Why
This
did you
is
But
request up here?
because these people want to say that you can do the calculations because, and that's what you believe. But you're
well,
saying that
why did
that's
you come up
better
here?
than what I believe?
Why did you come up here?
Because this is all bullshit, bro.
What's all bullshit?
Bullshit.
You're over here trying to make your point about the Earth being flat or not now to friggin' contradict everything. You're trying to
Nobody's
sway the
trying to make a point. We're trying to see if you can question what it is that you believe. And in that, we're finding out what it is that you believe. And you're just kind of getting defensive and angry and
No,
pushing back. And
nobody's
saying
defensive.
it's
My
all
tone
bullshit.
changes.
Yeah, your tone is changing now again.
Yes, and that doesn't mean I'm angry or anything. It's just my tone changes. I don't know why people mix that up.
Can you question your beliefs?
I'm trying to. Let's see. Can I question that I am wrong and that the real truth is that what would the real truth be then? There's Jesus or that we came from apes? Because I would need something else to believe in if I question my belief then. I'm not just
Why
gonna.
would you need
Why do you
anything to
need
believe
to?
in?
Why do you need to?
Because
put
what would I
something
be
in the
thinking
gap?
then if I question it into what? What would I be questioning it against? I have to have something to question it against. I can't just question it into
Why
nothing.
does questioning need an opposition?
Because then you'd question it into nothing, which would be nothing, so then there would be nothing to question it of. There would be no thought process of it. It would be.
You think without building another framework to fill the gap, you wouldn't be able to question something into a better understanding?
For one to
need
be able
fill
to
the gap
question
with a
something,
made-up framework.
whether it's made up or real, I mean, you have to be able to put it up against something to question it, no?
So,
Why?
if let's say
I don't make the rules. That's
I
just
have
what
my-
they say. I thought.
let's say that I've had my memory completely wiped, right?
See, you keep
I don't
going to
know
what ifs
anything.
and the flat Earth and the round
Why do you
Earth, bro.
keep?
Like
Why
you're
do you
talking
keep interrupting, Wild? Why do you
because
keep interrupting?
because
Hammy?
people love to make up these
Then
like.
stop interrupting. If you recognize you're doing it, stop.
Okay,
Go ahead, Hammy.
sorry.
So let's say that I've had my memory completely. Earth. I don't know how old the Earth is. I don't know anything.
That's all I ask.
Why would I need? Why would I need to have an idea about these things in order to question what I think it is?
Bro, you totally even lost me with what you just said with that sentence. I don't.
So let's say again, I have my memory wiped. I come up on this panel and Thrayle asks me, "Hammy, what is the shape of the Earth?" And I don't know.
Yes, that's what I'm telling you
So,
right now. That's exactly
what's-
how I feel. I don't know the answer.
And-
I cannot give you that answer. I
what-
have not seen it for myself.
And so, why can't we just sit with that? Why do we need to have another example?
But that's what I was
Just
saying.
accept I don't know.
Well, but you were kind of yelling.
Okay, I'm sorry, but he just got to the same point that I was getting to. Why does that matter? On us being on this earth, flat grounded on this earth, our mind can be in the stars, but we're still bound to this earth. So it doesn't matter whether we can't do anything about it. That stuff doesn't affect us on a day-to-day basis.
Are you
Changes
sure?
our
Does it
life.
matter, or do you just not know?
In what sense? We can talk about this because the way that I say it is very vague. Yes, I understand that, and I don't mean to.
Are you sure that it doesn't affect you on the day-to-day basis? Do you ever use GPS?
Okay, if you want to go in that sense, sure.
So it might affect you on a day-to-day basis if the Earth is flat or round.
In a
I imagine
GPS
you're-
type, sure. In a how I
And
go
imagine you're
about.
using a cell phone, right?
Yeah, sure.
There's probably a few satellites involved in our conversation right now.
So you're saying that a satellite couldn't be possible on a flat or a if it was flat or like it has to be one or the other. You couldn't have satellites or bouncing
How would you have satellites on a flat Earth?
How would you even be able to get them up there without using maths, right? Without calculating the trajectory.
Okay, we have just shifted this conversation, so give me a second to process exactly which way we're going with this so I can stay a little bit articulate. We're talking about
we were
now.
just you were saying that it didn't matter, and we were pointing out ways in which it might matter, right?
I can live without this cell phone, and I can live without GPS. I can navigate by the stars a little bit and pretty well myself and fend for myself in the wild.
What did this have to do?
Maybe.
Because what I'm telling you is you're asking me if I use GPS and if I'm on a cell phone, but what does that matter? I can completely get rid of this and survive on this earth without it.
See, you're arguing.
The point is that you are using it, though.
But the point is also that he's arguing. He's not listening. He's not actually.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Say it again, sorry.
The question wasn't if you could live without these things. It had nothing to do with that. It was just that you do use these and they do affect you on a daily basis.
Okay, and
so it might affect you whether or not the earth is flat or round was just the point that was being made. So I don't actually know that there was a need to even answer that. With an argument, especially.
But it sounded like that those points were something that were like bound by concrete that can't change tomorrow. I turn off the cell phone, I turn off all the electronics, I go out into the wilderness, now all your arguments are gone. What's your next argument? What's your next argument?
What does that have to see? That's just it. What is your next argument? What is your next argument?
But not even like that. What's your
next point? Shut the fuck up while I am talking.
Okay.
What the fuck is your problem? Good God, learn some self-control. So, what is even the point of you being up here? Are you thinking this is some kind of debate? By the way you're speaking, like over me, literally every single time I speak, tells me you think this is a debate. You're hearing questions as arguments. Are you processing?
Oh, I was muted. Okay, yes, I get that. And you just did the same thing. I never came at you hostile like that. You came a little bit hostile. I've been a little bit combative, so I can understand that. And this is your space, so I'm not about to sit here.
Why don't you calm down then?
I'm calm, sir.
Sure. So,
I just don't have to talk in a whisper to say that I'm calm.
Mm-hmm. Goodbye.
Okay, that's what I thought.
And then they get personal. Why do you get personal? Like it's not a sign of respect or that you're listening. It just makes you look like a fucking idiot.
It's pitiful. Well, I mean, Pit of the Fool is joining us, is what I mean. Hello, Pit of the Fool. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, 59.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
No, I don't. I'm trying to think of what belief do I have that I struggle with challenging. Okay, well, I'll give you one. I mean, I'm frankly more and more convinced that I'm living in a simulation, that none of this is real. Not like full-on solipsism, but just I can't put 100% faith in reality being real.
I might question that in just a moment, but I'm going to question the other thing first.
Yeah.
So, and that is that you don't believe in a god. So why not?
Yeah. Well, I don't know that I believe in a personal God. Let me put it that way. I feel like as soon as I make it about me, then I have essentially undermined. I mean, if there is a God, I think it's really arrogant to believe undermined I think that's profoundly arrogant. I'm not beyond place of a greater, I don't want to say purpose, but order. I don't have a problem with that. I just don't think it's somebody that's going to be answering my prayers. In fact, I don't. I just feel like I'm part of something that is much, much, much bigger than me or anything else, but I have no idea what that is.
When you say you have no idea what that is, do you feel
Mm-mm.
like there is some
I
mind or some intention behind that much, much bigger thing?
no, and that's where I feel like my my understanding of what that means, like sentience or something like that, I think is very limited in that I cannot imagine that if there is a thinking entity that has created everything, um, how in the world could I possibly even scratch the surface of comprehending what that is? I mean, for me to say, to even speculate about what that being would be is ridiculous. Like an ant trying to contemplate an airplane. Like there's just no bridging that gap as a human. My brain is far below where it needs to be to think on that scale. So, but in that same vein, I also don't feel like, so who am I to say that there is nothing? I don't know that either. I think that's equally incomprehensible. Humans aren't as smart as we'd like to think we are. I'll leave it
Hmm.
at that.
Can you think of what might convince you that there is some personal God?
Yeah, I'd have to experience something that I could not attribute to anything other than. It would have to be something tangible where I know, okay, well, that was the act of some deity, some higher power that I couldn't ascribe to anything but. And I mean, a burning bush, I guess, would be like the analog. But even then, it'd be like, why me? Why does this universal God give a damn about me? As, so that's right.
If you did have that kind of evidence that
Mhm.
um, somehow it had proven itself to you, would you
Right.
worship it just by nature of it existing?
I don't know that I would want, if I knew, okay, like if I had an opportunity, like God, whatever that God is, shows up, says, ask me whatever you want. I'd want to know, okay, well, does anybody on this planet have the right story? Like, what's the closest to the actual intent behind us? Um, and I don't believe, um, I just feel like that humans have exploited religion for socio-economic me or intent. That there's so of course you want people to abide by certain standards, and what better way than to threaten damnation? So I would ask, is any of that legit? And if that God said to me, yeah, there really is a hell, then I'd be like, all right, well, you're my guy. Would if there really was a hell, someone came down and said, yeah, hell's real, and if you don't accept my child, as your savior, you're going to spend eternity in it. If I knew that that was coming from someone that like that's legitimately God telling me that, then I'd be a fool not to listen. But then I'd have to.
Uh-oh, we
I
lost
was
you.
gonna say. Hmm.
I'm gonna guess you got a call or something. Yeah, we lost you for a second there, Peter.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't even know how much we've heard. So yeah.
That's all right. We got
Um,
your answer. You'd say you'd be a fool not to, especially if hellfire was in there. I think Noctis has a question.
I do. I was just curious, how would you even rectify that that would be a god? Just because someone said, "Hey, there is a hell." Like, why would that be enough?
Well, and it wouldn't. It would have to be like, my first answer to the question of like, what would I need to experience, or how would I know if God is real? I'd have to have a very personal and very undeniable experience where I'd like, okay, this being has presented itself to me in a very tangible way that I cannot ascribe to anything else. I'm sober. I don't have any drugs in my system. Nothing's going on, and like, and I,
Yeah, no,
where I have,
that's fair.
so I have to start there. I,
Mm,
I can't just,
okay.
if somebody shows up at my door and says, "Hey, I know all about you, and I'm God," I'm like, "Well, get lost. You're not God."
Whoa. Sorry, alarm. I'm gonna have to leave soon.
Morning, Noctis.
It's time
If
to wake
that,
up, Noctis.
yeah, it's time to leave. That's what that is. That's yeah. I'll be really quick. What was I gonna say? No, my alarm stumped me. Sorry.
That's a good alarm. Um, Peter, does it matter to you if a god exists or not?
I I try to live by a set of values that I feel any God would ascribe to, but I don't live by those values because it aligns to what any religion stands by. So if anything, it's kind of like if there's heaven and hell, I feel like I'm probably going to make it into heaven, but not because I ascribe to any religion, but rather because I'm a good person and I treat people with respect. And I try and it's like if behavior, if my actions alone aren't enough, um, then I don't know what heaven is supposed to be. Like what, you know what I mean? So I don't know if that answers the question or not. So my own values direct my life, and if they happen to um, coincide with or align with doctrine, then great, cool. But that's not why I do it. Both sidesing, I don't know what that means. I don't. You feel like I'm hedging my bets. I'm not taking
No, he
Pascal's
was saying
wager
it to
here.
me.
Oh.
He was, yeah.
No, I don't
Thrayle, if
feel
you
like
could
it's.
drop me, that would be great. And if I can, I'll come back.
Appreciate you, Noctis.
I love you. Love you all.
Um, does does a god have to exist for the god to be meaningful?
I don't know if it has to be a god. It's kind of like, why do I do what to me what makes right actions right? I don't, you know, at the risk of saying that there's some universal morality, I wouldn't act in accordance with good or bad or whatever, just because God exists. And nor would I if all it meant if all morality meant was that there is some God who says this is right and that's wrong and you just believe me. I don't think that's reason enough to live in accordance with it. Then in that sense it seems like just arbitrary. Like God says this is right, therefore that's what right is. I'm more inclined to say that maybe there's a rightness, and if there is a God, then he would live in alignment with that righteousness, I guess. And so I would be living in alignment in accordance with that same righteousness, but I don't think that's dependent on God existing.
Do you think there are gods whose righteousness you are not in alignment with?
I have to think about that because I'm not even sure what that would look like. Like, if there is a God, like for example, if there's a God that um, there's some doctrine out there that says that picking puppies is what you need to do. I'm not going to do that. Like it wouldn't be in accordance with my values, and so I would not do it. Just because there's some God who says this is what you need to do if you want to be, on my good side.
Isn't isn't one of the demands of the Christian God that you believe in it and
Yeah.
love
Oh
it
yeah.
with all your heart?
Yeah, it is.
So wouldn't you be kind of out of the running, at least for that God, unless do you
Yeah,
love it with all your heart? You believe in it. So unless
if I ascribe to that belief, then yes, that would be the case. I just there's a lot of baggage attached to it that I don't ascribe to.
or do you feel you're more in accordance with at least any God that doesn't demand its praise?
I guess I still feel like even the concept of a God that demands praise is really belittling of God. Like, what God is I still that of God? Like, what God is so that it demands praise? And that to me just sounds very human. That sounds like something humans would make up about God.
I don't know that I have very many more questions for you, Peter.
No, it's fine. I'll sit back and listen. I'm fine with that.
I do appreciate you.
Yeah,
I'm going to go ahead and set you down and move on to the next guest. But I do
sounds good.
appreciate you,
All
and
right.
hope
Good
that
night.
you have, if you have more answers in the future, who knows? Maybe we'll have more questions. But let's see if any of the ghosts of the queue still exist, because they did wait a while. Well, maybe they waited too long. I'm gonna clear a couple of these out, and if you did mean to request up, go ahead and request back. If you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you are capable of questioning your belief, then go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate you or argue or tell you that you're wrong. I just want to know, well, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Hello, Rez. Welcome back.
How are you? Can you hear me?
I can kind of hear you.
All right. All righty then. Thank you so much for having me on.
Can
you then, Thrayle?
Absolutely. Can you remind me your age?
Yes. I'm a 33-year-old involuntary celibate. I've never smoked or drank or touched a substance in my entire life.
You said voluntary.
Involuntary celibate, yeah.
Oh, I see.
That's right. I'm a virgin.
Fascinating, Rez. This is more than I ever wanted to know about you.
As a matter of fact, I think we should learn less about each other.
Because from here on out, it's just layers of belief about one another.
So I'm going to sidestep some of the obvious there and quickly ask Rez, do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that?
Oh, so I believe, well, in you, Thrayle?
I don't know if you need a belief in me, Rez.
Yeah. Do I need a belief in the Batcolyte for the Batcolyte to exist?
I do not know. Probably not.
Probably not, right? Like, Hammy, do I need a belief in you for you to exist?
I mean, probably not.
Probably not, right? So I argue that nothingness itself is the only thing that's real, and then everything else is a lie, layered with nothingness in between, like a sandwich.
Did that on purpose. Layered.
Feels very Assassin's Creedy.
Okay, I have the receipts.
You have the receipts for the sandwich?
Yes, I have the receipts for the nothingness sandwich.
Yep.
Nothing. All right. So, in the energy and time variation of the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, where delta x multiplied by delta p is greater or equal to h bar over 2.
H bar.
Yeah, a very tiny number, a Planck length, or a Planck constant. Yeah, over 2. Yeah, number implies that we can borrow energy from the vacuum. It's just the more energy that
it implies that we can borrow energy from the vacuum.
We have to pay it back.
Are you sure that there's a borrowing?
Well, it's not like an actual like. Well,
is it like a blockbuster?
It's just the like.
Is there a fee?
Well, there is no fee. Like the nothingness, the void, has perfect accountability.
Could it be seen more like if you open your front and back door, how the wind can just go right through it?
Okay.
I'm feeling like a red box thing, so it's like more immediate.
Yeah, like where you get the DVD and then you watch it and you return it to the red box.
And if you don't.
Oh yeah. If you don't, then is there a fee? Wonderful question. No. I think the fee is that the nothingness, the void, just kicks in your multiverse and takes it.
It kicks me in my multiverse?
Yeah, like Dog the Bounty Hunter, but like for repos.
So much wrong with that on so many levels.
Thank you. So
it repos the energy that it has lended to this reality.
Yeah, like we're just covering the givens right now. So like
givens?
This is a given. Yeah, so that same equation that allows us to borrow from nothingness.
Dog the energy bounty hunter is a given.
Supports that. Yes, Dog the bounty hunter is the fucking given. So the one electron universe suggests that that there is one electron going forwards and backwards in time, and the same electron that is trying to fall through this bed is the same electron that is preventing me from falling through this bed. And and that's been like sort of not debunked, but it's been sort of decommissioned. You know, like people have decommissioned the one electron universe. I'm bringing it back.
We're bringing it back. Where are we bringing it back to?
Yeah. So
energy, right? What was energy again?
Energy is borrowed from the vacuum.
What is energy?
Heat. Wiggly wobbly, timey-wimey things. That's energy.
It's stuff.
So we have an electron, and
where's the electron?
It's been borrowed. So what we did
where?
From nothingness itself.
How did nothingness give us an electron? If the electron...
Well, what we did was in mathematics, like so we started with pure mathematics, and
so
we
just using math.
A positive infinity to a negative infinity, and from that came one electron.
How did one electron come from that?
Ask the mathematicians.
To carry the one.
Yes. Yeah.
Did somebody divide by 0?
I did. I've divided by 0, and it's brilliant. Anyways.
It's sounding like you're dividing by 0 right now.
Yes.
So, just to clarify, how much of what you have told us since you've arrived on panel is true?
Nothing. Okay, the only thing that is true is nothingness itself. Everything else I've said, or can say, or will ever say is a lie.
So you're not really 33?
Base truth.
So you're not really 33?
I'm 0. I'm here and now.
Well, is 0 is that a TikTok TOS thing?
Yeah, because TikTok TOS is also 0. Here, I'll get there in a second with the one electron. So now we have one electron from nothingness because we added a positive infinity to a negative infinity. And then we borrowed that.
Sure? Real quick.
Using that delta E multiplied by delta T is greater or equal to H bar over 2. And we're assuming 0 dimensions.
Hang on, Rez. Rez.
This is before first
Rez. Stop for just a moment.
Yes, Mr. President.
Go ahead and stop for just a moment. Yeah, what was that, Hammy?
So, I don't know. What is it that you think infinity is?
Me? Oh, I don't think. I just do.
So, what do you do of infinity then?
Oh, I do nothing with infinity, actively.
So, how is it, if you have infinity and you take away negative infinity,
he doesn't have the
what are you left with?
Though.
Oh.
In his mind, it's one electron.
Yeah.
But isn't there still just infinity though?
Well, yeah. Well, it still is. Okay, so I'll bring back the infinity in a second here, because we're assuming
the thing is though,
dimension.
My problem is
you don't need a problem.
Well, no.
You don't need a
problem here. No, I have a problem
right now for
He's
your
got a
own
question,
brain to entertain.
He does have a question.
The answers.
So he's got a question, and I want to hear the question more than the answers.
Yeah. So my problem and you go on these long periods, and we aren't. You're basically saying we can't interrupt you during it. If I have an issue way back at the beginning, and you've thrown 5 million other things after that, then I'm not going to understand any of that until the first initial problem is resolved. So I'm still stuck with this infinity thing where
Yeah, that's like a you problem kind of thing. Like we would never end up
Oh,
hearing
wow.
what I'm gonna say if we keep
He
on
left.
stopping the conversation.
Infinity.
Or what you could just do is listen to what I have to
Infinity
say
made him leave, apparently.
and then think it through.
Hey, Rez.
And then debunk it.
Rez, I think we're going to just move on because this is way more aggressive than funny, and I'm not amused right now. If anybody actually has a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. Rav, are you still with us? Probably also passed out. None taken, Rez. Just ready to move on. See if anybody's actually got a belief. But yeah, if anybody's got one of those belief things where you believe in a thing like a god or gods or goddesses or some other kind of arrangement of pantheon or some kind of higher power, whatever it is, if you have one of those beliefs and you can question that belief, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate. I'm not interested in an argument or some kind of shouting match or verbal volley of, shared aggression. I just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe? Volley. What is it that you believe? Hello, Digital Alki. Alki, did you mean to request up?
Yes, hi.
Talk TOS.
I'm 33.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, I believe in the God of the Bible.
And have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
Not quite yet. No, pretty close. Pretty close.
Do you believe the stories from the Bible to be true and literal?
Yeah, I have to kind of convince myself of that.
You have to convince yourself of that. What do you mean?
Well, like some things I read and I'm like, this seems a bit odd or, maybe excessive or something like that. And then I'm like, but, you know, I'm just gonna accept it.
Why do you just accept it?
Well, because there's a part where it says like the whole Bible is it's like an inspiration, like the words are essentially almost like the breath of God on paper. Wrong, then I might as well say the whole thing's wrong and just forget about it and like move on to something else.
So you
if I just forget about it and yeah, that's what I tell myself anyways.
What if it contradicts?
I can't like it says there's no contradiction, and yeah, so and I have a hard time finding one myself.
You hear me point one out almost repeatedly on this live every night. Do you not find a contradiction in there?
Not quite. I mean, I wouldn't say that it's a, black on white, clear, easy, distinguishable contradiction. It's a little bit in the gray area where if somebody comes up with a good interpretation, then all of a sudden it's all explained. So I don't know. Interpretation. I'm not fully sold out on the
So if something is described differently in a different, well, let's go with the death of Judas. Are you familiar with that contradiction?
For sure. So that one's pretty easy, actually. In one instance, it's more like the testimony of, him actually going to the tree, and then pretty easy afterwards, because like you have to assume when a body is like that, it's gonna start to decompose, and then eventually it'll most likely split in half, and then that's hence where you see the guts spilled out and whatnot. So it's not a contradiction per se. It was afterwards. That's hence more just two different viewpoints.
Where in the
points? Well, it's just natural to assume, like, if you have a hanging body and it's there for a couple days, it will naturally decompose. If it stays
Bible verse, does the Bible verse where it says that his head got struck with the rock, does it say that he was he was there for a few days and then fell?
There's a verse. Sorry, there's something that says he got struck by a rock.
Yeah, so like one of the verses is the fact that his head got mashed against the rock.
And is that what they're attributing to his death?
That was his death. Yeah.
Huh. Well then, I'm actually. Do you mind? I'm not gonna read it. Well, maybe. Well, what's the verse number? Because I've never even read that.
If you give me a second, I can look it up. But I remember that. Of course, we all know about the unaliving himself. And then there was the other one was the fact that his head struck a rock.
Judas struck it, because if I would, I'm gonna pull it up. Struck a rock, but if I was going to answer you on the top of my noggin just like that, I would say that the rock because the what was it, Paul or some, I don't know, one of
Sorry,
those.
I'm sorry. I was incorrect about striking his head on the rock, but it says in Acts 1:18 it describes him falling headlong in a field he bought with his betrayed money, causing him to burst open.
Oh
Which
yeah.
doesn't sound the same as him unaliving himself the way it does in Matthew.
Oh wow. What does fell headlong? Let me Google that because I've never actually really heard that kind of saying.
Falling on your
Fall
head.
forward, head first, quickly without control. So yeah, that would make sense. I mean, he did kind of lose his head over a bag of silver, and then he what?
Just saying, none of that implies that he was hanging there.
Yeah, like the fell headlong. I would say that's he kind of lost his mind over a bag of silver, and then he went to schmurder himself in the field, and then he hung there for like maybe a couple days, and then most likely.
Well, this seems more like adding to the text than it does actually reading the text, right?
I agree. It's not like literally written like that, but at the same time, if we do go at it like scientifically, I mean, when a body is hung and it stays there, I'm not like I've seen that. I'm just saying, like on YouTube or whatever.
Scientifically speaking, a head would not just fall off. Like literally, his body would decompose. You're right about his body decomposing. However, because of his bone structure and the fact that he has a skeleton, he would just hang there. He wouldn't just fall forward because the rope around his neck would prevent his head from falling forward.
Yeah, I don't think that his head, if you're using Acts, the Acts verse, I think that one refers more to like, because I mean, technically that makes a lot of sense to me. You know, he lost his head. You know, he fell forward. Because if we look at meaning of fell headlong in Google or whatever, it says often quickly without control, and that's what he did. He acted rashly, recklessly, without thinking. You know, he basically sold out.
You're saying that this falling headlong in a field and bursting open is a metaphorical falling, but a literal bursting open.
Just the fell headlong. I really feel like he did burst open. I mean, it would be quite fitting that his body kind of split in half. It would be quite poetic if you ask me. So yes, I do think that he actually split in half.
So, but there it doesn't say splitting in half. It says that he burst open.
Yeah, bursting, splitting in half. I mean, that's. I don't know. I feel like that's kind of like the explosion of the stomach and the gases and all that stuff too.
Still would not mean that his head would fall.
Oh yeah, the head part was about him actually losing his mind over a bag of silver and making crazy choices.
So, I'm very curious on how the fact that you take the falling headlong to be metaphorical, but the bursting open is literal.
Because I'm just going by like, a naturalistic point of view. I mean, the dude hung himself. He stayed on the tree for a few days. What happens? There's not a million things that happen.
The thing is but digital. The thing is like we know, like whenever the body decomposes, that what happens is yes, the body will expand because of all the gases and stuff like that built up, and then yes, it will burst, but it doesn't, like the way you are wanting to have this is you're kind of like looping yourself in knots to make all of it fit, and it just doesn't, because in one hand you have to say, well, this here is metaphorical, but this here is literal, and this here other part is literal and metaphorical, and it just doesn't make sense.
I get what you're saying. You're at one point you're like, okay, when does it stop? I mean, to answer that, I guess I'll just go with the basic. You need 2 or 3 witnesses. The Bible says that. Anyways, I'm just going by that. two or three witnesses. So I'll bring the fact that it's mentioned in two different testimonies, that as opposed to the headlong part. I don't know if I feel like that's an axe, so that's kind of like a different. Maybe it's mentioned twice. I don't, the headlong part. I'm not sure if it's mentioned twice, but that would be my explanation. I'm not saying it's correct. I'm just saying that's my best guess for that particular contradiction. But there's other maybe there's other contradictions that I couldn't really answer you. Like, I'm not saying I have an answer for everything. I'm just saying, to me, that makes the most sense for that one.
It makes most sense that things are taken scientifically, except for the parts that disagree with what you think.
I mean, in this story, sure, like, if you want, we can touch again on what's the disagreements, or we could continue. It's up to you. I mean, I don't mind. You said I'm making knots, so I don't know if I'm looping up over here and just boring you guys.
Well, the thing is that when we're reading Acts, it's describing his unalivement, and we are seeing that it's describing him as falling headlong and bursting open. Not that he was hung on like he unalived himself on a tree, and then days later he fell and.
Holy shit. Thank you, Christopher. Appreciate the diamond gun.
That's pretty cool.
I add that to the.
I've never seen that.
To the live. But so in Acts, it's describing his unalivement, and it's not saying that he was there. He was up in the tree for a few days, and then this happened. If that were the case, if that's what it said, then yeah, there'd be no contradiction here. However, this is describing how he unalives. And then also in Matthew, we have this version where he does unalive himself in the tree. And it doesn't mention anything about him bursting open. It doesn't mention anything about what happens in Acts. Two totally separate accounts. And you're trying to make them make sense by adding science. But then whenever I'm saying, well, whenever someone unalives himself in that manner, your head wouldn't do that. And you're like, well, that part we can take metaphorical. And it's like, okay, so then he didn't really burst open? Oh, no.
Would you not agree that he did lose his mind over, like,
This isn't talking about him losing his mind, though. This is him literally falling. Falling headlong isn't taken metaphorically. It is literally meaning he fell.
Right, which technically he did.
But he didn't. Unless you're saying that Acts is true, in which case he, if you want to say that he fell, and he fell on really jagged rocks that caused him to burst open, hey, I'm 100% behind you on that one. I can get behind that. But then that means that the story in Matthew is different, and it's not compatible.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
If you want to say that the story in Matthew is like he literally unalived himself on a tree, again, 100% behind you on that one. But then that would mean that this Acts story isn't compatible.
I get it, but that's my only. I don't have another explanation besides interpreting as he just lost. That's what, to me, that's what Acts meant. He lost his head, and he did something stupid. Right, metaphorically, yes. He lost his, because.
And then you add to the text to mean that the bursting open is him unaliving himself from the tree. and then he was there for a few days. So in 1 second of Acts, he's alive and well, and then literally within split seconds, he is unalived and not well.
Well, I mean, yeah, it kind of skipped over and went quickly to the dead
Wow.
Noah.
Appreciate you, Christopher.
Dang, Christopher. Hell yeah, keep supporting Thrayle that way.
Hell
That's
yeah.
awesome.
Really appreciate it. There is another biblical contradiction I did want to ask about.
Sure.
Do you have your Bible handy?
I have Google open.
Okay. So there's two verses you should look up. One of them is in 2 Samuel 24.
Hold on, I'm getting my Bible app open. Thrayle.
Samuel 24.
It'll be the first verse there. And then the next one is 1 Chronicles 21. Also the first verse.
So it's 2 Samuel 24?
Yes.
First
Chronicles 21.
First
Both
Chronicles.
of them are going to be the first verses?
Yeah. All right.
I'll read them both out loud. So 2 Samuel 24 says, "Again the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he incited David against them, saying, 'Go number Israel and Judah.'" Okay, and then in 1 Chronicles 21, Satan stood up against Israel and incited David to number Israel.
Yeah.
Is God Satan?
No.
Who incited David?
Satan.
Then why does 2 Samuel say, "The anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he incited David"?
And the he incited David part? Are you? What do you think that part means? The last part.
The anger of the Lord was kindled.
No, the he incited. 2 Samuel 24.
It would be, if we're talking about 2 Samuel, if it's talking about the Lord at the beginning of the sentence, it wouldn't just automatically change to Satan at the end of the sentence.
I need to see 23. It's just a friggin' list.
While you think and look on that, I am going to go ahead and do something a little out of order. I'll let Christopher up. Hello,
Hey, man.
Christopher.
Hey, listen, I want to say two things. I appreciate your live because a lot of rage baiting lives out there. Like when it comes to like the beliefs and everything, everybody thinks that they have to be on a high horse. And I fell asleep in your live one night, and I woke up, I heard something, and I was like, okay. I do question my beliefs a lot. A lot. And I would say I'm more Catholic than anything because of the ritual sense of going and having structure and the way I feel going to Catholicism, church and mass and all that jazz. That makes me feel a certain way. Does that mean I believe in that God is going to protect me for the rest of my life? No. Does that mean your God isn't going to change anything for me? No. I just want to know the answer, which we don't know the answer to, right? But your life has helped me understand legitly that there are good people out there that do listen and question and ask the hard questions. And people think that they can rage and all that, but you have been calm, cool, collected every time. Hammy, you too. And y'all fact check. Y'all get in debates. That's okay, but it's very mutual respect. Listen, I appreciate y'all. What I've gave y'all tonight is because thank you. Because there should be a spot and a place for people to come in and question their beliefs. And if you're that die hard about your beliefs, you should come up. And that's the thing. This place, thank you. That's what I want to say. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
I appreciate you, Christopher. Thank you.
And I'm not being a simp, bro.
I would. I don't think so. I think you've been respectful, and I appreciate you letting us know how much it means to you.
Yeah, it does. And like, I don't have any questions for the panel or anything because I don't. What your beliefs are or what you believe in doesn't fucking affect me. That's the thing.
I do want to thank you for the compliments you've paid me here. I will say I tend to be more hot-headed than Thrayle.
Passion is a word. I get hot-headed / passionate. You know what? I get it, dude.
But for the most part, I try to be fair to people, and the hot-headedness only comes out whenever. I'll just say I match energy. So whenever somebody comes in hot and heavy, it tends to have me match their energy.
Oh, me too. We're big dogs, right? We all are. But like, dude, I'm just saying. Past 5-6 days has tied me to any other religion or organized beliefs or strayed me away of what I believe in. Like, I'm still going to go to mass on Sunday because that's what it does for me. Me.
Does it matter to you if the God is real or not?
No. None. Because when I go sit and I pray in an actually beautiful, like, cathedral or wherever, I've been to a lot of them, I feel something. I do. That doesn't mean you have to or anybody else has to. I do. I feel outer body. I feel my mom was a witch, Wiccan, whatever it is. Like, I felt something when she did shit. So I craved that. And so only place I ever found that was not a Baptist church. Methodist, nothing wrong with them. Y'all can believe whatever the fuck you want to believe in. But with a ritual sense, the structure and the respect behind it, it's not all the politics behind it. Fuck that. Put that shit away. But do I question God? Yes. 100%. And have I looked into other religions? No. But it's okay for me to question him.
If you found that God was not real, would you still follow the structure of Catholicism?
Yes. Because it makes me feel something. Until I find something else that makes me feel something, then that would make me question that differently.
I forgot to ask at the beginning of our conversation, Christopher, but because I do gotta thank Jason Michael Lead, also Inksomnia, Heather's Descent, Rav Kavad, also Z-Witch, Hammy, Danny Graxon, 96. Thank you guys all so much for helping with the goal. I know we kind of interrupted while Digital was looking up a
I'm going to mute up. Y'all finish your conversation and we can dive in a little bit more later
I've
on.
got a few questions for you.
Yeah.
But
okay.
one second, Thrayle. I'm sorry to cut you guys off. I just gotta go, and I got to say, Christopher, I love your mustache. Goodbye. Love you all. Bye.
Don't be a simp, homie.
See you later, Taff.
Digital, did you have time to look into that contradiction between 2 Samuel and 1 Chronicles?
It then continues, and it says, "For the king said to Joab," it says like that. It says "for," or like as in like this is why, and also the
Because.
Sorry.
So 4 means because.
Yeah, I feel like in this instant, it's kind of almost God maybe got upset before the event actually occurred. Like he probably saw inside of David's heart, and he was kind of pissed off. So he told Satan, "Go ahead, do your thing." So Satan did his thing, whispered in David's ear. David did what God predicted, and God was ready for it because he's like, "Cool, now I give you 3 choices."
Digital. If
Yeah.
let's say that I have an issue with you, right? And let's say that I whisper to Thrayle, "Hey," or I send him a DM on Discord saying, "Hey, maybe you should, do your thing." And Thrayle kicks you because of me saying that to him. Is that not me doing?
Thrayle would just be acting upon his nature, right? And you.
He's just following orders, right?
Oh, okay, you're right. So he's following orders, and you know that. But if Thrayle was under my command, then he would ignore your orders, and that would result in just him being naturally him.
Yeah. So you realize just following orders isn't a good defense. Like you can't just if you go let's say you unalived someone and you were to go to court and you were saying, well, so and so told me to do it. You still get jail time for doing the act, right? But they get jail time too, right?
Yeah, usually, I mean, that's
because it's them doing it, even though they're using someone else to do it.
But again, that's debatable because if we look at the letters, they can definitely order, some disappearing act, and it's done unquestionably most of the times, anyways. So that kind of shows you that, there's levels.
So,
yeah.
So it seems like this is another knot twisting here, where in one instance you agree that if I were to use the implementation of someone else to commit a heinous thing, that I am at fault. But when God does the same thing, that's not him doing it. That's the devil doing it.
In this instant, yes, because if David would not have, if David would have said no to Satan's temptation, and God knows everything, then it wouldn't have happened. But since God detected this in his heart, he's like, okay, cool. Now I'm going to use that as a teaching moment and as a humbling moment. And he just went along with it. He kind of like pushed him to, he nudged him to help him out, to kind of like sin against him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the same thing as God doing it.
No, because God saw that he was going to do it. So, God was just.
So he had Satan go to whisper in his ear.
Yes.
And God made him do it.
No. Satan simply showed David a mirror, and David looked at that mirror.
So I'm gonna bring up the analogy again. If I were to go and whisper to someone to go unalive someone else, I'm not at fault. What you're saying?
Well, if we look at the laws today, there is scenarios exactly like that. Yeah. In fact, there is some scenarios exactly like
Really?
that. Yeah.
Really? So I could sit there and go whisper to my neighbor, "Hey, I don't like so and so. You should go, unalive him."
No. Because that's in the civilian level. That's that's a big no. This is only governmental high level stuff, access card required. Like a regular civilian may absolutely not do that.
Oh, so I can't do that.
Well, I
because
don't.
I'll get in trouble, right? I like they will blame me for it, right?
No, it depends. It depends who you are in this world, right? If I don't know who you are, so that could.
I hear you trying to cut in, Thrayle. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I've been reading back and forth on two verses, and I'm still not seeing how it says anything about the Lord telling Satan to say anything. It just says, Thrayle. But in the other one, it says, again, the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he incited David against them, saying, go number Israel and Judah. What was the verse 2 thing? Which verse 2 actually makes it like Satan did it?
So my question, I guess, would be, why was the Lord pissed off in the first place? Like, what happened? Was it because they were prideful? Because they were 300 and they annihilated the enemy?
My question is, why does it say Satan incited David when the other one says God incited David?
Go on and what? David?
That the Lord kindled his anger against Israel, and he incited David. So one says the Lord did it, the other says the devil did it.
But the one that says that the Lord did it, that's Samuel 24, right? And like what's 24? And again, the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he moved David against them. So why was the Lord pissed off against Israel? Well, like, what happened?
What does that matter, though? Like, this is a clear cut.
I'm not sure how the answer to that question leads us to understand whether it was the Lord who moved David or Satan, as First Chronicles said.
I think the main thing here is, if David was unmovable, there wouldn't be any issues. So I think what was the main issue at hand was the fact that David was.
I feel like this is a little bit of a dodge, Digital.
Oh, you're being too kind, though. That's a big dodge.
Maybe it's too much for my mind, you know.
It's fair if you don't have an answer for it. If it's a new contradiction, something you've never seen before, it makes sense. You might want to look deeper into it before deciding what it means.
I guess the biggest part would be the second Samuel, which says, and again, the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he moved David against them. That's the part I'm probably like not the best at understanding and explaining it.
That's fair if you don't understand. I don't know is a perfectly fair answer. It always is. There are other contradictions. Tavium pointed one out in the comments I thought was interesting. It does take a little perusing through the New Testament. Mark 10:10, Matthew 10:10, Mark verse here. I believe it was, yeah. So in Matthew 10:10, it says,
It's Matthew 10:10 and also Luke 9:3.
9:3, yeah, those two tend to, those both say the same kind of thing. I'll back up to 9. So 10:9, take no gold, nor silver, nor copper in your belts, no bag for your journey, nor tunics, nor sandals, nor staff, for the laborer deserves his food. In Mark 6:8, he charged them to take nothing for their journey except a staff, no bread, no bag, no money in their belts, but to wear sandals and not put on 2 tunics. So in one it tells to take a staff, and the other it says specifically not to. Luke does this.
The question is like, why is it different?
Why does it specifically say to take a staff in Mark, but take no staff in Matthew and Luke?
I don't know. That's kind of weird. I don't know if anybody has ever. I'm kind of curious if anybody has ever given you a good answer.
I've never asked anybody before.
Oh, I don't know, man. Like when you read that, the way you say it like that without me studying it, it just sounds like a freaking troll. Like the verses, the thing. Like why would he do that?
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. But that's okay. I'll be fair. That's a problem. So me, I don't really particularly like reading that much, and I'm just like, yeah, I don't know.
Do you leave room digital for the possibility?
I used to, but not really anymore. Yeah, not that much anymore. But don't, like, mind you, I don't, like, I'm not being mean. Why not? Well, I just...
No, I
was gonna say, I don't want to be mean about it, but I don't, like, I don't know if it sounds bad, but I don't care that much about the Bible and what's written at the faith and...
Doesn't matter if it's true.
Yeah, for that part, yeah, but I already like accepted the amount of percentage.
Thank you, Shell.
Well, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I've already accepted the.
Yeah, but there's like the other percentage that's not adding up, I suppose. Because I had to basically evaluate
stuff. I had to be like, okay, what do I want to decide to like believe or not believe? And yeah.
Christopher's got a question. Go for it, Christopher.
Hey, man. Yeah, thank you. And this is something I've asked for myself. Like, what makes you feel a certain way? It's not a religion, not a God, whatever. If you want to put it to a God, put it to a one thing. What changes you in a feeling? Like, literally, what fucking brings you to a feeling? And in digital, and I'm a Catholic. I'm not a renowned Catholic at all. I don't give a fuck about the Catholic beliefs. I know what maths does to me. That's it. But it makes me feel a certain way. What makes you feel a certain way?
Consideration, I suppose. Like, for if we never mind all the explanations and whatnot, and we go more in personal details of my faith.
Consideration, as in, like, is that a faith?
No, more consideration, as in like something having my back. Like, like let's pretend like if you have a friend or whatever, and he takes care of you without.
Okay. Oh no, I get what you're saying. Sorry, I'm gonna mute.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
you
all
got a
good.
little
And
bit of
then
an echo.
there was another part too, which is basically like when I make a puzzle. Like whenever you make a puzzle and you put one piece in, and then you find another piece, and then you keep like building piece by piece. That makes me feel good. And when I seek in that area, I care about like just life and the whole spaghetti. Yeah.
You feel like that's more. Am I still echoing?
You're better.
Okay. Is that more spiritual, or is that what you're giving yourself? And I'm only asking questions.
All good. No, it's not really spiritual. I don't really. It echoes back.
Okay. Hey, drop me down real quick, and then I'll come if you want me back up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, appreciate you, Christopher.
Like, I don't care really to believe into something. I don't really care. It's not that I'm bored or whatever. I'm looking for answers, and basically, like,
You care about the. Oh, go ahead, Hemi.
I was just going to ask, do you even care if there are contradictions within the Bible?
At this point, not really. To be honest with you, I feel like how long and how far, I suppose, into it I'm just, more and more like data points. Yeah.
Do you even care if what you're believing is true or not?
Oh yeah, for sure. But I'm fully sold out that it is true, and I basically, like, there's not really anything that's gonna make me change that belief. Like, I'm taking it to the grave. Basically, it's pretty much done.
It seems like it's an unquestionable belief at this point. Then,
like, I'm taking it.
It's like it's
close.
It's like,
No.
I'm sorry, but like I feel like, Haley, I see what you're saying, 100%. I'm not trying to be a dictator between y'all two at all. Good, but like somebody here is questioning something in digital.
Yeah.
You want to take it to the grave, and that's the last thing you ever had, right?
Oh, yeah.
Would you do it?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Why did you want me to repeat that?
No, well, I didn't hear it because I was out of the box, but my bad.
Oh, okay. It's all good. I mean, yeah. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Hemi.
You say you believe that you care if it's true or not. I mean, I understand that you believe it's true. And you say that you care if it's true or not. But you don't care about the contradictions.
It's not that I don't care about them. It's just that I'm not gonna say you're right, I'm right, and I'm like, hey, I don't have enough logic or of your understanding to get it. So I'm kind of cool with it. But basically, don't screw me over, kind of.
I wonder, Digital.
if you were given evidence that your God didn't exist, would you still hold to the belief, to the practice, to the assumption? Okay, the last part kind of changed everything. What do you mean by moral frameworks or whatever? If it changed everything, then I answer the first part. What's the first part? Because my brain switched to the second. Yeah, if you had reason to believe the God didn't exist, would you keep following? Okay, well, what's the evidence? I'm not being Joker, but like, what evidence? Well, yeah. I mean,
Hypothetically, let's say that there was.
I'm not insane, so logically, yes. But I don't feel I don't think that's possible at this point. But logically, yes. I mean, for sure, that's just normal, right? If somebody says no, that means they're just fanatic, I suppose. So you're saying yes, what? Yes, you would change your practices. Yeah, your life would change.
Ask me that same question.
Christopher, if it were proven that God did not exist, would you continue your practice?
So within Catholicism, only thing I gain out of is going to Mass and I feel something through a ritual sense. I would never change going and doing that. Would I look down and look away from God and look at other things? Yes, I would. But I'm not going to change what I don't feel.
So for you, going to Mass has little to do with God and more to do with community.
Ooh, good. This is why I fuck with this place. Yes. It's, no, actually, hold on, time out. It's not the people around me. It's not the music or
It's
anything.
the ritual itself.
Yeah, the ritual within itself. Yeah. And, like, my mom was Wiccan. Everything is Wiccan. You know what? I've done a bunch of stupid shit, too. But, like, I feel like it's something that actually pulled me out of third body. Like, looking down at myself and be like, hey, you're doing a good thing here. I don't know if it's God. I don't know what your God is. Anybody's God. Tarot cards, not anything. Done everything. I can't tell you. So yeah, I question believing in something, but I'm not going to be in this tug of war with anybody. I believe what I feel. And you can't take that, you can't take that, and nobody can take that from me.
Can you take that from you?
No. Well, I guess, yeah, you could.
Can you?
I guess depression.
Does it have to be self-destructive or depressive to take the beliefs away?
Can you elaborate on that? Can you give me more context so that way I don't answer in a
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Can you come to the realization that a belief is just not right, doesn't fit?
I agree.
Seems fallible.
Yes. But a feeling, I mean, can you feel a feeling? You feel love? Can you feel hate? Can you feel feelings?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can feel feelings.
Right. No, I'm not asking you. Like, I'm talking in general, like mainly to myself. Like, can you feel feelings? And I feel feelings there.
Do you think that belief is required to feel feelings?
I think belief is required to feel what they feel.
preferable or in some way unattainable otherwise?
Depends on who you are. I mean, if you're searching for something and they give you something, then. But I've never looked at that aspect of like believing with what you believe in, or digital, or Hammy, or anybody in the comments. Like nobody's gonna
You've listened to me night after night, at least a few nights.
Yeah, 5 nights. Yeah.
Give contradictions to Bible verses, and what are your thoughts on contradictions throughout the text?
When I read the text, it's for me, right? It's not for me to push onto you. It's when I read text, it's not for me to and go fuck everybody else around me. You know what I mean? When I read the text, that is my feeling that I get in that fucking sense. Like if I read Psalms 116, okay? When I read that, I said, God, what do you, and I've had this moment, God, what do you want from me? Give me something. And I threw the Bible down, and it just so happened to be in the middle of the fucking Bible, Psalms 116. Could it be a coincidence? And people say there are no coincidences, and I like to say that too. And I read that, and I was like, holy shit. That changed me. I went to RCIA, went to Catholicism, read that. I went to and actually did all my shit. Mass made me feel a certain way. And nobody can take that from me. Nobody. Now, God, if our God that is within Catholicism and Christianity, no matter what the fuck we do, should forgive us. If he doesn't, that's my fucking fault. But I don't.
So,
go ahead.
The question was, could there be contradictions in the Bible, and how do you view that? You said you read the text for yourself. You talked about what Psalms 116 means to you.
Contradictions how, though? Like to what? Like, are you comparing to other religions? Contradictions of like not believing? Like
contradictions to itself.
Yes. 14:7, John 14:17, and then John 17:14 both contradict each other. I mean,
14:17 and 17:14.
Yeah, read one and then read the other one. I mean, you can make me, like, tell me if I'm wrong. And if I'm wrong, I'm cool. I'm cool with being wrong.
Do you think there could be even more contradictions?
I mean, if there's one, then you have a ton.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a man wrote it, right? God didn't.
Multiple men, right?
Right. So why wouldn't there be?
So if men wrote it, then why would you believe they knew it?
We're here in a box on TikTok, right? And people don't understand this either. Is we're here talking about the word or talking about other beliefs and all this jazz. We're all fucking, we don't know. Unless you know more than I do and you're a superior being that you are God, stand up. If not, shut the fuck up. You know what I mean?
So,
not you, but like, you know what I mean?
So, does not knowing mean we shouldn't ask?
100% not. No, you should always ask questions. Ask the hard questions.
Mm-hmm.
Always.
Does not knowing mean we should assume that there is an answer, or that the answer is as simple as God?
But what is God?
That's a good question.
Right. So you had a great question. I had a great question back. What is God? Nobody can tell us. Nobody can come up in this box right now and tell me who the fuck God is. It could be us. It could be you. It could be anybody. What is God? Doesn't make me sacrilegious.
Why
Doesn't
God,
make me,
though? Why
not?
assume that
Why not
there's
Lucifer?
something?
Was he not the
Well,
most beautiful fucking angel that fell?
right. But why assume that there's either? Why assume that there's anything of that nature at all? Is higher power necessary?
No, I don't think so. No, I agree.
Of higher power.
Sorry, that's our washer. Oh,
It sounded
you know what?
somewhat like an ultrasound
Was a
machine at
little bit.
first.
Holy
Yeah,
shit!
I thought
Our washer
very
is
fast
God.
MRI.
Bad joke. I will say this: first time I ever came in your life, I was like, "Is this a demon?" Like literally, and you can laugh, like, yeah, and I mean that.
Oh, he's just a skeleton man.
Yeah, but
I get called devil or demon once a night.
yeah, but you're not, dude. You're asking the right questions. You're questioning people's beliefs. You're never honing on to your beliefs to them. Like that's the thing. Like I can sit here and talk to you all day. I would love it. It's great. And I have a lot of questions too. But I just feel feelings. Not like anger feelings or like lovey feelings or happy feelings, like feelings that you actually like endure. That changed me. Feelings. It's not good. I don't know what to name it. I can't name it God. I'd like to say I did it myself. I found something that made me accept something that much. I don't have to fucking talk about it to anybody. I mean, I am now, but
It sounds like you are capable of giving yourself the credit.
oh, 100%.
So, what role is God playing in your life?
I mean, can you pinpoint God?
No.
Okay, neither can I. I'm not going to say it's Jesus because Jesus has a father, and who's God? Okay. I'm not going to idol. I'm not going to. I mean, I pray to Mary. I pray to saints. I mean, why not? What am I going to lose for doing that, though? You know what I mean?
It's not so much what you think you will gain as it is that there's no loss for you.
None.
In
100%. So, like Saint Anthony, I lose my wallet all the time. I pray to Saint Anthony. He's a patron of the Law Saints. I pray and I somehow find my wallet. But guess where it is? And here's the thing you'll love. It's right where I fucking left it. So
you could just as easily be associating thinking
Right.
of Saint Anthony with a way to trigger the memory of wherever you left the thing.
100%.
Yeah, it sounds like you're perfectly capable of questioning your beliefs. I wonder, Digital, do you feel like you don't or can't question?
No, I do actually. I question probably on
fraction of a second clock.
Do you question just certain details or the existence of God at all?
Yeah, I definitely question the existence of God and all of the details.
Have we given you anything new to question tonight?
So my short answer would be no, but if you want, I can expand a tiny bit.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Can your God still matter if it doesn't exist?
No, no. To me, no.
Why does God have to exist to be meaningful for you?
Because it's not just good sounding morals and ways to live life and a sit rep of the situation at hand. Because me personally, I don't really care that much to, be good to my neighbor and all that. I don't really care. So yeah, I'm not following it for good morals and acting better and all that stuff. I care about the details and the data.
So if the details and the data point away from the existence of a God, would you then lose your belief or just
Yes,
question
I
it?
would. Yeah, yes, for sure. But it's not happening. Like, I'm saying like it's not happened yet. Actually, the opposite's happening. The data is increasing.
What data?
Just the world events and stuff like that. Like it's basically
Give me an
matching.
example of a world event that matches the Bible.
Sure. I mean, slowly we're seeing the walls of religion starting to crumble, and probably one, and how the Bible speaks about, well, the Catholic Church. Not that I have anything against the people, just the establishment, and the Bible is fairly clear on that. So yeah. I mean, if you allow me to, somebody says an instruction book that shows you how to treat others. It's, to me personally, it's not that at all. Because again, I don't really care that much about treating others well, because it's not that I'm an asshole. I haven't received any good treatment myself. So why the hell should I give?
Well, you got
shits
three
about other
people here that is treating you very well.
No, I don't mean to insult you, but this is dialogue. To me,
I'm not insulted.
no, I'm being honest with you. To me, this is not equal being treated well. To me, this is just common grounds. That's all it is, right? That allows us to exchange and communicate together.
Can I ask you like a legit question though?
Yeah.
What is considered
being treated right? Well, short answer: if my house is on fire and nobody comes to help me, then they don't give a fuck about me.
Is your house on fire?
Yes, 100%.
Okay. Well, we're here.
I mean, but what does that even mean, though?
Well, you got three different people. Hammy doesn't believe what I believe in. Neither does the host. believe what I believe in. You don't believe in what I believe in, and we're
Maybe it.
all for helping you out, or maybe questioning your belief. And you don't have to. I mean, dude, I'm Catholic. I'm Christian. Doesn't
Maybe
mean I
I've been
don't.
a secret theist this whole time.
Maybe.
But what I mean, more what I mean is like, let's pretend we're in, I don't know, we're deployed on a battlefield. That's kind of what I mean. I'm not really.
So
Yeah,
I'm not gonna
as
pretend
somebody
anything.
who was in the army, as someone who is in the army,
Means like on a battlefield.
somebody help you in a battlefield, just as I would definitely help you if I lived in your area and I saw that your house was burning. I would run in there to help you.
Same.
Yeah, I mean, most people will say that, but when it actually gets down to it,
Digital.
not many
I've
people.
done it digital.
I wasn't whenever I joined the army, it wasn't under the impression sunshines and rainbows and lollipops, right? I knew that there was a chance I was going to deploy. I knew there was a chance that I was going to be in a firefight. I knew that there was going to be a chance that I had to have the people around me's back just as much as they had mine. So whenever I was saying that I would run into a fire to help someone out, this isn't hypothetical. This is me literally. I would run into a fire to help someone out.
Yeah, and I believe you. My issue is more the system in place that doesn't allow for your specific gifting to shine, because the odds of a house on fire and you seeing it and running into it are slim, right? But you have that gift inside of you, in your heart. Not every human will do that.
Do you think that's God?
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. I mean,
But I think the whole preface here, Digital, I think you have a lot of good points. You've had a lot of good points, and I'm not trying to take over here at all, but like, you've helped me a lot, Digital. Like, you stood your ground. You said, hey, I don't know enough about this, and I'm not going to get fucking chastised for it. And nobody here fucking shit on you for that. Same with me.
Oh,
I'm dumbfounded to the fucking Bible. I just know what I believe and what I do, right? But relations or anything like that, what's the difference in faith and belief? What's the difference in that? If we want to sit down and talk about, like, hey, your house right now, diabolical, is on fire, should I believe you more than God?
Thank you, Yirza.
Yes, thank you, Yirza. That was amazing.
like to answer you, so I guess it's a generalized answer, but more or less, I'm looking for what's actually going to work. I'm looking for the real fix. Not,
What's going to work for you?
No, I don't, bro. I don't care about me. I want the planet to work, and I don't want the stupid ass excuses of it was an accident, it's a mystery. I'm tired of that shit. Like, we're not that stupid.
I mean, sorry, if y'all want to, like, mute me at any point, go ahead. But seriously, but like, I had so many questions about this because, like, I don't worry about the fucking planet because I piss myself, I shit myself, I eat and drink and talk to humans myself. So I need to take care of myself. And if the planet falls, it's none of my fucking business. That's.
I mean,
You just had to get us there, Chris.
Sorry, guys. Sorry.
Not to mock digital at all, but it just seemed like the moment to point out that we are kind of getting off the rails.
Off the thigh rails?
Not the thigh rails. Yeah, I don't know why it is that you feel that people don't treat you in particular with
Well,
kindness.
it's not me in particular.
But if you're just talking about the world in general and people being unkind, then I can completely understand that. That does happen. It could be, however, that is where your focus is. If the focus were on kindness, perhaps that might be what you see. But I do want to get us back to the God belief, if that's all right, to question just a little bit more before we move on. But I do appreciate you, Digital, for answering the questions you have so far. For you, it feels like you can question your beliefs, that you do question the potentiality of a God may not exist. Do you fear that inevitability somehow shown?
Yeah, I fear that I'm wrong, yeah, and that I invested my faith into a sham, and that when I pass, well, I don't know what the hell's gonna happen, or the worst is gonna happen. Yeah, for sure. It's on my mind every second.
What is the worst?
Well, the worst to me would be eternity, just a shit eternity. I mean, whatever it is, if it's fire, the void, or whatever. I don't
What
want.
about
I don't want that.
nothingness?
Yeah.
Do you
I don't
fear
want to spend.
nothingness?
Yeah, for sure.
Not spending eternity in nothingness,
No,
absence
I don't.
of experience.
No, because then I'm like.
Do you fear that?
No, because I wouldn't even know at that point, so I wouldn't really care. I care about what's gonna, well, I guess what I'm gonna feel, I suppose, for the eternity.
But if there's no you to feel it, if there's no you to experience it,
Yeah, then I don't care.
that doesn't frighten you.
No, no, because, well, no. I mean, it would be a shitty deal. Don't get me wrong.
Why?
Life, what? Because life isn't. This isn't a nice, sweet experience. This is, to me, anyways, it's garbage. So, there's no point.
If this was the only experience, you would feel there was no point.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'd totally be like, yeah, I'm never buying this again.
So you think that adding an eternity of joy and a lack of suffering to the end of this life would somehow make this life more valuable?
Not valuable, just in my case, bearable. Essentially, it's helping me to just bear whatever years I have left on this earth. Unless we actually successfully change things.
Wouldn't the idea that there is nothing after this be a motivator to change things?
No, even worse.
Why?
I would care a lot. Well, why? Why should I care? Why? I don't even enjoy waking up. What? I don't have that energy to care for somebody else that much.
So because you don't have the energy to wake up, you don't think you would have the energy to, whether there is a God or not?
In my experience, yeah, because my experience was.
Could that be
kind of
for
horrible.
you? Could that? I don't want to say that it is unique to you, but do you think that it is possible that that is just your experience? That some other people may feel that way too, but that some others may feel motivated
Oh, for sure, for sure. It depends on the other data points on their head.
I feel that. Do you see adding an eternity to the end of this life might potentially devalue this life rather than increase its value?
No, because it also gives us a job, right? The word, it tells us that essentially we're not just here to dally along and have fun or tell people to join up. He actually tells us that, well, we're supposed to subjugate creation under us, and
but it does also tell you to spread the word, doesn't it?
Well, spreading the word, it's more like spreading the frequency of Jesus Christ, which would entail to basically remove the cancerous issues that are caused, spiritually and through the mind and the systems and the thinkings and the spiritual corrupted entities also. So it essentially, it's not just like a sound good faith. It gives us a battle plan, and then it gives us friends and all of that.
A battle plan?
Yeah.
What do you mean, battle?
Well, it tells us that, there was an original point of entry where it started to go shitty with Lucifer in heaven.
Where does it say that?
It says, I don't know the verse, I don't know by heart, but it's basically, it says, Satan, he's gonna create a mutiny because he wanted to become the chief, and 1/3 decided.
Which verse is this? Do you even know which book? And while you look that up, I've got to thank everybody we're at 31,000 likes. Thank you, everybody, for tapping the screen, for sharing. Crooked arrow at the bottom, and add the
repost it. Either way, helps get us out to the FYP.
Oh shit! You said more gifts? Hold on.
I didn't say more gifts. I was thinking for the taps.
You want to give more gifts. It's appreciated, but never necessarily. Oh my god.
Holy shit.
Whoa, pew pew.
Holy shit.
So, Chris, I need you, whenever I start doing my lives again, I need you to start coming to my lives.
Fuck you, Hammy. I'm here for him. Not you, Hammy. You fucking piggybacking bitch.
Whoa. What did I do?
Shots fired.
Don't gaslight me, Hammy.
Okay, in Ezekiel 20:17, it basically describes, it's like telling the thinking in 3D, in third person, about Lucifer, falling in love with his own beauty. So to me, I enjoy the fact that, okay, it tells me, all right, this is the dickhead, number one, and then it tells me why my parents, Adam and Eve, kind
Ezekiel, which verse again?
Ezekiel 28:17.
28:17. Wisdom, for the sake of your splendor, I cast you to the ground. I exposed you before kings to feast their eyes on you. What's the context of this?
Well, the beauty part, and to me,
to me it speaks. Not that I want to debate on if it is or not, but to me it's about Lucifer. And then if we check like in some other verses, it does say that 1/3 of the angels went with him. So then, when you relate that with Adam and Eve, and their
Which
thinking,
verse says that 1/3 of the angels went with him?
It could be in Revelation 12, 3 and 4.
Thrayle, isn't it? Well, I'll wait to see if digital finds that.
Oh, no, go ahead. Because I don't think that's exactly that one.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, it's Sinol points it out in the chat, Paradise Lost. But I'm thinking isn't it also mentioned in the Book of Enoch?
Oh, yeah.
Could be wrong. I will say that different snippets from it, but from what I remember someone once telling me, the Book of Enoch was basically the story of what happened between the angels and God. Part of it, at least, is the story of what happened between the angels and God before creation and whenever God created man.
I think most of what he's talking about is Book of Enoch. The verse you gave me from Ezekiel is to the king of, or the prince of Tyre.
What's Tyre?
Tyre, it was a kingdom.
An ancient city.
Okay, because yeah, it says its tail swept a third of the stars out of the sky. So I don't know how that would fit.
Oh, that's whenever it's supposed to be what happens in the end times, not whenever Satan is cast down.
Right, but it says its tail swept a third of the stars out of the sky and flung them to the earth.
Yeah, that's
Its
supposed
tail.
to happen in the end of days.
This is Revelation. Thank Shell Dash and 96 for helping with the previous goal. Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, Revelation is
Hats off.
basically is basically a story of somebody receiving a vision from God and Jesus about what's to come at the end of days, and this the tell of the giant. I believe it says serpent, or it could say dragon, but then both of those are mentioned in Revelation. But that the tail sweeping a third of the stars and casting them down to earth, that is one of the signs of the end of days. That's something that is to come in the future, but has not happened yet.
Okay, but yeah, my not to cut you off or anything, just saying, yeah, like that's, so it gave me an explanation for the beginning and like the main issues, I guess. So to me it's like it's not a feel good book. It's just an explanation because that's what I want. I'm like, God, this is bullshit.
Does
I
it
don't
matter
like this place.
Does it matter if the explanation is wrong?
Oh, for sure, but till now, I haven't, like, I accepted the explanation, and now just stuff happens to kind of feed into the faith of that acceptance.
Believers, I ask it of atheists. What might convince you that your God does not exist?
A good explanation, and then everything fixed.
a good explanation and everything fixed.
Yeah.
How
we
would
need to-
everything fixed provide you any evidence that no God exists? Wouldn't that be more something a God would do?
No, because to me, as us as humans have all the the capacities and everything that we need. So to me, we can't blame anything or anybody, and
Are you sure we have
comprehend.
all the capacities we need, you said?
Yeah, 100%. In my opinion, I don't feel like we have any excuses to be like, oh, it's not working or we're not doing a good enough job. Like, I don't think we can say that.
So
I
you're
mean,
saying
if we look
if
at
humans somehow found harmony and worked together, that would provide evidence against a God?
Kind of, yeah. In a way. In a way, it would. It would, because then I don't need an explanation anymore.
And I'm not trying to meet it, but it does sound like you're trying to set that standard somewhere where it is untouchable.
What?
Like, if you were to ask an atheist what might convince you that a God exists, and they said, oh, world peace and everyone getting along and all the problems of the world being fixed. I mean, that sounds like an atheist might say that to describe what a God could do. But why would it be the reason to believe that no God exists? Why would that be that standard?
Because we'd be fully self-sufficient. We wouldn't need a reason why it's not working properly, right? We could just go about our business and evolve.
So you're saying the only reason things don't work properly is because of God?
No, no.
The
Not quite like
explanation
that.
provided by God.
Well, if there
Sin.
wasn't any God, then technically it would all be logical, and there wouldn't be any reason for us to not
Wouldn't there
excel
be
as the
people? Wouldn't there still be people clinging to ancient beliefs?
Yeah, but we could deal with those pretty easily, and mental issues and all that, like under mental issues.
Not be offensive if somebody just referred to your belief as it stands now as a mental issue.
Not really, because I don't really take offense to it. I see their point, right?
Is it possible that that is what motivates your belief?
Sorry, that what motivates my belief?
I was asking without asking the question that I thought might offend.
Oh, what? I'm confused. Just you can. I won't get offended.
Is it some mental issue that motivates your belief?
No. I can't really say that it's mental issues because I'm not really biased to it. Like, I don't really care. You know what I mean? I don't really care about the Bible that much. I don't really care about believing that much. I have better stuff to do with my life than to care about what's written on a page 2,000 years ago. You know what I mean? So I don't really think it's mental issues. It's more like I need answers.
Mm-hmm. A desire for answers, so you assume these answers until they're no longer fitting. But from your estimation, something you said earlier, you say they seem to be fitting more and more. How is it that they are fitting more? There is a poll in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, everybody. Little blue check mark up there in the white box. If you click that, it'll let you tell us what you're thinking.
I got distracted by the poll of kicking me off. What's the question?
Hey, you took that personal, bro.
Look,
You took that
at
personal,
least-
bro. You can't take it
But the
personal,
funniest
bro.
thing, but the funniest thing is he acknowledged it because there's been several times whenever Thrayle has done a poll and the guest never acknowledges. He goes, "Oh, sorry, I got distracted by the poll of whether or not to kick me out."
Listen, Digital, I think, dude, you're fucking awesome, and
Thanks, man.
you've held your own for a good while now, and
Third time's a charm, right, Digital?
I don't.
Oh yeah, I guess so.
Listen, bub, you've helped me. How about that?
That's good, man.
I don't know what the fuck you helped me with, but you helped me.
Well, I noticed one thing is that people seek wisdom, they seek understanding, and I feel like when there's some people they come up defensive, but I feel like over time something kind of something changes.
Well, I can definitely say it's a marked change from our first two discussions. So I appreciate that, Digital. I don't think that you're unquestionable. I think that you do have a bias towards an answer. And I wonder what motivates that bias.
Can you give me an example? Because I don't know what bias is that much.
Oh, I can answer that for you. If you don't mind.
Yeah, go for it, Christopher.
If you say, hey, you don't care about certain this, you don't care about that, you don't care this, that, blah blah blah. You said that multiple times. You don't care about the readings. And I ask you, hey, what's spiritual in you that's keeping you through Christianity? You say, hey, I don't care about this, I don't care about that. Why don't you care, bro?
Because I'm angry.
Why?
Life pissed me off.
Okay, but what is...
What biases?
Exactly.
It is actually. Well, he's
no 100%.
Tugging at the root. It's an angry at God scenario.
Oh, okay.
I'm just angry at everything.
Are you angry at yourself?
Yes.
Okay. You got to find the root within yourself, the core. Dude, you have to. Dude, you have to. Have you ever heard the onion peel scenario?
No.
Okay. Onion peel. Hey, peel that onion back, right? And the core in the onion is sweet.
That's interesting.
So the meat in the sandwich is juicy.
Yes. But hey, listen, I'm not trying to take it over here, but like, dude, I think you're not misunderstood. I hear you. You're awesome. I got your back. I sent you a follow. But dude,
thanks.
It's not God's fault. It's not any spiritual fault. It's not any religious fault. It's not anything that's your fault within yourself. And by the way, that's something from me, not anything of this platform that's here. And you got to find that.
Well, I can easily challenge that by telling you my story. You'll see quick enough that it's not like a problem of defect inside of me. It's more the outcomes of my life that pissed me the fuck off.
Right. Who caused those outcomes?
Well,
Why
my
should
wife,
anybody have caused them?
For one, doesn't help, right?
Does Does anyone else, does anyone at all, bear the responsibility for the outcomes? Or does everyone and everything?
So yes, I bear the outcomes for myself.
Well, it was more digital.
Oh, my bad.
But
Yeah.
Answer for digital, Chris.
Wait. What are you asking?
it was about what bears the responsibility for those outcomes. Is it just you, just someone else, just God, or is it everything?
Oh, it's never God, and it's people and me.
Why is it
Probably
never God?
mostly me. Well, he's never to blame. So, I'll come back to the fact that I don't think we have an excuse. I think we have everything that we need to make it basically perfect. We just are dummies. And then the second part, yeah.
What is perfect?
Perfect. Well, like in my eyes, I guess everybody is, they have their own land, their own family, and their own way of interacting with each other that's not parasitic and stupid system in nature. And yeah, like essentially none of the bad things, and the sickness too. I would deal with that.
I got questions.
I'm gonna let you get one or two questions in, RC, but we did run that poll to kick him off, as he put it. And so we will wind down and get to a new guest soon. But I'll let you get a couple questions.
So, you say it's never on God, but you believe in God, right?
Yeah.
Okay, do you believe God is omniproperties, omnipresent, omnipotent, omnibenevolent, etc.?
Yeah, for sure. The whole pack.
So, do you believe that God is a creator God and that God created everything?
Yeah.
So then, how are the problems or the capability for the problems to arise not on God?
Because he gave us already all that we need.
But according to what you said yes to, he also put everything in place where everything could go wrong.
Yeah, kind of. He did build the sandbox that can go really wrong really quickly, for sure.
Let's say that I build a house, but I do it in a way where all the foundation's really flimsy, and one mistake could cause everything to come crashing down, or someone could get really hurt. Is it the person living in the house's fault, or is it my fault, the way that I built it?
Oh, in this instance, then the foundation would be quite simple, and it's immovable and perfect, which is Jesus Christ.
No,
so
that's
this...
not what I asked. If I build a house, but I deliberately do it in a way that's really dangerous, let's put it that way. I do it in a way that and I know that I'm doing it, and a really bad could happen to somebody in that house, but I make it in a certain way anyway, and that person gets hurt in the myriad of ways that I set it up. Is it the people living in the house's fault for falling into those hazards, or is it my fault for building the house in such a hazardous way?
Oh yeah, it's definitely your fault, 100%.
Correct.
Yeah, correct. But
and so, if your God made everything, and your God made it in a way where such hazards could happen and such disastrous things could happen to people, does that blame not fall on God? If I'm responsible for a crappy house that I built, why is God not responsible for a crappy reality that he built?
Because the foundation is perfect, and he gave you the foundation, and he said go and build, and we built.
But we had the capability of fucking things up, and things fucked up.
Yep, that's just how it goes.
But do you not see the parallels though?
Not really. I just see how dumb humans are.
Or maybe you're special pleading.
How am I special pleading? I'm just accepting that he gave us the foundation and we can't build for shit.
It's you're giving God the exception, where
You're blaming God.
no, if a God exists and the God is responsible for existing, and God is responsible for all of creation, and creation is in such a way that we're able to have all the bad things happen to us, then yeah.
Why are you assuming the foundation was perfect?
Oh, because it's Jesus Christ, and all that we need is eternal life
So
and
you're
forgiveness from
assuming the
God.
foundation is perfect because the book says it's perfect. I thought you didn't put the stock in the pages. Where does this come from?
Well, wait, what?
Where does this idea that it's Jesus Christ and all that? I mean, you said that like it was a machine response, like a robot. Like, what were you actually perfect?
Because, like, that's him, right? The foundation is him, and the goal for the
What do you mean
foundation
the
is
foundation is him?
the only way to get eternal life is by the sacrifice. So to me, that is.
So this is. Wait, why is the only way to get eternal life sacrifice? Human sacrifice?
Because God was too pissed off at me, and I could not do a perfect life like he wants, so Jesus did it for me.
Sorry, because God was pissed off at man.
No, at me. Like,
at
I
you.
personally.
You, personally. Yeah. God was
Yeah.
pissed off at you. Why was God pissed off at you?
Well, because I'm an idiot and I do stupid shit. You know, I'm not perfect. So, God
what does that have to do with
like,
God?
Well, he's the one who's gonna decide what the heck happens to me in eternity.
Where did you get that?
What? That's a part of the faith. If God is true, and
so we're back to the
true.
pages. So doesn't it seem like these pages matter a lot more to you than you let on? If you keep going back to things from the pages.
Yeah, well, of course they matter, but at the end of the day, yes, they matter to be able to communicate and believe in it. But at the end of the day, I don't care that, like, yes, it's a nice sounding story, and some things are actually.
But you keep referring to them. You keep referring to them in like the foundation of everything was perfect because it says the foundation was Jesus Christ, and Jesus Christ is the way to forgiveness because you need forgiveness because you did bad. Like, all of these things are from the book that you said you didn't put much stock in, but you're putting all of your stock into it.
Well, it does make sense though that, you know, I'm pretty sure that it's fair to assume that, you know, not everybody thinks they're perfect.
What does that have to do with foundations being perfect?
For eternal life, if there's an eternal life.
Why would there be an eternal life?
Because to me, again, if the alternative is no eternal life, then there's nothing.
Because it feels unfair to you. Because this life feels unfair.
No,
you feel like you deserve
life
more.
Feels unfair. No, I don't deserve anything.
So, what is it about just this life that is unfair?
The fact that, again, that I believe that we have everything that we need and capabilities and intelligence to, you know, ensure everybody is essentially almost equally taken care of.
Could it not be ideas like eternal afterlife? It'll all be better when we get there, that leave people to not work towards a better life here.
Oh, no, again, I'll come back
It couldn't
to
be.
not in this story, no, because it doesn't tell us that. It doesn't say that we should not care about this life. In fact, it tells us that it's our job to care about the people and the planet and the animals and all of that. He specifically tells us that that's what we should care about, not ourselves, not our selfish desires, that we're basically a steward for the planet.
Wait, hold on. So you contradicted yourself.
Which part?
When let's backtrack like or anything like that. Blah blah blah. The thing that I was talking to you about, you contradict. So you're reading scripture that you believe in, and you're contradicting it. I'm going to meet up.
It's not a contradiction. It's not a contradiction. It's the fact God
Not a debate.
me.
It's not a debate. I'm just saying,
No,
hey man, I love you, digital, but like, fuck, dude.
I like.
Was there something there, RC?
No, I was about to say I like fucking dudes.
So is my girl.
Well, Christopher said fuck dude. I like fucking dudes.
I don't fuck dudes.
Okay.
But,
Okay.
It's not- that's like it's not
we
related.
did run the poll. I think this is probably the best stop to get off on, because if we keep going down this track, I think we're going to end up
And what the fuck territory.
Yeah, exactly. In what the fuck land. So, Digital, I appreciate you coming up.
Thank you.
And I hope that you keep asking questions, and maybe another time we'll dig a little deeper into how much of the doctrine and the pages you actually hold to. But I appreciate you. Keep asking questions. And if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate you or argue. I just want to know if you can.
What's up, bitches? Get your ugly ass
What
out of
is
here,
it
you
that
dumbass.
you believe, and why? Goodbye, Brian. Thank you, Christopher. Nice distraction.
Boy.
Nobody even noticed.
Oh fuck, dude. Hey, close your eyes.
That was just, yeah.
That's like balls.
Hello, Ian. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Ian might be asleep.
I would have left. Do you remember that one day, Thrayle, where like somebody came back on like 2 or 3 different accounts?
It happens often. I'm usually ready for that, but Ian had been in the queue long. They were a ghost. We do still have Christopher on panel to question.
Yeah, question me. Let's go, dude. I'm literally ready, and I'm so open minded about it.
So, Christopher, why are you wrong?
Why? Why am I
Yes,
wrong?
why are you wrong?
What do you more context? What am I wrong about?
Yeah.
I told you they would ask, Hammy.
No, I'm being serious. Like, what am I wrong about? Because if I feel something,
You're wrong about everything.
am I?
Everything.
Perfect. What have I claimed
So
to be
why are
right
you
about?
wrong?
What have I been? What have I claimed to be right about?
You're wrong about the halfway live globe.
The halfway life goal?
Yeah, and it's obnoxious like King
Yeah,
Song.
you're not wrong about that. You know what? I'm wrong, and I apologize.
Think about what you've done.
There we go.
And I will.
Thrayle got him.
Oh gosh, I'm so sorry, guys, and I'm so sorry for this live.
We can get you this time.
What have I done here? I sent a gift other than what the live goal was, and I apologize.
Oh, how dare you!
My God's gonna be pissed.
I'm surprised you didn't ask me the same question in reverse, but Cat's
Why
up here.
why would I? We'd
Cat's
be on
going
here
to.
for 3 hours, Hammy.
Cat is going to ask a question. Hello, Cat.
Pretty sure Cat's going to ask me the same question I asked Chris.
What is being wrong?
We have. Cat has all the
No,
bars.
you are wrong.
Her profile picture isn't loaded in yet.
I can't understand her.
Come on,
Does it
Cat.
show me?
Load in.
We hear you, kind of.
This is why I'm not up here.
No,
Why I'm
we
not
hear you.
saying because
Is she a spirit box?
because I don't have the power.
Motivate the frogs
Can you hear
to
me?
motivate the Wi-Fi. Yes, we hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I asked, why are we apologizing for being wrong? And I said, "Ham, you just are wrong."
Oh, that's a declarative statement, though.
Wait, who was that question to?
I know.
Hammy's wrong.
Well, who apologized for being wrong? No.
That's true, Christopher.
No. I made
True
the
story.
the declarative statement
Hammy was wrong, and we acknowledge that.
that Hammy is wrong.
But the question, why apologize?
And asked
for
why
being
you
wrong?
apologized for being.
Yeah, that's for you,
For who?
Christopher.
Mm-hmm.
What did I say?
You were sorry you were wrong. But before we get too much into the meta of the apology for being wrong, I am curious about your Catholicism. You've answered for the most part that you would continue to go to Mass. You would still want to be Catholic, even if your God didn't exist. And right now you have no way to point to what that God is or if it even exists. It sounds like you're mostly open to being wrong. But I'm curious, what is it about Catholicism that you most embrace, that you most want?
Yeah, I can give you that. Honestly, I don't go there and look at Jesus on the crucifix that's always displayed in the Catholicism church. It's not the beautiful cathedrals or anything like that. It's the literally I can have my own peace within myself. Like legit. There's silence. It takes a while to get there. And I get it through
within yourself.
Yes. Like I can finally like breathe in the last 15 minutes of an hour mass. I can breathe and have that 10-15 minutes. It's not the whole hour. First 30 minutes is like me contemplating like everything I've done wrong, me blah blah blah. I feel guilty being here, blah blah blah. And then finally it's like meditative, like a meditative spot, 10-15 minutes at the end. And it's not taking communion. It's not taking the blood of Christ or whatever you want to call it. I get the same thing through adoration. But there's no other religion that I know of that offers that to me. Like I know of a place that gives me adoration 24 hours, and I can go give a code in, and I can go sit in silence. But I don't look at it as like in front of the body of Christ. I don't. I look at it as a place like no judgment. Just like here, like same here. I'll say whatever the fuck it is, and I don't feel any judgment. And if y'all do
Do you
judge me,
feel do you feel if you questioned the Eucharist that you might get judgment?
no, no.
Do you believe in the transubstantiation?
Can you explain that to me?
When you eat of the body and drink of the blood, does it become body and blood?
To me, yes. I don't look at it as like I'm drinking wine or drinking or eating bread. I don't.
What separates that from vampirism and cannibalism?
It doesn't. There's no separation on that. You're consuming a body and blood. There's no separation. I don't care who you are and what you say. Like, if you're thinking that you're going to take the body of Christ, which is human, and the blood of Christ, which is human, same thing.
Big vampire.
Pretty much.
Fascinating.
And I'm not up here trolling. Like, it's legit. It's not cracker and wine. Like, anybody that goes up there to mass and earns their, goes to RCIA and all the classes that you have to take. I became Catholic at 28 years old. They taught us all this. I'm like, wait, hold on. That's the body of somebody? That's the blood of somebody? I'm in. Fuck it. Like, but it's, I mean, it's seriously, it's crazy.
So those are selling points to you.
I think I was trying to find something that mattered to me. But in all reality, like, I needed to matter to myself more than anything. Like, it takes me to go. It takes me to go and do what I do for me, right? God doesn't drive me. Whatever God is, but like, no religion does, no wickedness, no tarot card, no nothing drives me to just like, I live by that. It's me.
If you found problems with the practices of Catholicism, would you leave those practices behind or find a way to make them?
I mean, if you want me to say like, hey, there's been issues within Catholicism, of course there has. There's been 3 to 4% of fucking altar boy shit, right? With priests, right? No. Now, if there was something within where I went to, yeah, I wouldn't go to that one. But that doesn't stop me going to a mass.
Well, the problem is, or what Thrayle's asking is, like, if you found that there was a problem with, like, mass and stuff like that, would you continue to go to mass?
I would take in what you gotta say and go to mass the next day and see if it changes that. And if it changes that, then I can come back tomorrow or the next day. I can go to daily mass tomorrow or today and tell you. Like, if you have something to give me that would change my mind about what gives me mass, then I'll give you tomorrow. But I can't tell you.
That's fair. Would you seek new rituals if you found problems with Mass?
Mm, in what context? Because before Catholicism, like in what I've seen my mom do, and what I've been a part of, like there's a lot of, I feel like, negativity driven rituals, with no good intention. So I don't know. I don't know. It sought me, I feel like.
I guess my question is about the rituals. Is it about the rituals themselves being Catholic rituals, or is it about just having some kind of grounding practice that you repeat?
No, I think it's okay, grounding practice that I repeat. I think it's more the structure that helps me stay in tune with something to ease my mind. I'm not saying it could just be mass, and mass is the only thing that does that. I don't know. But I would say it's more the structure aspect of mass versus like if you go to a Baptist church, no offense to no Baptists out there, y'all can shit on me all you want, I'll say it. I'm not gonna listen to your fucking money grab at all. And how bad I've fucking done every day. It's literally a structured thing to me. And it helps me calm my mind, and I don't want to be there first 30, 40 minutes. My body fucking rejects it. I only get like 10, 15 minutes of fucking quietness.
Could that be your critical thinking rejecting it?
Critical thinking as in like, do I believe in what they're saying? Do I blah, blah? Like, of course, probably. I mean, yeah. I can question my beliefs 100%, but this doesn't mean that I don't get anything from it. So I'm just letting you know that. There's a big difference there.
So the quietness is what you gain from it.
I seek.
Oh.
If you found you could gain that through meditation without the baggage of Catholic doctrine, would that be more appealing to you?
I almost feel held accountable when I go in. No matter like who, I know everybody in there is all fuck ups. Somebody's cheating on who, somebody's an alcoholic, somebody's doing drugs. It doesn't matter. Like all that. I'm in a room of fuck ups, but then we're all doing the same thing. So it's my job to hone in. It's not a God thing. Yeah, go for it.
It's the same thing. It was the same question you asked her.
It's what I do.
And what was it, Hammy?
It's the same question Thrayle had just asked you about. If there was a way to seek it out through other means, such as meditation.
I've done it through Wim Hof. Like nothing I've been consistent with. Even with religion, I haven't been consistent. I don't go to daily mass every fucking day. I don't go on holy day of obligations, of what they call it. Like, I go when I need to fill my cup, but I will go to adoration. If we want to talk about adoration, we can talk about adoration. And
what is adoration?
Adoration is where you're one with the Eucharist of God, or Jesus Christ, right? The Eucharist, the body of Christ. But when I'm in there at 3 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, I don't go during the day with others. I know I go when I'm by myself. I feel like euphoric feeling. And euphoric meaning I've taken shrooms before, all these other
Yeah, don't list.
Sorry. Yeah. But yeah, I get the same feeling. But a better sense of like chilling within that hour. But it takes a while to get to that point. And meditation is the same way. You can do it at home by yourself, calming. You can get it in here. I've got it in here. But those are my spots. You know what I mean? I'll never not do or not go to mass and not go to adoration. Because I know that's somewhere that I know that will complete at least some type of peace. Not really peace. Sorry, peace is fucking different. Quietness.
What would you say, Christopher, is the biggest question you have, or the best critique you have of your own beliefs?
Why do I have one? Because what I feel is what I feel, and I'm not going to critique how I feel. I'm not gonna question how I feel. Now, if you want to put a label on it, you want to question a god, you want to question people around in a religion, organized religion, in any aspect, or Wiccan.
What would you say is the best critique you have of Catholicism?
I can't speak on that because I don't have enough ammo on that. Because for me, it's done a lot for me, but not in a religious aspect of like book talk or God or Jesus or anything. I'm saying, I guess if you're asking for my opinion, go somewhere, find where you want to go. If it makes you feel good, don't not stop going. Even if it's right or wrong, you never know. If that makes any sense.
So for you, no matter where someone goes, if it makes them feel good, they shouldn't stop going. And for you, the Catholic Church makes you feel good, especially on certain types of mass and certain rituals.
Yeah.
So you won't stop going.
And I would never stop anybody going to, let's say, a different type of mass, a darker mass. If that makes you feel good, that's what you believe in. Like, you can't judge on that. Like, you can't. Who are we to?
If the things you believe are true or not.
Does it matter if I believe what are true to me or not? I like to believe that there's good in this world, but is there? No. I like to believe a lot of things. Doesn't mean it's true, but what I feel is true.
You don't think there's good in this world? Is that what you said?
I didn't say there's bad and good. and say there isn't all bad or all good, but do I believe there's good in this world? Not all. But what I feel is true to me. And I don't feel like that's going to go anywhere. And if you can change my mind about that, let's try it.
I don't know that I'm here to change your mind.
No, I know you're not, and that's what I'm saying. Like, and that's why I respect you so much. And it's not a debate on religion.
What does good or bad even mean to you?
Okay. Choice words here, so we don't get in trouble. But like, let's say somebody goes to church every day, but then hits their, whatever, you know what I mean? Significant. Does that make them good? Or
That doesn't quite answer.
I know. I'm trying to
Anybody's
beat
asking.
around the bush here for TikTok.
Well, we know what you were saying.
Yeah.
The question isn't about whether or not that act is good or bad. The question is, what is good or bad?
Is that not a feeling of what you think is right and wrong? And if you choose to go against right and wrong and within your own self and wrong, even though if you don't agree with it or not, but I felt like it was right, then it's right for me.
So a subjective.
It's
morality.
very. Because there's no definite right or wrong.
Interesting.
I mean, I don't think so.
I'm not here to tell you you're wrong at all.
No, 100%. I'm not taking that way, brother. But
if good or bad or right or wrong are subjective, if they're determined based on our opinions and our feelings, then what do you say about all the moral prescriptions, the goods, the bads, the rights, the wrongs the Bible prescribes?
I think it gives you good context. It gives you good context through Scripture. It really does. It contradicts itself. And Ten Commandments, whatever you want to call it, blah, blah, blah. I don't live by anything that the Bible says. I don't live by anything that the Ten Commandments says. I mean, if Hemi and I were best friends and there was $20 on the fucking table over there, I wouldn't steal it. But if I chose to, would it be right or wrong? Dude, I just go to mass because it makes me feel a certain way. That's it. It's
not even about a belief in a God. It's not about a belief in the
No.
right or wrong of the Bible. It's not a belief even in Christianity or the people. It's about the peace, the quiet, the calm that the ritual gives you.
Mhm.
And you like this ritual.
Yes.
But if you liked another one, it wouldn't make you want to believe in that organization or that God any more than you do in this one.
Well, I never said I believe in that God or anything.
That's what I
like that.
mean.
Yeah.
That's what I meant.
I mean,
Is
yeah.
that
I mean,
it's
if
not
there's-
about the God or the.
If I could find more places that gave me that peace and tranquility, yes.
If you found that the promoting the Catholic Church or supporting the Catholic Church or even just arriving, attending in some way or another, would you continue to do that or would you seek ritual in another way?
And I know I'm talking about it now, but like I've never invited anybody to Catholic Church.
Right, and that wasn't what I meant.
No, but but kind of in a way though. Um, I'm not ever gonna invite somebody to experience what I experience because nobody's gonna experience what I feel ever.
It wasn't about inviting someone. What I was asking was more to the point of, do you, if there were some way that you attending, just you going, was somehow contributing to harm somewhere else, would that make you stop going?
In what context?
I'd have to construct some kind of, obvious fabrication. Um, y-
That goes between the right and wrong thing of like, okay, what's harm to you and what's harm to me?
If you felt that what you were doing were contributing somehow to the harm caused somewhere else by the Catholic Church just by your attendance alone.
You're saying somewhere else, or are you talking about humanism? Or are you talking about like a group of people? Like I have to know like the context of like what's harming, because like if it's not harming something that doesn't bother me, then yeah, I won't stop. But if I
So
know,
if it's something harmful to others
yeah,
that's not bothering you.
no, okay, so if it's harmful to others, and it's really painful to others that I go, then yeah, I'll find my peace within myself somewhere else.
That's a fair answer.
Like there has to be just like they said down there, it has to be emotional investment.
So, like, let's say that every time you walk into a church to go do mass, there's like a 30% chance that somewhere out there a child would continue to go to church.
Knowing that like the poverty in certain countries already, no, I would not stop, because like, okay, for one, that's not my fucking problem. One, I don't have the money for it. Two, I need to work on myself, and that's what makes me happy and makes me a better person. That makes me not lash out or angry or resentful for others, because I find some type of peace for 10-15 minutes within a mass of an hour mass. You know what I mean? Like I can't put the world's problem on my shoulders. I'm not God.
You don't have to take on the world's problems to have empathy.
Right. I can't say, hey, I don't feel bad for them, but I'm not going to stop what I'm. Now, if I'm detrimental to 30% of a population somewhere, yeah, fucking done. But if I don't know that going in, which I don't.
Do you do kind of charity work?
Say again, RC, you're cutting out, babe.
Do you do any kind of charity work?
Do I? I do me.
No worries.
And and that's all I'll leave it as. I don't need to toot my horn.
Honk honk.
I really don't.
I don't know that I have very many more questions, but the question of empathy is raising a few that might pull us on a detour. Does anybody else have any questions for Christopher?
No, I'm good.
And I'm not trying to be a hard ass up here. I'm really not.
I don't think you are,
And
Christopher.
I adore y'all. Like every RC, I listened to your shit last night, and I loved it. You sound just like my mom when before her stroke. Like literally, Thrayle, like everything. 20 years in that shit, like all that jazz. Like I've been in that life, and I love you for that. And like listen to your stuff and how you talk to the other woman.
Which one?
I'm not going to mention her name because she doesn't matter right now. Like what I'm saying is you. Thank you.
Oh, well,
You're very
no.
intelligent. Hammy, you're a dick, and I love it. And anytime y'all want me up here, dude, and I'm only going to speak on my experiences. That's it. I'm not going to speak on some shit I read.
I appreciate that, Christopher. I really can. And I can hear where you're at with your beliefs, how you question them, and I can appreciate that there is questioning involved, that there is not a blind acceptance of what you're told. But yeah, I really do appreciate you coming up, answering the questions, going on a journey with us. You got a few really good questions in on Digital's interview, and I appreciated those as well. So thank you so much.
Yeah, dude.
I do think we're ready to move on.
Yeah.
I hope you keep asking questions.
Oh, I will. Like,
oh, and he got the unceremonious drop in the middle of his goodbyes, just like all my friends. You can thank Hammy for that. I think he encouraged it early on, and now I just do it to everyone. But thank you, Christopher. And we can get some W's in the chat. Christopher is questioning. But if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request up. I thought we had a request. But now I'm just left with atheists.
Yes, us damn dirty atheists. As Butcher would call us.
RC, did you ever believe in a god?
Oh, absolutely. I used to be Catholic.
Why?
Because I was
Why
raised.
did you leave?
Oh, why did I leave? I've told you that story before, didn't I? Oh shit. So basically, when I started getting really anxious about my faith, because I started reading about hell. I've started reading about things like sin and that and whatnot, and I got to the point where I honestly thought that literally every darn thing that I was doing was going to get me into hell. And nobody, and the scariest thing about this, nobody was putting this in my head. No priest, no family member, no community member, nothing. It was literally all of my own anxiety playing against me. And so it got to a point where, literally for the sake of my own mentality, I had to tell myself it's like, why am I doing this? Why am I so afraid to live my life? And if everyone's a sinner and there's no way we can be perfect, and basically it's like I'm trying to, because I also have OCD as well. It's like, it's like, and there's a God who's supposed to be all loving, all knowing, all this and all whatnot, then this God should know my circumstance more than anybody else. And like, it's like, honestly, I'm supposed to love God, but am I loving God because I love God, or do I love God because I'm just afraid of roasting? For me, it was definitely the latter. And so,
Fear of roasting.
fear of roasting and hellfire. Yep. I mean, like I would have been more roasted than a rotisserie chicken in a voodoo circle. Um, I'm never not going to bring that up.
Understandable.
Chicken.
You were there for the first interview with Chicken Kicker, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
Yeah.
It was here, and I was on the panel, and it was hilarious.
I know. I will never not reference Chicken Kicker for as long as I'm around. And so back to my story. And so again, it was mostly it was just mostly therapeutic. Like, you know what, I can't do this anymore. And so it's around that time, my sister, you know, she became like a neo-pagan, a Wiccan, and that kind of like I kind of saw that as kind of like leaving the door open for me to walk out to if I needed to. And so I took up that opportunity, and I'm like, and I just, from my teenage years up until my mid 20s, I was what I called myself a new age. And then that's when I reached 25, had my quarter life crisis where I realized, oh crap, I don't think I believe in a god at all. And it was one of the most devastating things that I could have ever realized. I felt a mixture of shame, anger, confusion, disappointment in myself, all at the same time. But after that, it started feeling a little ambivalent, but felt a lot less, again, a lot less burdensome. I felt a lot less burdened because of it. I didn't feel like that everything was, again, in a box. I didn't feel like that everything was, and which says that to me, whether it was subconsciously or consciously, I kind of realized that having a God belief kind of restricted my thinking a little bit. I mean, and don't get me wrong, I still find meaningful coincidences in like the woo and shit and whatnot. You know that know that damn well, Thrayle. But it's even then I see it more so as food for thought than something that is like, oh, this is like the law of the universe, or it's like you know, the tarot cards have sway over like where the tarot cards like, you know, like will tell you like, you know, what's gonna happen and yada and all that stuff. And it's like, this is one of the reasons why I get so annoyed when people say, oh, you just became an atheist because you just wanted to sin and hate God and this, that, and whatnot. And I'm like, dude, I literally had a breakdown like I just lost a friend when I realized I didn't believe in God. I felt more shame for myself than I ever did when I was a Catholic, when I came to that realization. Sorry.
How's it going? I might have more questions about that RC in just a moment, but welcome. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 19.
What year were you born?
2005.
It's interesting the way that math works. If anybody has a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, you're capable of doing math and questioning your beliefs. Go ahead and request on that.
Well, you said you had more questions, so why not take this opportunity now?
What was the singular tipping point?
The singular tipping point that made me realize, oh shit, I don't believe in a god. It's when I was thinking about energy. That when I learned what the law of thermodynamic was, I'm like, wait a minute, energy cannot be created nor destroyed. If that's true, then what is a god supposed to be then? I mean, is there a god and God just used energy to create the universe? Is God made from energy? It's like, is there like, or maybe it's possible that the thing that I've been attributing to God this whole time might very well just be a completely different you know, and I'm like, oh shit! It's like, and at the time, like, at the, I want to say just like intuitively, that's where I just realized I just don't believe anymore. Like I just like the idea of God just no longer collect with my head. I'm not even sure I can fully articulate what it was because it was just I just knew. It was very intuitive, very instinctive for me. And I just remember just like when I verbally.
What kind of God would have to exist to click with your head?
At the time, it would have to be like an all source. And that and that's a weird way I'm putting it. Like I'm word fabricating again. Like it's like the all, like the core of everything. And saying that out loud, I'm not even fully sure I could fully comprehend what that would have been if it slapped me in the face. Like, to me, a god was a creator, a god was a governor, a god was an overseer, like the top of the food chain, like the executive office. And so, and that was obviously a conception that was drilled into me from my Catholic upbringing. Like, no ifs, ands, or buts about that. But and again, like, and that's why I realized, holy crap, what even is a god at this point? And if I can't even define what a god is, how the hell can I be expected to believe in one? Awesome. That right, Sauce. Like, what is source? What is God exactly? Fuck. And yeah, and the older I get, and the more I think about these, like, I go on these lives, go on these things, listen to other people's definitions of God, the more I realize, holy crap, I really have no idea what the fuck this God's supposed to be. Everybody has a different answer. Even the people who claim to be part of a unified community, like a religion or something. Unified community. Deconstruction never stops. Is it Christopher? Is it like the fool from the tarot? Christopher, because he does not yet know that he's God. Something that has to be or not.
Nobody knows the question, but we know the answer is 42.
I got a question. Just how hammy is Hammy?
He gets so hammy if you let him.
He's pretty hammy.
I mean, just what exactly... I mean, just what kind of level of ham are we talking about? Are we talking like a nice honey glaze? Are we talking about like a... Like what?
We don't go full ham over here.
I mean, is it served in Easter or Christmas or what? Like, is it Smithfield? Is it like, you know?
It's definitely got those little cloves pinned in it all the way over.
With the pineapple cherries on it?
Yeah.
Is it pinwheel cut?
Cat Father, Sebastian, I have done a hammy cami before. When Thrayle has allowed it.
Yeah,
and that's mainly. Yeah.
We don't need cameras right now. If anybody has a belief, though, in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that. I mean, look, there's even mermaids and Sasquatches and Mothmen and Greys and whatever it is you believe in. If you can question your beliefs, then go ahead. Higher power and question your belief, or prove you wrong. I just want to know if you, whatever you can question, whatever it is you believe in, and if you can, then what is whatever it is you believe in, and why do you believe whatever it is you believe in?
Can you question your god's preference of ham? How to serve it, how to eat it, how to cook it? Can you question that?
Why? No. Why would you? Why would a god eat ham? I mean, a lot of the gods out there don't. Specifically, don't eat ham. Hey, K.
Don't
John,
eat
can
without
I get
consent.
your age?
Yeah, I'm 38.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Well, fortunately to the panel, no, I don't.
And why not?
Because there is no proof either way. So I would believe. Well, I got myself. I would assume that there is no supernatural being outside of time and space.
What do you think would prove to you that there is?
Have to be something that would be non-hallucination. It would not have to come through a dream or some experience. It would have to be in my face that I could sense with all my senses.
So if an experience you could sense with all your senses were experienced, then you would accept that it was somehow from a god.
Well, I mean, yeah, from a god, yeah. That would make more sense. Not the god or a certain god, but a supernatural entity. Yeah.
Would a supernatural entity earn your worship or praise simply by existing, or would you need something more?
Well, when I mean supernatural, it'd be something that is outside of the nature of the world we live in.
Mm-hmm.
So it would have to be outside of time. It would have to be timeless. It would have to be all-knowing. It would have to be all-powerful. And would have to be omniscient, which is kind of...
And if it fit all of those qualifications, would it earn your worship?
You know, if it fit all those, yeah, I would do that, but that's a big thing to fill. Big shoes to fill. So, I mean, I'm not saying it's not possible, but the possibility is limited.
I got a question. So did you say that a god earlier, did you say that a god was something that you had to detect with all of your senses?
Well, I'm saying if there was a god that would present itself to me, yes. I would have to touch it, I would have to see it, I would have to sense or hear it and smell it, right? Well, smelling is kind of different, you know. We'll throw that one out. But I would have to actually be physical with that.
Okay. Because I was about to say, it's like, because like, and not to be funny, but like, what would a god smell or taste like to you? If that was the case.
Well, right? Yeah.
It's like,
I get what you're trying. Yeah, I know.
but even like, you know, like being less trivial about it, it's like, let's say that you're able to see and hear a god, but you can't touch it. Does that disqualify it from being a god?
Well, it depends on, like, when I see and hear it. Am I awake?
Right. So you're so you would then begin to question: Are you hallucinating? Are you in a dreamlike state? Is it just like some kind
Right. Yes.
that's a fair thing to consider. But what if you could again? But like like again, like switch around some of the attributes. You can see, and what was like you can hear, and you can feel this god, but you can't see it.
Well, it would have to go to the same thing. It might, like, I can hear it and feel it, but I can't see it. I'm not blind. I know I'm not blind because I've been seeing my whole life. So it would have to go to the same thing. It might just like it's a hallucination because I'm sorry. We have dreams all the time that we can actually feel something in our dreams, and we see something in our dreams, but sometimes we can feel something in our dreams and hear it, but we don't see it too.
Is it possible for a god to be invisible?
Yeah, it's possible. I anything's possible. I'll have to agree to that. Yes, anything is possible. Yes.
So it's possible for a god to exist that doesn't necessarily meet all your criteria.
Yes, it is possible. Yes.
Interesting. Is somebody on the panel sleeping?
Oh, you hear my dog. He's snoring.
It's a dog snore.
He's like 4 feet away from me. You can still hear it.
So basically the sound effect in the profile picture right now.
I'm not gonna lie, I like the dog snores.
Yeah, I knew a big dog snore the moment I heard it.
I was gonna ask about the timeless or outside of time thing, but then I remembered he doesn't believe in a god.
No, he's not a theist. If you could imagine a god that would be worthy your worship or veneration, what kind of god would it be?
None. There would be no such thing that would deserve my worship, we'll say. Like you have parents, right? You love your parents, right? You know your parents exist because they created you. Love and worship are two different things. So I could say I love my parents, but worship, that's a little that would be a step up, right?
What about respect or venerate?
No, well, respect. What was the other one?
Venerate.
Venerate.
Kind of, yeah.
I'm not too sure what
to pay tribute to.
It's to put something in high regard.
No, well, that's fine. Yeah, you can be. Yeah, yeah, that's good. I mean, you can pay tribute to them.
What kind of god would you pay tribute to? Can you imagine one? If you had to.
To pay tribute to. No, I'm not. No, I can't see myself doing that. Honest, like, because the way I see it, they would have to be above my parents.
And like say the like the Norse pantheon.
I'm sorry, the dog's
Right.
sending me every time.
But veneration then, and say like the Norse pantheon, it's like to put them in high regard, right? So like if you were to venerate the ancestors, you're putting them in high regard. You aren't necessarily like bowing down, worshiping, and things like that, but you do pay tribute in the fact that like whenever you
Thank you,
have
DD.
yeah, I saw that was pretty cool, Doug. Whenever you do kind of a swan, my bad. But whenever you like are giving offerings to the gods, you can also pay tribute in that manner to the ancestors. But venerating in that sense is more like a just placing them in high regards. Like you look towards them for like help and answers and things like that. Kind of like nowadays, like whenever like your past ones have that you're close with have passed on, and you catch yourself talking to them, even though you know it's not going anywhere, it's staying right there with you. It's a way of like ancestor veneration.
Right. I mean, yeah, you can speak out loud to your lost ones. Where it gets a little iffy is when they speak back to you. That's where it gets a little on the hinge. So you can speak to a god, but when that god speaks back to you, that's when it gets a little over the line.
I don't know that I have any more questions for you, K-John. I appreciate you coming up and answering the ones that you did. If you do come up with some firm answers to some of these, then definitely bring them back to us. Unless it's, like you said, a god talking back, then seek help first. And then if it turns out to be God, come bring that to us. I'd love to question it. But appreciate you being here. I think we're going to move on to our next guest.
All right. Goodbye, everybody.
Appreciate you, K-John. Take care and keep asking questions. W's for K-John. He's capable of questioning. Seems like, at least.
I definitely enjoyed it.
I did too. I just know that we had a line building up, so we want to make sure that we get to our next guest. Mason, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Almost like, yeah, it's almost like K-John's dog has requested of himself. So, appreciate you, Mason. A lot of sleepy people, yep. It seems odd to me. It's nearly 5 in the morning here. Imagine most people would be waking up with sharp minds, ready to question their beliefs, to see if what they assume might. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say perhaps they haven't had their first cup of coffee yet.
just had my second. I'm thinking about a third, but then again, yeah, I don't know. Casey Cola says time has been different since the new year, at least for me. What do you mean by different, Casey? Slipping. Slipping into the future.
Mm-hmm. Almost makes you wanna, I don't know, fly like an eagle.
Almost. Like to the sea.
Maybe fly like an eagle. Let my spirit carry me.
I don't know. It's a lot of flying like an eagle.
But I mean, if you're out there flying like an eagle and you get lost, and you will find love time after time.
Oh, we're just power or anything like that to save us from the random lyrical
From the
nonsense.
Right. Because we definitely don't want to see how long I can go with just using song lyrics. We don't want to do that at all. I would get aggravated with it before
We'd probably get
anybody
flagged
else.
for copyright before you got
Right.
too far. Before anything coherent happened. Hello, Darlene. Can I get... Oh, never mind.
Oh.
Goodbye, Darlene.
Darling said, wait, y'all aren't doing the song lyric thing? No, I'm good. I'm good.
No, Ryan, that's not a good idea. I wouldn't do that either. That seems like keep tapping that screen. We're up to 50,000 likes. Appreciate all of you tapping away at that. And the more we do that, the more likely we'll bring somebody in here who has the curiosity or the courage required to question their beliefs. Maybe. But the only way to find out is to keep tapping that screen. And if that's you, if you have a belief in a God, or God's a higher power, or really anything, we're not here to debate you or argue. I'm not here to make you look like a fool, although you may do that on your own. I'm really just here to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Casey Cola says, tough crowd, but great people. The greatest audience on TikTok, if you ask me. Did I really squash the song lyrics up here? Now you're doing it in the comments.
Oh, no, it's because somebody had brought up the Hotel California, so It's just funny.
I don't know. Mirrors on the ceiling make me nervous. Yeah, I'd expect them to be there to
Be under it while it's coming down.
I think Thrayle deconstructed everybody's faith in God.
I don't think I have. There's plenty of
Have we
people
won?
out there that believe. I don't think it's winning anymore. It might have felt like winning before, but now I mean, if people aren't questioning things, then that means they're certain of something. What are
If
they
they're
certain
not questioning, if they're not questioning things, then boring.
Can you guys question the yogurt parfait I just had?
Nope. I can't question it because it is a sandwich. And there's nothing left to question but that.
Well, there's nothing left to question because it's in my stomach. That's why it's not done. Which
EDC, usually we don't answer questions, but I'll answer that question. The answer is no. We don't live in a matrix.
Every time you just eat something, does it just turn into like a pile of mush, like on the chair when you get up from it? Because you have no stomach?
No, my chair is very clean and comfortable.
He wears clothes, RC.
So it just falls in like a nylon bag.
Yeah, come on. He's not uncouth. He's a very couth skeleton. Thank you.
Nice.
It's kind of like the transubstantiation. Like, once I eat it, it turns into nothing.
Oh, damn. So there's a black hole inside your bone structure.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that explains your association with skeleton.
Everything that he eats becomes spaghetti because it's spaghettified.
Well, I mean, I don't know if a black hole is actually what it is. It's just easy enough to reconcile with understanding what is actually happening, which is, of course, that like a transubstantiation, the food turns into God, which doesn't exist, so therefore the food doesn't exist.
Oh, shit.
Oh, I thought maybe you had like a bag of holding that's like sewed in, like stapled to your bones or something.
That's what I was thinking, like a strip.
Definitive. Maybe that's what's happening.
About to say how much blueberry coffee is in that bag.
He'll be answering no more questions.
But if you can answer questions, if you've got a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, go ahead and request on that. We're not looking for a debate. We're not looking to tear you down or mock your God. We just want to know, if you can question it, then what is it that you believe and why do you believe it? Thank you, Shell. There's enough of us in here. There's got to be somebody with some kind of belief in something godly, something supernatural, something spiritual. Whatever that means. Not sure what spiritual is, but if you have a spirituality, a God, a worship practice of some kind. Well, then, what is that? And why do you have that? And, oh, wrong one. And can you question your beliefs? Well, that was an interesting factoid in the comments that I probably could have done without. But if you were, well, no, that was going to be at somebody's beliefs expense. I won't. But hey there, we've got Fish joining us. Fish, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
An adult older than 25.
Sorry, Fish, I muted you for just a moment. Can you get to a quiet room or turn off all that background noise? And you can unmute, of course, to answer. I just wanted to make sure I caught that before it came through loud and clear. You said
While he's dealing with that, yeah.
You say
While he's
25.
doing
Was
that,
that the age I heard?
yes, 25. He said over 25.
No, over.
He is taking care of that background noise. Keep tapping the screen, folks. We're at 55,000 likes, and that means you're awesome.
Better.
So much better. Appreciate you, Fish.
So much.
So, do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
That's a very complex question for me, but a simple answer would be yes and no.
Can you simplify the yes?
The yes would be that I know I'm not the greatest force there is in the world.
And what part is the no?
The no is I don't know what we told is true. Why are there more than one religion? Something is afoot.
So, you feel like you're not the greatest thing in the world, or you're not the strongest power, and there's something else, another force.
Yes, there's without a doubt something greater than myself. Otherwise,
What does that mean?
A greater entity, some greater like, power, whatever you want to call it, that is beyond my own.
A greater power that is beyond your own.
That I have to credit to my existence.
Created? Why do you assume it created you?
Everything is created.
That background noise is back. It's
All of other people having a conversation.
So you feel like there is a creative force that created you. I'm sorry, what was it that you said that makes you believe there is a creator?
I believe that there is power in the universe, whatever you want to call it, an endless space-time continuum, whatever the fuck it is, that is greater than myself. And that would be the basic definition of what people consider a god. So that would be a yes. By that definition, I have to believe that there has to be some type of God out there. But on the no end is that I can't with impunity say I believe any deity that I've ever learned about.
It's difficult to hear you over that conversation. There's a lot going on behind you. It's pretty loud. But you're saying you don't know what the deity is, but it's not something you've ever heard about. So it's not like
I have
the
no
Christian God.
I have no factual evidence of any the definitive proof of any god that there is any record of. So who am I?
Go ahead, Hammy.
I'm sure you know of nature, right?
Of course.
Nature, like acts of nature, such as like twisters and hurricanes and tsunamis. These would be greater than you, right?
Well, I know catastrophic events happen in nature. I have no definitive proof that it's an act of nature. There are many times that these acts, these horrific things happen that no one can like explain why they even happen. You know, it's a freak
As
action,
far as
a freak of nature. You know,
as far as I know, like most, like we know, like for instance, hurricanes is a mixture whenever hot air and cold air mix together, and it happens over water, and it causes a swirling.
Yes, this is the current working theory.
Yeah, well, it's not the current working theory. It's like that's how that works. We see it happening in real time.
A true mind of science would know the answer or the conclusion to any study is just the working theory. This is the current status quo. Science changes
So
all
science,
the time.
but science has never changed on that ever.
Yet.
So like
Maybe
we
you
know
have
how
greater
Mother-
powers than me to know the
we
future.
know how we know how these things work.
There are
We know
many
there's
things
no
you've known to come.
what I'm trying to get at.
No, I
By
understand,
talking
but
over me.
I already know like where you're going with this. But nothing
How do you
is
know
set in
if you
stone.
don't know what I've said?
Because I know that you're gonna try and say that it's set in stone that these things happen for these reasons. So why do we have freaks of nature incidents where you have a catastrophic event that had none
See,
of the usual typical?
That actually wasn't where I was going with that at all.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so we know how these storms work, how they function, and all that. And you would say that that is something that is greater than you, correct?
I guess, yeah.
So we know like how trees grow tall and tower over us, and sometimes are like really, really wide, right?
Okay.
And that would be greater than you because you can't do that.
Says who?
Can you grow to be as wide as a tree and as tall as some of the redwoods in California?
I believe if I was born with the mentality and mindset that I'm going to stay in this very spot that I sit and focus solely on meditation and growing, then yes, I could. There's
Do you
factual
think that you
proof
can
of giants
grow?
throughout history.
You think anybody has grown as tall as the redwoods in California?
I mean, I don't know. I never really thought about it, but I wouldn't say I don't think they have, but I don't like really have a reason to think they have.
The way the trees grow, that's greater than you.
Well, of course, that's greater than me because I'm not the designer, the creator of how they happen.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to answer questions you think that I'm going to ask.
Well, no, I
You
was
just
just
wait for me
giving,
to ask questions.
I was explaining my answer. Do I just, is it simple yes or no?
Well, It's not that it's a simple yes or no, but the thing is you went on to answer a question that I'd never asked.
I might have jumped ahead because I'm a very
So-
detailed person sometimes. I don't know, but
We can see the sun. We can see the sun, and we know the sun is very, very vast. Right?
you know, we are led to believe at the end of the day. You know, I can't even confirm the fucking sun is real. Believe
So is he
nothing,
going after
question everything.
solipsism?
No, believe nothing, question everything.
Oh no, this
I
is
can't.
this
I,
is just
I
this is
cannot
just,
blatantly tell someone that they are wrong if I haven't proven myself what the fact of the matter is.
yeah, this is just like really, really big. Like I forgot the terminology, but it's skepticism, like taken to the extreme.
Are we in the Matrix?
That is a seeing the recent unclassified CIA documents being released. Those documents are so fucking wild that I have to wonder what are they hiding, you know? The distraction is strong with those ones.
That's
I mean, astral projection is all but confirmed, you know?
Oh no, no. Usually I'm not allowed to say no here, but no. I know exactly the CIA document that you're referring to, and actually that has been shown that astral projection is not something that occurs.
Okay, well, don't leave us hanging. Explain in depth, you know?
Well, the CIA
I'm
documents
here
basically
for education, enrichment, knowledge.
the CIA documents basically stated that they tried testing it because you these bases if you can know, and so they were testing it. However, what they've done was the test that they provided was a test of
Of
course, I'm a customer, so hold on.
That's still a confirmation. Just because everyone doesn't have the
How is it a
ability.
confirmation?
Well, he said the majority of them failed, which means some of them did not. I never said everyone has the innate ability to do so, or will even be able to
We got a
culminate
Tootski sitting
things
right
needed
under the
to
sticker.
be able to do so.
What's going on?
You're not.
But it is a possibility.
Hang on,
that the
Fish.
mind
Hang
can
on,
be
Fish.
inside.
Fish, stop. Stop for just a moment. You're saying it is a possibility. Good morning, Tootski. We're just apparently talking about the possibility of astral projection. A has proved something.
No, if nothing else to clarify, I believe that that document would prove the power that we all hold within ourselves.
So, if it was helpful, if like this astral projection project that the CIA started was useful and showed that it worked, why did they
I
shut it
never
down?
said any of that. I just said it
Oh,
was
okay.
a
So
good thing
why
to
would
know.
you bring it up?
Because it's a good thing to know. You know, it was actually related
It's
to
a-
whatever we were talking about before, but then now we got
I
so
mean,
deep in this, I forgot what it was. It was
it's a
an
great
example for it,
Project Stargate. Yeah, it's a
but I
good
thought it
way
was
to like
wonderful.
learn about skepticism, maybe like to always be skeptical of these things. I don't think there's like anything wrong with like I don't know exploring the idea, but
I think it's
hold
more skeptical to err
use
on
it
the
to
side of
like
unbelieving what people who have mass amounts of dollars that we give them study.
mass amount of well, you're okay. So why do you assume that these people have mass amount of knowledge instead of like mass amounts
I
of
didn't say
bullshit?
knowledge, I said dollars.
Powers?
Dollars, money, dinero, cha-ching.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
okay.
Fish.
Right.
To back us up, do you believe in a god?
I believe that the idea of a god is a real thing. I believe
Do you
that
believe there's an
what we
entity
all
there?
see God as is a little bit more skewed than what it truly is.
What is it truly?
I don't know. I just said we all have a skewed version, so that means no one truly knows, you know.
So then how can we make that measurement then?
Why that? No, I made an opinionated statement.
The
If
topic
I'm
of the
wrong,
live
tell me
fish.
that
Fish.
you know what God
Fish.
is and how you know this. Prove me
Fish.
wrong.
Fish.
If no one here can,
Fish.
then it's already
Fish.
right. Yes, I'm sorry.
Fish. Look at the screen. This is what was on the screen when you came up.
And you question, yes, yeah.
Can you question your beliefs?
Yeah, absolutely.
What does that
Every
mean?
fucking day. It means you must make sure that what you believe becomes something you know. Until then, it is just a belief.
What is knowledge?
Faith is a belief with no true like knowledge, no actual like evidence of the
What
real
is
like,
knowledge?
knowledge. The textbook definition, or what I feel knowledge is.
You said that it's basically what a belief is trying to become, or you should question a belief until it becomes knowledge. So what is the knowledge that you're
No. Knowledge wasn't the key thing there. It was the facts of whatever it is that you believe. You only believe it because you can't prove it. Right? No, come on, like.
You're
So
saying you only...
Come on.
Okay, go ahead, too.
So when you know something, do you not believe that it's true?
If I feel that there's something that I believe to know without a doubt is what it is, then I have very little skepticism, questionability about that. But I always leave space.
Are you able to
Because
like
I'm
just
not perfect,
go with like
which
a
means
yes or
no one
no?
else is. Oh,
Are
yeah,
you able to
Fish,
I
what
asked
was
if
the
it was yes or
question
no.
Tutski asked?
I asked if it was yes or no earlier. No, they said it wasn't, so I'm sorry.
What was the question Tutski asked?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I can help you out again. If you have knowledge of something, do you not believe that that is fact?
No.
I'm sorry?
No. I
You
don't even believe in facts.
You don't believe in fact. So you don't believe that you know anything at all.
Knowing something and it being a fact are two different things.
Okay, give me something that you know.
I know that I am a person.
Okay, do you believe that you're a person?
I do believe that.
Okay, so why is knowledge not a belief?
I'm sorry, what? Quick though, just to be clear though, this isn't a yes or no now, right?
No, I'm not. Now I'm not. I'm asking you, why do you think knowledge is not a belief?
I don't think I ever said knowledge isn't a belief. I'm pretty sure I'll restate again that beliefs are things that you can't prove, and facts are things that you have knowledge of to be actual. Like it's something that is like proven to be what it is. That's what you have the knowledge to prove that a fact is a fact. That's where the knowledge comes from.
Even if it is a
I don't know why you're
fact, you
focusing on
believe that it's
knowledge.
true, right?
I mean, not personally. I'm thinking like
What?
let me think of like general consensus of how people operate.
I think you're just trying to tiptoe right now. Like,
I always tiptoe. That's literally what I'm saying. And there's nothing in this world that I can say is a fact without a doubt.
I mean, sure, no one can be fully convinced about anything 100%, but
I am always open to improving what I know. If I'm wrong on something, tell me, please.
well, but there are things that we can claim that we know, investigative measurements.
Well, give me one example. Let me see if I can disprove this theory.
Like, we know for a fact that a rock is solid. We know that water.
That's actually an easy one. There are many fucking elements and many things in this world that go by many states in many ways that are unexplainable.
Right. But I'm not trying to like make this overly complicated. What I'm saying is there are things that we know we can say that we know.
Not too long ago, very recently, we just added another element to the charts. Right now, we have fire. It was what water, air, and earth, something, and now fire is on plasma. That's the fourth element. Science evolves, it continues, it grows.
Right. But
much like people should always do.
Yes, solidity
If you
is.
believe in science, you should believe that you can always find more in anything. Just because they stop at their answer doesn't mean that has to be yours.
Fish, do you hear what I'm saying, though?
Please continue. I'm sorry I didn't.
Hey, Fish. Hey, Fish. Fish, shut the fuck up.
I'm sorry.
What is the matter with you? Why is it literally shut the fuck up? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Why is it literally every time someone else begins speaking, you begin speaking? Shut the fuck up.
So, do you understand what I was saying there about how we know for a fact that a rock is a solid thing, right? As an example, yes, it's simple, but it's to show an example of what we can measure and what we can say we know.
Sorry, RC, couldn't quite hear you there. I had to mute you too, Ski, just because the background was drowning out RC.
I'm so sorry. But basically, it's like, I mean, so the whole point of the rock thing, I know you went off this whole thing about elements, and trust me, I love elements myself. Like, don't get me started. But it's like, the whole thing about the whole rock thing was not to be like, contrarian or to say that, we didn't add elements, but rather it's to say that there are things that we can say that we know based on investigative measurements. Like we can say we know a rock is hard and solid. We can say that we know that fire is hot. I mean, if you want to talk elements, if you these are things we know. These are things that have yet to go against practical sense. You know what I mean by that, right? Ish.
I guess, yeah.
Okay. So with that in mind, and we can say there are things that we know. And so remember when I asked earlier, it's like we can't know things. You said there are things that we can't know to the extent that we know God. And I'm like, how do we make that measurement? You said that with such certainty. So how do you know that?
I'm not claiming to be a person who knows anything without a doubt. That's literally what I've been saying this entire time. I don't know. That would be a belief in my book.
Okay, so wouldn't this kind of lend credence to the idea that knowledge is justified true belief?
I'm sorry, one more time?
So would this not lend credence to the idea that knowledge is justified true belief?
I'm not understanding. What does not leave or lead?
Okay, that knowledge. Okay, the fact that we don't know anything for certain, but you said that like you have belief in the things that you are confident enough about. Does this knowledge is justified true belief?
Maybe I could try and simplify this so we don't waste time trying to prove who's right or wrong. I believe that any and everything that you speak on is but an opinion of what you believe. I cannot say that you are wrong. If I have studied in school that a rock is a rock, and you say a rock is a sock, who am I to tell you that your world is mine?
What?
Believe me if you will,
I don't
but
understand why
I
you
can
can't just agree
always say
that knowledge is a belief.
knowledge.
Sorry.
Knowledge isn't a belief.
He doesn't follow.
I mean, at the end of the day, everything is a belief, though. Like I just said that. But
Okay.
don't
Yes.
like
Common ground. Yes. Everything is a belief. Therefore, knowledge is a belief.
and
Correct?
belief is something that you feel to be true but can't prove.
No, that's faith.
So what is a belief?
Let's put it this way.
Well, no, wait. That's a good question, is it not?
This is how I define belief. Belief
Thank you.
is a position you hold to be true. Knowledge would be a justified belief, whereas faith is an unjustified
Right. So, like, if you learn that a rock is solid, and I say a rock is a sock, we can investigate who's right and who's wrong.
And through your investigation, you follow the basic paths of knowledge and teachings and the basic educational structure to prove that you're right, right?
You don't even have to. You can just use deduction, right? You don't have to have like the sets of knowledge. If you're trying to investigate what a rock is, go observe it. Now you have the knowledge based off of, the seemings around you.
Yeah, that's true. That I will wholeheartedly agree. If you're doing your own research and you come to that conclusion, of course, studies that other people have done, and you're going through all these studies and studying all the past fucking the theories and hypotheses and all this shit, and that's how you come to your conclusion, then you don't really have any solid ground to stand.
I mean,
Up until very
it sounds to
recently,
me
it was
that you're
believed that
just
black people didn't need the same amount of oxygen to breathe as white people in American healthcare system. It was actually a device that was designed to register black people and put the oxygen levels a little lower to still be safe.
Whoa,
But you-
what?
Yeah, right? But and like it was just a common belief.
Could we
Even though
not
nobody knew that, but they believed it to be true. There was no factual evidence to it, but they believed it to be true.
okay. So you have
They had faith in it
distrust
being
in.
real, right?
So you have distrust in like I don't know, the officials of knowledge. Is that what you're saying? Like you think that like we just rely on what superiors say and say, hey, this is true because they say it. That's not the case.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not, but at the end of the day, again, I can only speak for myself, and I'm
Right, but
speaking
why
on
would
how
you
I
appeal to
view
that? Just why would you appeal to something like that in this instance when we've never even pushed something like that on you?
the same reason that you have intrusive thoughts.
But
He's
so it
using
was an
absolute
intrusive.
skepticism.
No, I'm not saying that what I was thinking was an intrusive thought, but that's pretty much the basis of like where my mindset comes from. Like, I pretty much live in intrusive thoughts, you know.
Why did you request step on the panel?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
To say that you should always question your beliefs. When I swiped up, that's what's on.
Is that really what you came up with to say?
What you're doing though isn't questioning your belief. What you're doing is dismissing all other beliefs.
No, not even.
Yeah.
If anything, I'm including all beliefs.
Chitsky, he's actually, in a way, what he just said is correct, but like I
Right.
said, he's using absolute skepticism.
You're so busy trying to fight me because I'm saying
He
it in a
is.
weird way that you can't see the truth.
Yeah, he's using absolute skepticism, which means that he doesn't believe like anything like can be known, like for certain.
They're not,
Yeah, I'm familiar.
again, Fish, we're not trying to fight you. You're the one trying to fight us. If you really want.
I'm not fighting you guys. I'm literally just trying to give my opinion of how I view life, and you're telling me it's wrong.
Nobody's
No.
told you it's wrong at all. That's
You're trying to
ridiculous.
convince me that I'm seeing life in the
Nobody's
wrong
trying to
way.
We're
convince you
trying to
of
get you.
anything.
You're questioning my views of how I
Holy shit,
live.
you pulled up onto a
Yeah.
panel that says, can you question your beliefs? And people have
You're not
questioned your
questioning my
beliefs.
beliefs. You're
Wow.
questioning me.
All right,
You're not even
we're going
questioning
to
in the
space
wrong
up on
questioning.
in the comments if anybody else does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs. Go ahead and request up.
Yeah, I was about to check out second you started bringing race into it.
On Tutski.
What?
I said, what's going on, Tutski?
Not much. Not much. We got a guest.
A teddy bear.
Hello, Walowski. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Walowski going once. Walowski going twice. Walowski didn't go a third time.
Aw.
You should definitely get like a lullaby sound bit for every time somebody comes up that's asleep.
I love it.
Sometimes you see a name in the queue, and you're like, ooh, that name's really cool. I hope I get to talk to them. And then you get to them, and they're a ghost. And it's probably for the best, because sometimes you see a name, and you get to talk to them. And then shit happens.
Oh, I don't want to talk to them anymore.
We were 66.9 likes at one point. Oh shit, that means we were 66.6 on this.
There were 69 likes.
I was gonna say, can we get to 69k likes? That would be awesome. Hell yeah.
6 7 6 7.
No, Tutski's been lost to the brain rot.
Okay, we've all been lost to the brain rot. The second we registered onto the app, okay?
Listen, as a dad, I have to keep up. My son's going around, a 4-year-old going around screaming 6 7 6 7. I have to find humor in it, otherwise I'm unrelated, or it's unrelatable.
Okay, I'm about to reveal my age. Can you explain the whole 6'7" thing to me?
It means nothing. No. That's the whole point.
6, 7, 8. But 7, 8, 9.
It's rage bait.
Which also rhymes with 8, which comes after 7, which means nothing to 6 7, because it doesn't mean anything. And Tutski, being a dad doesn't mean you have to know all of the fads that your child goes through. You just have to know sense anymore.
For a 4-year-old driving his mom insane, I just enjoyed doing it with him synchronized. 6 7, then do a dab right in front of the mom, and then she has no idea what's going on. That's the funniest thing to me.
I have refused to look into the new fads.
Woohoo! 69k!
Hell yeah. Thank you guys for 69 1,000 likes. We're at 134 people right now, and if we all tap the screen a little bit, I bet we could break 70K in absolutely no time, probably before I'm even done speaking. But if we all did that, that'd be really amazing, and we could keep up that pace and probably get out to the FYP and get a few more people in here who are curious enough, courageous enough, or just maybe, I don't know though, perhaps we're gonna tap that screen and it's just gonna be us sitting here staring at each other wondering why nobody showed up to question their belief. But it won't be because we didn't tap that screen, because we're already at 69.6 thousand likes, which is pretty amazing. Not quite the 70K I thought we'd break, but I know we want to linger in the 69 for a while. 69.8 thousand, 9,000, amazing. I know we got 70,000 likes. You guys are fucking amazing. All of that and breaking the gift goal. Thank you so much to 96, to Angel, to thank you guys. Really appreciate you all. Thank you so much, you all. Now we just need somebody with a belief who believes that they can question.
Does anybody ever hit you with the I question if I can question beliefs?
Not really.
I question if I can question beliefs.
I always question if they can question, though. And somebody's questioned. I mean, people have requested to question with us. Usually I don't.
So we're laying questioning on questioning, like a layered sandwich. The sandwich of questioning.
Well, sandwiches themselves are questionable. And
Oh, some of them are. I believe that.
questions themselves are sandwiches.
In order to question a belief, first we must question the question. We must examine what the question is.
What kind of impression was that?
I don't know, some German.
I think it was supposed
Freud.
to be a Freud,
Yeah.
That sounded like
Didn't add anything about mother, though.
No, it didn't. If you said something about mothers.
At first, I thought it was just a really bad impression of a Kung Fu master or something.
Nope. Don't know how to do that one.
Close to whatever you just did.
I'm not going to attempt it. I want to, but I'm not going to.
We got 72 gods.
72,000 likes.
Twitter. 95.
Oh, we'll get 75 in no time. But I wonder if we'll get a believer who can question their beliefs before we get to 75,000 likes. It's kind of up to the believers, though. Before they believe.
I'm a believer and I can question my beliefs.
Uh-oh. How many beliefs actually have it baked into the dogma?
I think that the number is greater than 1.
And question in other ways for forbid questioning or discourage it.
Repeat that one more time for me.
Do the ones that say that you should question also in some way discourage questioning?
Some of them, yeah. Is that
Hey. Hello, AGer. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, for sure. I'm 35.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power? Right?
Kind of, but it's a paradox, I would say. But it's impossible to question about, I would say. Because I believe in the unknown, both as a real thing and as a metaphor.
You believe in the unknown as a real thing and a metaphor.
Yep.
Is the unknown something you personify or deify?
I don't know. That's the thing.
Is it a singular force in your mind?
It's that's a good question. Yeah. I haven't come to any conclusions yet, I must admit, but I still believe in it.
And when you say it, you are specifically saying the unknown, not an unknown specified thing, just
Oh, sorry.
the
It's
concept
because
of unknown.
yeah, it's because my English is not my first language. It's the not the in multiple, not in a singular. I don't know.
It's unknown as a concept, not unknown as a title.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So you just believe that there are things you do not.
I feel like that's kind of just a given.
But I think, is that the closest thing? Like when I say, do you believe in a higher power? Is that what comes to mind for you as a higher power? Is just that there are things unknown?
Yeah.
Is it reason to believe in a higher power? Sorry.
Good question. But that's also a thing because higher, lower, middle power and power. What is power?
The ability to manipulate to your will.
Do you believe there is a higher will?
Yeah. Or higher source of different energies, but energies is also a pretty difficult one to.
I think you already know I have a background ready to ask. What the fuck
Sorry?
is energy?
Yeah.
That one.
Could friction?
Wouldn't that just be a
Friction
kind?
can create energy.
That one's a bit.
But is that what energy is?
It can be part of it in science, I think. Or in thunder and lightning.
Is that what energy is, or those things
I
that
think
people
it could be
describe as
part.
having energy?
I don't have the answer. I'm not sure
Fair
at all.
enough.
And
I don't know is always as refreshing as something novel. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, I will go again. Thank you for being up, and I'm a huge fan. I will just say, I hope you guys don't take Greenland. I don't want to claim it as a Dane because I think they should have their own sovereignty. But peace out and
I appreciate you,
huge
Ajir.
respect. Thank
you so much. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Keep asking questions. W's for Ajir in the chat.
Who did he say he doesn't take
Don't take Greenland.
He's asking us not to take Greenland as Americans.
We don't want it. I promise. Somebody might try to do it.
Yeah, hello?
That's right.
60%.
So, is
can
this
I
like
get your
some
age?
type of religion or something? What exactly
No.
is this?
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 27, bro.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, I do.
Which god do you believe in?
The God of Jesus Christ, and
I see.
Old Testament.
And
I actually have, but I forgot most of it.
I see. Do you believe the stories you do remember to be true and literal, as written?
Yes, I do believe they are true.
So like the 6-day creation, Adam and Eve in a garden, those stories are true?
Yes.
Why do you believe that?
Can I answer your question? What the question?
I would prefer not, but we can see where it goes.
What do you believe?
Yeah, see, that's not going to help at all. So, just to clarify, Vasily, you asked a question when you first came up or said something about, is this a religion? And I said, no, it's not. You see the prompt up there where it says, can you question your beliefs?
No, I can't.
Oh, well, it's in beliefs under the wings of the back goddess-looking thing there.
It's being blocked by the God.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Sorry, one of my screens doesn't show that. The one I happen to be looking at. So there you go. Now you can see it, right? The question, can you question your beliefs? So we're not here to debate or argue, tell you you're wrong or anything like that, but to see if you can question what it is that you believe and why you believe it. And my beliefs aren't going to make too much difference for you questioning yours. So that's kind of why I'm not going to really go too much into what I believe, even though there really isn't a relevant answer.
I'm really just looking for Catholics to dish on about the Fourth Crusade.
I see. So, fascinating.
Are you guys Catholic?
Was that supposed to be like a troll thing? Or?
Well, both, really.
I see. So are you
Catholic? Dude, it's so much fun because, they can't defend themselves because, it's like the ultimate checkmate for Catholics.
So, can you question your beliefs?
Actually, it's not that. It's not for fun. It's like
I wasn't asking you about that. I was asking, can you question your beliefs?
No, I don't. I don't question my beliefs.
If anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up.
That was really disappointing.
Yeah. I'm not interested in just dishing on other people for their beliefs. There's plenty to question them about if they're up here. But you were up here. You can't question your beliefs. That's... Maybe I could have asked why. I could have asked the one question, why can't question it. But I didn't feel like he was going to answer that seriously.
Because my beliefs are the best, man.
Vasily, because you're not here to question your beliefs. If you can question your beliefs, if you have a belief in a god or gods higher power or anything like that, go ahead and request on up. But I'm not here just to listen to you dish on or dog on some other belief system that you don't hold. That's not the purpose of this live. That's right. What Mask is saying in the comments is exactly it. If you believe in a god or gods or a higher power and are able to question that, please request up. Exactly that. Vasily says he believes that he went through a lot, and he thanks God for everything. That's his ideology. Well, why can't you question it? I mean, I suppose I could bring him up and ask him why if he's still in queue. Look, there he is. Hey, Vasily, why can't you question your beliefs? You might not have heard me, Vasily. Why can't you question your beliefs?
I just don't want, like, I don't want God to, like, I basically want to satisfy God, Like, I want to be like a model Christian.
Do you think that God is responsible for your brain?
For my brain?
For its ability to work the way it does. Why would God be disappointed in you using your brain?
Well, because according to the Bible, it's God never really wanted people to be wise. I mean, if you go back to the Adam and Eve story, like where they ate the apple, they weren't supposed to do that.
Why do you believe the Adam and Eve story?
Why do
I? While you sit on that, I'm curious. You say you don't believe that God wanted us to be wise, but yet it states like later on that like blessed are those who are wise.
Well, that was after. That's like, I don't know how long after the Adam and Eve thing.
So God changes his. Yeah, you got it, Thrayle.
Did God change his mind? He changed what he wanted. I think Tootski's in an Uber.
Oh. Okay. What was your question again? And then I said, sorry, I've been awake all night.
Do you think that, well, shit, I just lost the question. Tootski still got it.
Yeah. Do you think that God changes his mind?
No, I mean, Adam and Eve, they ate the fruit. That's where it all it's done. Like they got wise. They noticed they were naked.
So God had an original plan, but because they did something outside of that plan, he changed his mind.
No, it's been done. Like it was done. Like they became smarter from eating it. It was the tree of wisdom.
Saying how that's related to the question.
What was your question again?
Oh, so you were just okay. Do you think so Adam and Eve, they did away with their action. They ate the fruit.
Yes.
God originally had a plan. Based on what you said, you don't think that humans were meant to be wise. So God's first intention wasn't for us to be wise, but then later on changes his mind and now has intentions for us to be wise.
Dude, you blew up my mind. Like I can't. I'm sorry, I can't catch up.
What part are you lost on?
I don't know, bro. I think I'm just tired.
Okay. So originally you said you don't think that man was supposed to be wise.
Yes, that was the whole point. They weren't supposed to eat from the tree of wisdom.
It wasn't wisdom. It was knowledge of good and evil, but that's neither here nor there. You don't think that we're supposed to be wise, but then later in the Bible, it does say, "Blessed are those who use wisdom." Right?
Yeah, but it happened. It was a path that humanity chose. And I mean, you're either wise and you keep your clothes on, or you're not.
What do clothes have to do with wisdom?
Well, because when Adam and Eve they ate the fruit, they realized they were naked.
Okay.
So technically, everyone's wise, unless
Maybe to that specific nature, but I mean, there are such things as nudists.
Well, there is, but you don't see them in public. You see them like their beaches, unless you're in San Francisco. I mean, I've seen some naked people in San Francisco. It's pretty weird.
Yeah, I agree. What the fuck are we talking about? I'm just a little lost on what your belief is at this point.
Because when I was a kid, whenever I would do something wrong, I would get something bad would happen to me.
Like natural? Are you talking about like natural consequences, or like consequences with a mind behind it?
It's I don't know. It's look, like let's say I'm a child, right? I'm in second grade, and I like push someone, like cause harm to him, the kid, and start play fighting or hit him. I don't know, start fight. I was able to actually predict that something bad was going to happen to me because of that, and something bad would happen to me. And so, like, I was able to recognize that pattern, and I realized this isn't something I want to mess with, and I'll just be a loyal Christian. So, like,
what is right and what is wrong? Like, how do we determine what right and wrong is?
Restraint. That's all I can say is restraint.
Restraint?
Yeah, you gotta.
So if I see somebody in trouble and I use restraint and prevent myself from helping them, is that right?
No. In the way I think is that if someone is getting hurt, then you should stand up for them. But if it's you as the person, you should try restraint.
Like,
because I don't know. That's just my ideology.
if I may ask, you said that you were able to predict that something was going to happen to this child after you did something to them. Like,
no. Something was going to happen to me.
Oh, so you had like
something bad was going to happen to me, and it would happen. Like I would get hurt somehow too. Like I would trip and fall.
Okay, so I was about to say, so you got like a prophetic vision or something?
No. So let's say I beat up a kid, right? I mean, I've never beaten up a kid unless like it was self-defense. But like, let's say I did something terrible to someone.
Mm-hmm.
I was able to predict that something bad is going to happen to me. Like it's going to hurt. Like I'm going to trip and fall and hurt myself.
So can you
it would actually happen?
So can you give me an example that actually happened? Like where you did something, you gave a prediction and it came true.
I gotta think about that for a second.
Yeah, because you gave a hypothetical, but I'm interested in like a real one.
See, you're making me like dig through my memories and stuff. You know, I'm trying to do that right now.
That's what we do here.
I think what he's trying to say is that he recognizes the pattern. If he does something he's not supposed to, there are consequences, right?
Right, but he's saying that he's able to predict that something bad's gonna happen to him. That's what I find interesting. Like, because like when I hear like like he does something bad's gonna happen to him, that makes me think like disciplinary action. But it's like
Yeah.
No, it's not disciplinary because there's a lot of things that I did in my childhood that were secrets.
So you're thinking like kind of like karmic justice.
Yes.
So like you push a kid and he trips and falls, and then you laugh at him, and then somehow you trip and fall as well, something like that.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
right. But I was curious, just like a real world example that happened, and then what I was going to ask is, how does he know that that was no freak consequence or coincidence? Sorry.
Let me give you a more recent example because like it's kind of hard digging through my childhood memories. All right, so this happened to me when I was like 21 or 22. So I got this job at Amazon, right? And it was like the perfect environment to bully people. And you know, I was in the right place and I just felt like bullying other people. But I always knew that eventually it's going to come back to me. And it did eventually, because like when I was like 25, 26, you know, I started getting my life back together. And when I was in a separate job, like Walmart or something, I was the one that was getting bullied by these people.
Now,
something like that.
I got a series of questions. One, why were you bullying people? Two, how do you know that you getting bullied like 4 years later was the direct result of your bullying the people at Amazon?
Because
it's a valid question.
Because like, you know, if someone's like talking shit to you at work, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna really start a fight over words? I mean, I guess people do start fights at work, but it's really, I don't know, it's really not that deep. I mean,
are you like, is it possible that you allowed yourself?
If someone comes up to you and calls you like the B word at work, would you start a fight with them? Because I don't think I would. I would just be like, okay, whatever.
Is that what you did to somebody?
Yes.
Why?
Because I want to see what it was like to bully people.
Why?
What?
Yeah, because you see, like I said, you know, like I also got bullied as like earlier, like in my teens, and I chose to like beat a bigger guy. And so when I got this job at Amazon, I was like, let me try that. And it was actually a pretty cool experience. I mean, it was like I felt powerful.
You said it was a cool experience to bully somebody?
Well, I mean, I hate to say it, but it was like it was like a little hit of dopamine, you know what I mean?
And
sounded like a hate group.
So,
I definitely do regret it.
What are we talking about?
Definitely wrong.
Rage bait.
Okay.
Boring rage bait, like not really good.
Okay, I got you.
yeah, please tell me you're just trolling.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Boring rage bait.
Tell me.
Sad.
Try harder. But hey, we've got Dante Morningstar. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Oh, hey, Yui. Good to see you again. Doing pretty good. So are you still into Church of Satan, Satanism? Or is it more the TST now?
I think he left.
Oh, he just wanted to hail Satan. Gotcha. Come on back. Yeah, I was just asking if you were... There he is. I was just asking if you were still doing Church of Satan, or were you more interested in the Satanic Temple now? Just in fun. Uh-oh. I know, Satan is working against him or something. I swear it's not me, though. Yui, I didn't get a mod message, so something must be going on with your connection. Come on back. Yeah, that's when it's an error. Definitely an error happening. I am looking at the screen and did not touch it. I swear, I wish my camera was on, only so I could show you my hands were in the air, not touching any. That was wild. Come on back again, Yui.
At this point, it's like apparently TikTok just doesn't want Yui to speak.
He's got good things to say.
This is funny. Yeah, so I remember how they've been saying, "Oh, where do you get your morals from as an atheist?" And then I just remember asking him this. I go, "So you guys, your morals are perfect, right? They come from God, so God's morals are perfect." I go, I hear. I go, "So, what do you think of P3dios?" They go, "Oh, they're disgusting. They should all be put to unalivement." I'm like, agreed. Okay, if one of them who was a Muslim his whole life and a P3dio or a Hindu his whole life, but then accepted Christ, let's say 2 years before he unalived, should he go to heaven? They're like, well, yeah, but that's because God's merciful. I'm like, well, where's the mercy to his victims? And then they're like, well, no, like, he accepted Christ at that point. I go, that doesn't seem very moral to me. That seems pretty fucked up. The guy lived his whole life as a scumbag, turns to Christ at the very end of it, and he's forgiven. Yeah, they go. Yeah, I just got dropped from that panel. They
It
didn't
seems
want to
pretty on
continue.
par though with the God of the Bible, because I mean, he
This
there's a
is
verse
the
in the
God of
Bible
the
where
Bible I'm talking about.
Is that did they say nobody's perfect and then he got dropped?
This was a Christian I was talking to, Hemi.
right, and I'm saying that the God, like somebody who was just this horrendous abuser who ends up turning to Christ and going to heaven. Like, it seems like the mercy of the God of the Bible. I mean, because this is the same one who says that he creates people solely for going to destruction to show his mercy. So, I mean, seems to be on par with that same God.
That's what right. That's what I mean, Hemi. Very good point, by the way. But that's my point. Like, they keep coming at us like we have no morals, when their morals are so bankrupt. If they're gonna say it comes from the Bible,
Maybe. But maybe our next guest will have some different take on that. Hello, why can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
22.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, like closest probably to the God of the Bible.
Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
Yeah.
And do you believe the stories within the Bible to be true as written?
Yeah, sure.
You believe in a 6-day creation, Adam and Eve in a garden as the first two humans?
Like no, not like 6 days, really. Like, no, not in that sense.
So Genesis 1 is wrong.
Well, I don't know. I would maybe like it. I don't really care either way, I suppose. So
it doesn't matter to you if the Bible is true or not?
It's not as important, I suppose.
Then what is it you're believing in?
Like the actual ideas behind.
Thank you, Dee Dee. The ideas behind it, so the stories within it don't matter if they're true or not.
Yeah, I mean, the stories are trying to express some idea, right?
What idea is that?
I mean, each story usually it's like, I guess, like telling you kind of like how to live, I suppose.
Is that the message of the Bible, is how to live?
Yeah, I think in general.
Does it matter to you if the God is real or not?
Sure, of course, yeah.
If the God is not real, do the stories that tell you how to live matter?
Well, I mean, it certainly would, yeah.
You're saying the stories would still matter even if the God is not real?
Sure, yeah.
Why?
Well, I suppose you would need to just look at what they have done in the world, ultimately, and to people, and I think you would see that...
What the stories have done.
Yeah, like, what's their impact?
And what is their impact?
I mean, probably that they influenced a lot of people, and good and
I mean, you could say bad ways, but I think ultimately I would say better than not.
Could I say the same thing out of Mother Goose or Aesop's fables?
Yeah, probably. I mean, just about different things. I mean, but not ultimately in as influential a way.
If they hold the same truth value.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
They don't.
What do you mean truth value, though? Like importance?
Well, I suppose. You were saying that it doesn't matter if it's true or not, if it provides value.
Well, those are just separate, right?
Does the truth of the Bible matter?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Can you tell me if the creation story or Adam and Eve, if the truth of those didn't matter, when does the truth start to matter in the Bible?
Well, I mean, I think that I would say that it probably is more so probably important to what it's trying to accomplish in that sense, like.
Right, but you were saying that the truth of it matters, and matter at Adam and Eve. When does it?
Well, I mean, I'm saying that it could matter to Adam and Eve, but it's just, I guess, more of a question on what you're asking its influence had on a particular, like, instance of something. I mean, like.
Did I say influence?
Well, you're saying truth, so, like, I mean, what people believe to be true influences, like, a lot of things so that's what I'm describing as, like, truth, I suppose, is what I'm assuming.
If you were reading the Bible from beginning to end, when would it start being true?
I suppose, I mean, like, from the start in that sense, like, from Adam and Eve.
But not before.
Oh, you mean like like Genesis? Like, no, I think you could say that the start of Genesis is also true. So I guess.
In what way is it true?
Just in the sense that if you were to read it, you would find a story.
If I were to read Genesis 1, I would find the explanation for Genesis 2.
Yeah, like, essentially.
In what way does Genesis 1 explain Genesis 2?
Well, I mean, I will say that they're rather, like, large topics usually each time that they're trying to discuss, and then it's trying to, like.
They're fairly short chapters.
Right, but I guess the ideas that they're trying to express are typically, like, somewhat important to, like, I guess, humanity, and and then it tries to transfer whatever each idea at each chapter expressed, and then I guess, like, I don't know, I guess translate. I guess in the first book, I guess if you say that you have the origin of like I guess consciousness or something like that, and then you,
I'm sorry, where is the origin of consciousness?
I'll just say, like, in a poetic sense, not necessarily
That's what Genesis 1 is.
Sure.
When it says, let there be light, and then he moves across the waters, and he separates the waters, and he makes the plants, and he makes the sun and moon, and he makes the animals, and he makes the man and woman, and that's somewhere in there. It's about consciousness.
Yeah, that if you are going to talk about the way in which you can, like, experience the world, that you can have explanations for, like, things in, like, an order of their complexity, and that we understand the world through our ability to...
This is order of complexity. Plants, sun and moon.
Through, like, our senses, our
Animals.
observations.
Order of complexity through our observations.
Yeah, like how you interact, like, I don't know, the way that, like,
just kind of
Goethe described science through, like, observation and an experiential description, I guess. But so it's like a poetic description of sort of, like, I guess, science in that sense.
How is it a poetic description of science when it says that light comes before the sun?
Through light.
And day and night are separated before the sun and moon are made.
Yeah, because you can't really, like, experience day and night without the sun or moon.
So then why did it describe 2 days and nights before the sun and moon?
What do you mean exactly by that? Like,
what day was the sun and moon?
So that you're saying
4, day 4.
Okay, and then...
So then how many days and nights were before the sun and moon were there?
Oh, I don't really think of, like, it as being a day in that sense. It's just a broken up, like,
I thought the order was
phase.
Important.
The what?
Is the order important?
Well, you're just taking, I suppose, like, the idea of, like, a day to be...
The length of a day doesn't matter to the question of, is the order important?
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Why not?
I mean, it's just, I guess, like, it's just a unit. I mean, I don't think that it's just, like, trying to give a accurate articulation of, like, how we, like, I guess we experience, like, I guess, the unit of time as being a day most regularly, if that makes sense. So if you have just it based on experience, you're just going to describe it as a day. It's like, oh, you...
So I wasn't, again, asking about the days. I was asking about how there were days and nights described before the sun and moon, not about the length of days.
Right. So I guess you're saying, like, because they describe, they can't have a cut off of, oh, this is the end of the day because there's no, like, full cycle of the sun. Is that what you're saying?
Do you even remember how we ended up on this tangent?
Yeah, I was just like talking about the truth of the Bible, like, and how you asked, like, in what way Adam and Eve would be true, and I was
And in what way
describing.
was this true? You said this was true because it pointed to somehow the reason for the next chapter.
Yeah.
And I was asking, in what way was this pointing to the reason for the next chapter?
Yeah, and I was just saying how it's like how humans experience the world.
So humans experience the world by being made last. By experiencing light.
Yeah, like we...
So do humans experience the light, or do they experience their own creation?
Yeah, I mean, you experience like other people, and
do they experience their own creation? It seems a little convoluted to say this is the way humans experience things, but I am curious if the order given in Genesis 2 contradicted the order given in Genesis 1. Would one of them have to be true and the other false, or would you reconcile that in some other way?
No, I mean, you'd have to probably like think why there were this contradiction, and then find if, I think then that's maybe what's trying to be demonstrated, I suppose, in some way. But yeah, you in essence would have to deal with that. Like, I don't think you can kind of like shoo it away or something.
And so how do you deal with the order being different in Genesis 2 when it says that the man appears before the plants?
I guess I'm not quite familiar with this. This I guess critique. So you're saying that the man came before the plants, so so it's a contradiction in what sense?
Genesis 1 describes the plants being made on day 3, and the animals on day 5 and 6, and the man being made after on day 6.
Right, yeah.
Genesis 2 describes the man being made before the plants, the man being alone, and so the animals were made. And then when he couldn't find a helper from the animals, God makes the woman.
Sure.
This would change the order now from plants, animals, man and woman, to man, plants, animals, woman.
Yeah, I guess it would seem that, I don't know, I would maybe try to describe it as a different narrator or something like this. Like, it just like comes from a different perspective. But I don't know exactly like which story I would describe that as coming from. I mean, maybe
This
makes
would be,
things more
yeah,
confusing.
Genesis 1 and Genesis 2, so the first 2 chapters of the first book, you'd be saying were written by different people. I'm not saying that that's wrong, but that would explain in some way why it seems to contradict. Could it be that these are not just 2 different authors, but 2 different stories from 2 different
Yeah,
people groups?
it could, but I think more so it's just, that's not even necessarily important. It's just the idea expressed being that, kind of when you have, at the start, there's nobody else to sort of like contradict God, and then once he makes somebody, you can kind of have a question on like, oh, is this correct or this correct, if that makes any sense. Like,
You're saying there was nobody there to contradict God before he made man, but when he makes man, it seems that it raises a question. and that is a symbol of some kind.
Yeah, I think so.
Rather than potentially being a contradiction that calls into question the divine origin of the text.
Yeah. I think it's like serves a rhetorical purpose.
Would you say that about any contradiction?
No. Like some are just because of the way in which you assemble a collection of books and such.
So in 2 Samuel, when it says that God incites David to count the Israelites, and then in 1 Chronicles, when it says that Satan incites David to do the same action, is that a contradiction that is symbolic in some way?
Just 1 second. Let me just try to remember exactly. So they are inciting the Israelites to do what? Did you say which part? Which book? Or chapter? I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I guess
It'd be 2 Samuel 24 and 1 Chronicles 21.
Okay.
That's the first verse of either of those chapters. So 2 Samuel 24 reads, again, the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he incited David against them, saying, go number Israel and Judah. 1 Chronicles 21, Satan stood up against Israel and incited David to number Israel.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it might change how you would read each of those chapters. Yeah, I mean, I think you would probably read them differently, would you not? I mean,
Could it be because those stories were written by different people?
Yeah.
Likely
Yeah, I mean, I think so.
Parts of them were made up.
Yeah, but I don't think it's like made up in the sense that it was trying to be that the reasoning behind like this guy named David doing something. Like, I don't think that they were trying to be historically accurate, because it's not like that type of a contradiction of like, oh, this was written in the historical record and this was not. It's more of a different story, and they're recounting, I suppose, the same event in terms of the Bible itself.
Can you question your beliefs?
Yeah, sure.
What does that mean?
I mean, you have to be able to say that you're wrong. In essence, about something.
Do you leave room for the possibility that you could be wrong?
Yeah, sure.
What does that look like?
I mean, I suppose it's like, oh, I thought that this was the meaning behind some story, and then it, somebody else is like, oh, well, points out this or this that kind of like would be unintuitive if that were the case, and then you'd be like, oh, yeah, that's, I mean, it's kind of like somewhat akin to like literary criticism. Is like, I do think that there's like, if you just read a book, there's probably some meaning behind it, and you can be wrong about it. like, I don't think that sort of everybody's opinion about the facts behind some story are necessarily as correct as anybody else's. Like, if you read, I don't know, To Kill a Mockingbird or something like that, I don't think that necessarily every single example or story.
Right, but we could see if one of, like, if To Kill a Mockingbird was based on historical events, or if it's
Sure.
a historical fiction. Does it matter to you if these stories are true in the sense that they occurred?
Yeah, it is.
And if you were to find some reason to believe that they did not occur, would it dramatically change the way that you live your life?
I guess it just depends on, like, which part is, like if I was like,
if you found that the whole book was a compilation of myths and legends, like Paul Bunyan or Johnny Appleseed, would it change the way that you live your life?
yeah, probably. I mean, definitely.
Would you base life decisions on Paul Bunyan or Johnny Appleseed?
Yeah, kind of.
You would?
Yeah, I think that those stories exist for a reason.
I want to ask what reason, but I really don't. Hammy, if you've got any questions, or RC, I'll be right back.
I'm a bit in my Uber right now, but I'll ask a few questions. So, are you familiar with Norse mythology?
A little bit.
So, and you take it for just that, as like a collection of myths. Like these gods don't exist. That they're all
No,
made
I
up
mean,
and whatnot.
I think that they, like, could be describing some, like, forces or something like that actually exist.
You think? Well, these weren't just forces. These were actual deities. These were gods, and they had stories around them.
So I guess you're just, like, objecting to the...
Well, go ahead. Keep going.
You're just objecting to my, like, description as seeing them as, like, a not as omnipowerful force. It's just, like, a less powerful force.
I mean, it's not that it's like an omni power. Like, there's, like, within the Norse mythology, there's no, like, omni here, right? And he's not, like, omnivore, right? Or, like, Tyr, the god of justice, isn't, like, omni-justice, right? These are just... But these were deities that had stories where they did things, and they, like for instance, whenever they were binding Fenrir, Tyr stuck his spear arm into Fenrir's mouth.
He stuck his what? Where now?
Pause.
His spear arm, because he was also, like, all of them did bad, and the weapon of choice that he had was a spear. No, he had a sword. My bad. So yeah, no, his sword arm. He stuck it in Fenrir's mouth because that's the only way Fenrir would allow him to bind. So, like, there's actual stories behind these people. There's myths about what these gods did. Have you read, like, the Poetic Edda?
No, what is it?
It's but the Poetic and Prose Edda are where we get these myths from. Would you be at all surprised?
What's it called?
The Prose Edda is
Okay.
Prose. Prose Edda.
And the Poetic Edda, EDDA.
teacup, so whenever he comes back, I'll finish that.
While he's teacupping, really quick, it makes a great opportunity for me to thank everybody for getting us to 90,000 likes. Also, thank you, Shell, Z-Witch, and 96, all for helping with our previous goal. But also, if we all keep tapping, we could break that 100K in no time. And who knows how many people might stumble through here with the courage or the curiosity to be able to question their beliefs. Go ahead, Hammy.
So, would you be at all surprised if I told you that the Prose was written a lot like the stories within the Bible?
No, I wouldn't exactly be surprised.
Why would you not be surprised?
Well, just because they're still humans who were kind of like writing down things and trying to communicate like some difficult thing about the world. So all poetry is sort of similar in that sense, even though they're all talking about very different things.
Well, whenever it comes to like the prose, for instance, it's not so much as poetry as in a telling of how Odin with his brothers created the 9 realms, and from slaying the giant, right? And how where these gods live. It's all about like basically building up the structure on how these gods interact and all these things, right?
Mhm.
So it's not exactly poetry, but the way that they tell the stories is very, very remarkably like the Old Testament in the Bible of like say Adam and Eve and the Garden of Eden and Noah's flood and things like that. It's very, very, very similar in that regard as like how it's written, right? The stories themselves are really completely different, but for the most part, like how it's laid out and things like that is very, very similar to that in the Bible. And I'm just curious on why you think that would be.
Yeah, I think it's probably because like humans remember things similarly in the way that they're laid out, and the stories constrained by people's ability to retell a story in that way, and so you have to be able to take whatever it is you're going to express and put it in a certain format such that it is remembered. And I think that certain ways of doing that are more conducive towards people telling it again. So that's probably why they're similar, because each of them did probably last a fairly amount of time. I mean, the stories in the Bible still are existing. So are the Norse ones, but just not necessarily in the sense that they were probably propagated originally. Now they're kind of, found through.
Why? I'm curious. Do your stories, does your God have to be real for it to be meaningful?
Yeah, I'd say so.
So the stories and the God all have to be true for any of it to be meaningful?
Yeah, I suppose, yeah.
Why?
Probably because I think that you need to have some expression of truth in order to have anything sort of like be remembered in sense.
Do you think if I asked a Norse pagan the same question that they would answer the same way?
Yeah, probably, for sure.
I have questions.
Might surprise you to know that I ask almost everyone that question, and pagans tend to tend to not think that they need to exist to be meaningful.
I guess maybe they're not like a real Norse pagan. That would be
It's
right.
fascinating. No true Scotsman.
What?
Well, hey, I mean, I'm not going to disagree with the no true Scotsman, but I will say that I think it in the sense that you can say no true Scotsman, and it's not like.
But it kind of is, isn't it?
Well, no, it is, but I don't think that
So,
necessarily is
for
an argument
instance,
against.
somebody could take value from the supposed moral teachings of a faith practice and value from the traditions and the stories and not think that the gods exist, right? Does that mean that they're not a true practitioner of that faith?
Yeah, I guess if you just think of like how probably it started, and then you think what those people probably were like, and compare it to.
Do you think you believe the way early Christians did?
Yeah, I think so.
Fascinating.
I have a few questions myself.
I know you do, RC. I'll let you go ahead and jump in now before I carry us down another tangent.
Yeah. Now, before I ask you, I just in any shape or form. Just disclaimer there. Since we are talking about myths and God belief and the validity of that and whatnot, are you familiar with the god Serapis Christus?
Like the Greek articulation of.
Close, actually. Serapis Christus is actually a Ptolemaic deity that is comprised of 5 Greek and 5 Egyptian deities with the purpose of uniting the Egyptian and Greco populations of the Ptolemaic dynasty. And
So, like in common parlance, what would you sort of say is most familiar for that term?
right. And so
Is it Jesus?
I'm getting there. Hold on. And so this was like 300 BCE, and this Serapis Christus.
But just so I'm being clear, like, sorry, I don't want to interrupt you.
Why can't you let RC finish?
Yes, sorry.
Damn it. I'm getting there, don't worry. And so Serapis has the attributes of many of these deities. Like, for example, he could raise the dead, he could perform miracles, he can turn water into wine, he was born of a virgin, and so many things. And again, if you actually look up Serapis Christus, he looks a lot like a European male with a beard and longish, longish hair and a robe. Who does it sound? Yep. And so at the time, so after 30 CE, there were people who had tombstones who said, like such and such's name, both a Christian and a Christian, which, and there's a whole plethora of details to go with that, but just to keep it plain and simple, we have scholars and data scientists who make the observation that the Christian movement actually started off as a branch off from the Christian movement, because people who worship Serapis. So before we had Jesus and the Christians, for 330 years, like prior, we've had people like who were worshiping quote unquote like an unknown god who this Serapis Christus was attributed to, and we had a group of people called the Christians.
Okay, what was their, who were they? What was their whole thing?
Their whole thing was that I mean, you'll have to talk to some more experts on this, but to my surface understanding, the worship of Serapis Christus started off as worship of an unknown deity,
which was a sect of believers during the Ptolemaic era who would give offerings to, like a particular deity, either be Egyptian or Greco, for one who didn't have a temple at the time, or like basically to give like an offerings to an anonymous god. And so, but Ptolemy attributed Serapis Christus to this unknown god. Like, no, it's not just like a god taking your offerings anonymously. This is a god in and of itself.
Did they have like writings?
It's like, yeah. Oh, I don't know if they had writings, but someone named Jaron Wingo might be able to answer that. And yes, Mask, you're absolutely correct. Like Christ before Jesus. Also, look into people like cyber deconstruction. And like,
yeah, I suppose like the one thing I guess take issue with maybe with the Christ before Jesus thing is it doesn't necessarily like have any description of what people conceive of as Jesus being a real like philosophical argument or like religious argument as opposed to just a historical one. So
but again, like I said, I'm not trying to take your God away from you, but do you think it might be possible that your Jesus is a different take on this Serapis Christ? Do you think that could be a possibility?
no, I mean I think they're distinct, but I do think that there could be a person who you're describing or like some set of beliefs in which you're describing that also existed.
You don't think there's any possibility that the two became conflated over time?
No, yeah, there definitely could have been like mix-ups or stuff like that. Or there could be like overlaps, but I don't necessarily think that that sort of like.
I don't often ask believers this. Why? I don't find it productive because it gives the wrong message. But I am going to ask you, what do you think would convince you that your God does not exist?
Probably like just overwhelming like tragedy personally, like just like
you think
ridiculous
overwhelming tragedy. So like, you're saying that if you were Job, you would have lost faith?
Yeah, probably.
Make you disbelieve in a God, not some logical reason or some contradiction within text.
Well, definitely
really
not. Definitely not the text. I mean, I guess we're talking about like total separation of like, atheism or something like this. Yes, I would say it would have to be, yes, like a personal experiential.
Some kind of loss.
Yeah, which would sort of like remove all prior personal narrative and stuff. Like of, you could say like, oh, this was in order to like, oh, God did this in order to like, make me better for whatever reason. But if you just have like everything happen around you, that's like kind of like destroys all that personal narrative you could have of like what somebody would want to be sort of like intentional for a person's life. And that would be like something that I don't know that I could like see somebody else and like understand what it is that they experienced that led them to do, like feel a specific way other than like they just tell you. But like I don't think you can really like translate.
Are you saying that the things that lead you to believe are so personal that it would take something as deeply personal to cause you to question it?
No, not the question. I mean, I think like the fundamental basis would require that, though.
You said earlier that you leave room for the possibility that you could be wrong. How do you leave room for that possibility if the bar to disprove God lies in personal experience?
Well, I mean, it would be seemingly possible for like of such. Even if it's maybe like less likely or something like that. But I mean, I think you need to kind of like experience something less likely in order to really change your opinion on anything, really. Like, if you just like see a bird flying, that's not gonna like make you think that you're wrong about how lift works. You would have to like see like some, I guess, like less common articulation of how this thing is experienced that would disprove your specific ideas.
So for you to question what you believe, not question, but to fully doubt,
Mm-hmm.
to abandon your beliefs,
Yeah,
would require you experiencing something personal that contradicted the personal experiences that cause you to believe.
yeah, pretty much.
Go ahead, RC.
I didn't have any further question.
I cut you off mute.
Oh.
So, do you hinge your beliefs on personal experiences related to afterlife?
Yeah, I think so.
Is that why it would take a personal loss, as you said, mentor or unfair ending?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it. I guess in some small sense, yes, but then in like a more profound, like in a more profound, like total like abandonment of those beliefs would require something like probably more like non ordained, like ordinary, like like I mean, people do pass away, so you can't necessarily derive a ton of meaning from everything.
Yeah. But how then could you attribute any action or inaction or personal loss to the lack of a God? And before you answer that, I do need to make sure that I thank Shell, Cat to Witch, and Z Witch, and 96. Thank you all so much for helping with that goal. I do appreciate you.
I think you would probably be able to not, you probably could not just sort of like prove the absence of something, but I think that if you did observe something actively, you could derive like meaning from it. So like if you actively were observing like horrible tragedy, then I think you could derive some meaning from that. Or if you were observing like strange or like sort of like prophetic type experiences or something like that, you could derive some sort of meaning from that, or if you experience some like good things outside of the ordinary, you could derive some sort of meaning from that.
Does I guess I'm not seeing still how it makes sense to you that loss would somehow be attributable to a lack of God.
Well, I mean, the idea that somebody who's like you, foreign to you in terms of judgment or something like that, would be enough that you would think that there is nothing that is similar to you which is impacting your life or like leading you anywhere or like doing anything. Like if you couldn't conceptualize of like what happened to you.
Do you conceptualize an afterlife?
Yeah.
What is that?
Similar to like, I guess, the world, but just I guess lacking similarities in terms of how it's experienced.
Lacking similarity in terms of how it's experienced. What do you mean?
I guess like the closest would be like if you just take like the best parts of your life and you just kind of like experience things similar to that and not just
a filter to all good. Is it forever?
Yeah, although it's kind of hard to describe what that is.
Real quick, everybody, there is a poll in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. Or I guess it's kind of a rectangle on its side. Anyways, you know what I mean. Clipboard up there, guys. You can vote. Let your voice be heard. So an eternal afterlife that is filtered to be just the good things from this life. No bad at all. Will you remember this life?
Yeah. I think it would just maybe some people remember it more or less.
Will you just not remember the things that bring you sadness or grief or anger?
No, I just think that like certain people have kind of like overcome those things and kind of like can carry it with them, but I think for other people they kind of don't carry it as well and they would be better without remembering it.
Do you think that you'll remember all the people that mattered to you?
Yeah, but maybe not everything that you did with them or something like that, or that they,
Will it matter to you that some of them are not with you? That some of them
are cast
into a lake of fire?
Yeah, I guess if it did, and I guess if, I don't know if, and like even if I suppose that like the literal interpretation of that, then if you did, if you would take a problem with it, you maybe just wouldn't remember that they were, I suppose.
Remember that they were what? In the lake of fire?
Yeah. or like that they did things which you would then assume they were.
So you would just remember that they exist, but not know that they're being punished.
Yeah.
So ignorance is bliss.
In a certain sense, sure.
Live in this ignorance of their damnation for eternity, forever.
Well, yeah, I think that there is sort of like in art, like I think that you, in like a sense, can always. I mean, this goes into a bit of like determinism, but like in a sense, like you can always sort of like improve out of whatever negative thing you've done or whatever sin you have. You can always kind of like.
So even after being cast into the lake of fire, they can improve.
Yeah, but I guess it wouldn't really be that same person in a sense who would be kind of like removed from there. They would kind of have to like be a different person.
So they just wouldn't be themselves anymore. So somebody else. They'd have to cosplay as somebody.
Kind of like reincarnation or something like that, as being like the same person. Like I guess it would a different person, but in the sense that like almost like you're reincarnated as somebody else. Like
So they'd be reincarnated as somebody else so that they could be somebody worth being in heaven.
yeah, I think that's fine. Description, I suppose.
Why? I appreciate you being up here. I don't.
No, thanks. Don't worry about it.
Demonstration of questioning beliefs, but I hope that you keep finding a way to, I don't know, question something. And if anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, you are capable of questioning your beliefs. Go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs, and if you can, well, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? Have we put R.C. to sleep?
Nope, I'm here.
Oh, wide awake.
Is also wide awake.
Hammy is also wide awake, he says.
How does the audio sound?
It's acceptable. Not as bad as some.
I might have to mess around with this.
Yeah, it's not bad. I don't think it's poem time yet, but it is feeling like it could be. If we don't get somebody with a belief who's capable of questioning that belief, then I may have to read some bad poetry and take a nap. It feels a little early for that. So if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, well, we're waiting to talk to you. That's what those boxes are for. Just click on one of those boxes or the little pink and blue people next to your chat box, and either way it'll send us a request and I'll bring you right up. We're not here to tear you down. I'm not here to make you feel foolish. I'm not here to judge you or tell you you're wrong. Then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
Is this any better?
It sounds about the same.
Okay.
Got a little bit of an echo. But good morning, Morgan. Did you mean to request
Good
a...
morning, everyone. Yeah, I did.
How are you doing?
I'm okay. I'm trying to wrestle medication into my dog. It's great.
Oh, fun.
Yeah. Be careful with your pets and ice, friends. Ice injuries are common.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm gonna take a name that I won't even say on TikTok, so if you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, in your belief, then go ahead and request on up, but saying your name would violate TikTok TOS, then maybe change your name. Yeah, they keep requesting too, that's weird.
Is it like a slur or something in their name?
No. No, they probably... But I don't mind the silence. I like the tavern music. Yeah, see which that is the safe assumption. It's more than likely what is actually capable of questioning their beliefs than take on an obvious troll. You notice how they aren't commenting to defend themselves. It's because they don't have an original thought. Just some trolly thing they're ready to shout as soon as they make it on panel. Yes, they did, Shell. Me too, Cat to which we still get them occasionally, but they can't all be an Uncle Rory. Or who was the pirate dwarf? Do you remember the pirate dwarf? dwarf just because that was his character picture. It was. I don't know how tall he was, but he sounded like a pirate. I think it was a red beard even.
How does this sound?
That sounds fine. Got a tiny echo, but
Yeah, I'm still messing with it.
see, Witch says he likes the Batitude, but they're not a troll. I don't know. That little bat can troll with the best of them.
Does this help with the echo?
I won't know unless you stay unmuted while I'm talking. So if you do that, then I can hear myself talk, and I hear a little bit of an echo.
Okay, I'll keep messing with it.
Might be your headphones.
It might be. It's just the little headphones they gave me with it.
Yeah, if it's coming out the headphones and you're too close to the mic, that give yourself about 12 inches from the mic and keep your face off center. But if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up.
So does this sound better then?
A little bit. Check. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's because I was too close.
Mm-hmm.
Does it sound crisp though, or?
It's very crisp. Back up a bit, and also make sure you don't talk directly into it. Like talk kind of next to it.
Yeah, I'm currently talking like my face is about good at least I would say probably at least 12 inches away, and I'm looking away from it, talking to it by looking at my phone.
Yeah, that kind of works. It's a bit crisp.
I'll keep messing with
it. A bit of a hiss.
Which is funny because I have the windsock and the pop filter on it.
Those help with plosives more than sibilants, or to do with pronunciation and moisture in your mouth.
So then it's just a me thing. Got it.
Yeah, it's just a you thing, and also proximity. But rather than give everybody a mic and audio engineering lesson, let's go right back to questioning beliefs. If anybody's got a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, well then go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate you or argue, just to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? And we're at 98,000 likes. We're so close to 100K, you guys. You guys are awesome. Almost there. Just a few more taps will get us over that 100K mark, and who knows how many more FYPs will come across. Oh, I didn't think so, but you never know. I saw a friendly name in the queue. But if you can be friendly and you've got a belief that you can question, then go ahead and request on up.
100.
Hell yeah. 100,000 likes. Appreciate you guys tapping us up to 100K.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Tapping is clapping.
Consent.
Thank you. Thank you, Cat the Witch. Appreciate you.
Consensually slap that screen like a pair of peachy butt cheeks.
Yeah, the things RC said that I won't repeat. Appreciate you, DD. Thank you.
Not because I haven't heard, like... I'm sorry, is my voice coming out weird?
No, we heard you.
Okay, sorry. I'm hearing it weird in my head, in my headphones. But not because you haven't said something like that before, but if you did say what RC said, it would sound really, really weird coming from you.
I mean, everything's kind of weird, so it's like,
I will neither confirm nor deny whether I've said things like that before. Thank you, Shell.
I'll keep my comments.
You don't have to. I mean, nobody told you not to comment, but it makes sense.
No, but I don't. I really don't want to. I don't want to make a fool of you on your own live. A couple weeks ago, you said something similar on the live.
On a live.
On this.
Everybody else took another way because I can believe that.
No, it wasn't.
Well,
Things similar to what RC said.
Let's pretend I haven't and just everybody tap the screen and share the live. And if you got a belief in a god or god,
I tried to
question
save
it
you.
and go ahead and request on up.
but I'm the most explicit, right?
It was definitely explicit.
I'm still the champion.
The champion of explicitness. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I avoid being too explicit, and when I catch myself, I usually stop.
I'm not saying you're a deviant or anything.
What is deviance?
Well, that depends on how you define normalcy.
Does deviance depend upon normalcy?
I would imagine so.
Really?
There has to be a repeating pattern to deviate from.
I'm going to repeat a pattern really quickly and thank Shell, 96, DD Chickadee, Gabby, Claire, and Z-Witch for helping with the goal. Appreciate all of you so much.
Is art by default deviant?
It would have to be. I mean, that is the definition of art.
I feel like
No, deviant art. Got it.
I feel like we're plugging a website now.
Get out of here, RC. No.
Those are some good times.
Those were some dark times.
Oh, definitely. Oh, there were definitely some cringy times for sure, but like there were some good times as well.
Every day I learn that we need to learn less about each other.
Wow. Thank you, 96, for knocking that goal out. That's amazing. You're amazing. Now, if they could amazingly press a button that brought them up to this amazing panel with these amazing questioners, that would be pretty, I don't know,
These deviant questioners.
it'd be pretty positive. Oops. Not that one. Yeah, it might be nearing that time. I'm not seeing any more believers believing a thing that they can question, or at least believing they can question. But we're only at, what, 8 hours? Usually go much longer.
It's just a lull. I'm sure there are plenty.
Here, believer, believer, believer.
Here, boy. Here, boy.
Is it literally that Sesame Street thing? The fishy, fishy, fishy.
Where did that little fishy go? A fish, a fish, a fishy. Ooh.
That's Monty Python.
I know. But it was bound to make that reference if no one else did.
There was a video I watched where there's a hunter who was out there, and it's human deer calls you've ever heard. He's got his hand up to his mouth like he's about to make a deer grunt with his mouth, and then he's like, "Come here, deer," and it was just really, really funny. I liked it.
You earned it, Hammy.
Don't I usually?
Yes. Yes, usually you do. I was just inspired for a new "What the fuck are you talking about" scream. With flying pigs and a frozen hell. I need 2 more.
Oh, I get it. Took me a second.
RC. whenever you do make that, I'm going to get us on a what the fuck so that way I can see it.
I know. You'll get us there anyways without trying. And if you can question your beliefs without trying, or if it takes a little bit of effort, either way, we want to hear from you. If you can question your beliefs in a god or gods or a higher power or something like that, then hit one of those boxes and join us up on panel. I'm not looking to debate or argue. I'm not looking to tell you that you're wrong. I just want to know, well, if you can question it, then what is it that you believe? Not just the name of it, not just some title or the declaratives of a god, but what actually is the framework of it that you believe? What is it that you hold to and don't? What do you dismiss? And why do you hold to whatever it is you do? Chalk and cheese was talking about. But I don't know. I don't remember my dreams.
What I can say is I have never once had a dream where I became a preacher.
When I do remember my dreams, it's not usually fun, but they're not, they're nonsensical. They don't make sense. So there's nothing really to remember as far as like plot or characters.
How are you?
Hello, CJ. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 19 years old.
What year were you born?
2006.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power?
I do.
Like it?
I identify as a non-denominational Christian.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I would be lying if I said entirely, unfortunately.
Do you believe the stories within the Bible to be true and literal?
It requires interpretation. I would say yes.
Do you believe in the 6-day creation, or Adam and Eve as the first two humans?
I do.
Why do you believe those stories?
I believe those stories because I believe that it was written by God through man. So I believe that that is the word of God.
I'm sorry, you believe it was written by God
It's
man?
It's God's word.
So therefore the stories have to be true.
I believe so, yes.
What if they contradicted each other?
If there was true contradiction that wasn't taken out of context, then I would question it and try to find an explanation.
So a contradiction like the order of creation given in Genesis 1 being, light, firmament, plants, sun and moon, animals, man and woman. And the one in Genesis 2 that says that it's man, plants, animals, woman. Those.
Could you give me the direct verse from Genesis 2, please, if you have it?
You'd have to.
Okay, I only have the I left my Bible at school. I only have the like virtual Bible, like the Bible app. I would have to get it out, but I would have to like leave the app. Is that fine?
You can go check it out. I can
I'll
read it to you from the RSV here.
If you could, that would be great. Thank you.
Sure. So in Genesis 2:5, it would say, when no plant of the field was yet in the earth, and no herb of the field had yet sprung up, for the Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was no man to till the ground. But a mist went up from the earth, and watered the whole face of the ground. Then the Lord God formed the man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and he became a living being. So here it's saying that before there were plants, because there was no rain, and there was no man, he makes a mist come up, and then a man before the plants.
Well, I believe that Genesis 1 is referring to the order of creation, and I believe that that would be referring to something different altogether. Whereas
So
it's not.
when it says that there were no plants, and he makes a man, and then later in 2:18, when it says, then the Lord God said, it is not good for man to be alone. I shall make him a helper fit for him. So out of the ground brought them to the man to see whatever he would call them, and whatever the man called to every living creature, that was its name. The man gave names to all the cattle and all the birds of the air, and every beast of the field, but for the man there was not a helper fit for him. So the Lord God caused the deep sleep to fall upon the man. Right, so it says in 2:5 that it's before the plants he makes the man. And then in 2:18 it says it's not good for him to be alone, so he makes the animals. But in Genesis 1, it specifically said that the plants and the animals preceded the man.
Yes, I wish that. Because I don't think I've.
Would that be a
read that
true
recently.
contradiction? Yeah, it's fair if you haven't heard of it before.
To me,
But
yeah,
now that you
for me to say that it would be a true contradiction, I would probably need to like read it in full to understand the context behind it.
And that is
because when you,
CJ,
yeah,
absolutely,
and that's my fault because that's just a lack of education on my part.
Right. Is it possible that there is a true contradiction?
It is possible. I will not deny that it is. I won't say that it's completely impossible because I've not done my own full like work into researching it. Until then, I can't say anything.
Does it sound a bit more contradictory than most supposed contradictions you've heard?
I have heard other ones that have been rebutted like against, so I would need to do my own research into that as well to try to grasp an understanding of how that could be retaliated against.
Is it possible, CJ, that the reason why this contradiction exists is because these are two different stories from two different people groups, two different myths merged together to seem like one?
I'm not sure. I mean, with multiple authors and being written over a period of centuries, that definitely is a possibility. Yes.
Does that make sense for there to be a different author for Genesis 2 than there was for Genesis 1?
No, I would disagree with that. Yeah. So I would agree with what you're saying. That there would be a compilation of multiple stories. So I would, yeah. I mean, I would just.
It calls into question whether or not Moses wrote all of it, doesn't it?
Yes, but
it might call into question whether or not these two stories are even the same story, if they are, as it appears, two different stories telling two different narratives.
No, definitely. Would you mind? Because I would love to continue this conversation, but I don't want to keep you waiting. Would you mind giving me 2 minutes to just read that really, really quickly?
Why don't you go ahead and take your time with that, CJ?
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, take a moment and feel free to Google research the contradiction. There are other contradictions within even just those same passages. We could get to those later, or we could talk about others, but it really is more or less a question about how you would respond to, reconcile, or consider those contradictions. But while he does that, thank you guys for 111,000 likes. Appreciate all 113 of us in here tapping the screen together. sharing the life, doing all we can to get out to the FYP to maybe get a few more people who are curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs.
You guys are fucking awesome.
Angel numbers.
Okay, so from what I've gathered, and this is just based off of obviously a quick article.
Minute and a half of research, yeah.
Yeah, so there is really not much, but I was trying to go my quickest. So it seems as though the widespread agreement between Christians, and I cannot include myself within that group because I, again, have not done my own work into researching this, but it seems that they believe that Genesis 1 is referring to a cosmic overview, like a widespread overview, while Genesis 2 is trying to show like more like push the relationship between God and man, specifically like focusing on humanity and its works.
So the only problem would be it's like saying that there's this one story, and we're telling it from this big broad view far away, and then we're telling it zoomed in really close. The problem is that when you zoom in really close, why would you give reasons for things being it?
Because it's a topical view, not like a chronological view. So it's trying to show more of the humanity side of things, like how humans are superior to animals. It's showing that human superiority, and that's why like I wouldn't abide by veganism.
Right, that seemed like a red herring. Nobody's gonna go fishing today, CJ.
No, I'm not like trying to just like start something for no reason. I'm just like,
not
you know what
interested.
I mean?
But he said that's why he won't be vegan because they
No, that's not like that. That was just like a.
I would love to go fishing, but it's the actual fishing and not this type of fishing.
I'll let you go for it.
If the weather wasn't horrible, maybe, man. But you can continue. I'm sorry.
I'm in Texas. It is great.
Oh,
yeah.
shit,
So
Michigan.
my concern here with the whole entire top down and then zoomed in thing is that even in the top button, the same order, regardless, because if in one it says plants, animals, man, and then in the zoomed in version it's like plants, man, then animals, or man, animals, plants, like it seems to be incorrect still, because the top up should match the zoomed in version.
Well, from about a minute and a half of very quick research, what I would explain it as, based off of just what I've read, would be that it's showing you the chronological order in Genesis 1, the chronological order of creation, but in Genesis 2, it's showing you, it's trying to express the superiority of humans, and that's why they're listed first, like the superiority of humanity over animals and plants. Like,
It's like,
us naming them. And then,
you can still
there are companions.
show.
I'm sorry.
Well, you can still show the superiority of man over the other animals and stuff, with being accurate with the chronological order of things. That's not that big of a deal, because the plants and animals, and then he created man and said, hey, you see all those things that I just created? I want you to go name them.
Wouldn't
Right?
it have
That's
shown the superiority of God to get the order correct in accordance to science, or at least his own previous story?
I think the superiority of God is just like, in the beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Like, God is in the beginning as he is in the end. So, I mean, he is the creator of all things, of all life. We still are unable to show, we're able to show how inorganic compounds are able to create organic matter when energy is applied, but we can't.
I've ever heard Gish all over the Gish. What was the question I asked you?
I'm just, what was the question? One more time.
Wouldn't it show the superiority of God if he had been consistent with what we see in science, or at least within his own texts?
I believe that the superiority of God does not need to be shown because it's expressed everywhere else throughout the Bible when he's stated as a creator. So I don't agree. I don't believe that would be like a necessary inclusion of his superiority.
The question.
No. I'm I'm sorry.
What was my question?
Your question was by not showing a contradiction in the order of creation, right? That's what you're asking. Like, why would they not show the correct order to prove the superiority of God rather than the superiority of humanity? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Okay. So my answer to that would be that the superiority of God is already expressed to the extent where it would not be necessary. And in that text, in that specific verse, Genesis 2, he's just trying to express how humanity is superior to the things that live around us.
And he can do that by being accurate to the very first chapter that he had inspired to be written. Could he not?
No, well, that's a chronological argument versus a expression of superiority. That's just
Well, the thing is like, so I laid out a way where God's or the superiority of man or whatever is over the animals in a way where God creates the plants, the animals, just like he did in the first chapter.
Yeah.
And then when he creates man, he says, hey, go name those, and by the way, you're to have dominion over them. Like, that still is expressing the same thing as what you're telling us it expresses, but it shows that it's at least consistent within the two chapters.
I fully understand what you're saying. I think really the only thing that I could say is I'm not sure why he chose to phrase it the way that he did, but I mean that's more of a rebuttal than that, to be completely honest. Like, I couldn't tell you why he worded anything or why he included metaphor rather than being literal. But
why are you trying to rebut every question instead of considering the question for what it is?
No, I shouldn't say I don't know a rebuttal. I just don't know an answer. I don't know an answer other than that.
Every question you've tried to find a rebuttal.
Well, yeah, I just want to hear, what you would have to say because I would want to give as strong an argument as I can to see what your response would be. That's really all it is. I'm not trying to do it in like
So you're not actually here to question your beliefs. You're here to question to see if we can question you.
No, not whatsoever. I just want to hear your answer so I can gain a better understanding. Well, your answer, you are making me I'm being insightful. Like I am trying to look inside of myself for an answer. And if you give me a better one, so far, I have understood at least what you've been saying. Like, I'm not trying to put you down in any means or trying to replace your belief system. I respect what you believe. I just want to hear what you have to say to what I do. You know what I mean? Not like I shouldn't have said rebuttal, but I don't have a better explanation for the questions I'm being asked is what I mean. Or for that specific question. So it's not in any meaning of harm or anything like that. So
can you question your beliefs?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It means to be open-minded and not believe that your answer is truly correct and that there are possibilities. And I have agreed with you, and you've asked me, can there be contradiction? Is it possible multiple people, something like that? And I have agreed with you on that. Yes, it is possible. But until proven otherwise, I won't agree with it, personally.
Do you want to bring up the second Samuel?
I mean,
what was that?
We could bring up the second Samuel. You have your Bible app ready, right?
Yeah.
So there's 2 verses you should look at if we're still questioning contradictions, but I just don't know how. You can go check out 2 Samuel 21, or no, it's 24. I'm sorry, 2 Samuel 24, and then 1 Chronicles 21. First verse of each of those chapters.
Are you regretting not doing poem time?
No, I don't regret not doing poem time yet. We do have another request. Oh.
11.5.5.
Hell yeah. 115,000 likes. You guys are amazing.
Hell yeah, you are.
Oh, I bet we could get 150K. I have questions, but I almost don't want to ask Hammy.
You want to ask what they sound like?
No, I don't want to turn this moment into a cartoon. I want to know if...
All right, hello?
Oh, there we go. CJ's gone and looked at those verses. What'd you find?
David to number Israel, and then through adversarial provocation, the devil says the same.
Through adversarial provocation, the devil says the same.
Yes, he says the same. He incites David to
number Israel.
To number Israel. Thank you.
So you're saying the devil is trying to take credit later for what God already said he did?
Yes.
And God inspired someone to write that down?
Did God inspire them to write Satan incited David, or did Satan inspired David?
Satan didn't inspire, he incited him.
You're right. I meant incited.
Right, but this is the Bible we're speaking
yes, so God, Satan is not the one that put that in the Bible. I understand what you're saying.
Right. So, did God just say, hey, write this down at this time, and then write something, the complete opposite?
I think that it's the complete opposite, because they are inciting David to do the same. But I believe that, again, that the devil is provoking, and it should be like understood that he is trying to, again, like, take the credit.
So
for
wants,
inciting him.
God wants man to know that not only did he incite David to do this, but that the devil wants you to know that he also is trying to take credit. Why would God do that?
I honestly do not have an answer for you.
I mean, this is the same God who in the first commandment said, I'm the Lord your God who delivered you out of your name is jealous.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's okay with sharing the credit?
I don't believe, because at the time God's anger was kindled in Israel, as it says. So from the text, I can concur that that God inciting him was out of anger, and the devil think that he was just provoking. And
What's the difference?
so God's anger was kindled in Israel, and then the devil just wanted like the credit for it, and wanted to be the one who provoked David himself rather than God. Because then, rather than it being from God's will,
I
it would
know
be
that there are
from
follow-up questions all over this panel, but before anybody gets one, I'm going to thank Delilah, Scissors, Shell, Cat, DeWitch, Squiggles, and 96 for...
That's just from just me reading it. Yeah, I just read those 2 verses. Yes. Well, because it says that God's anger was kindled in Israel, so therefore he incited David to again number Israel. So provocation, but then the devil wants to be the one who coerces David, and wants to have the credit for being the one to because when God says it is out of it. I just read the 2 verses, but from them I can tell that God says it out of anger, and the devil says it out of provocation. Like that's how I would, without any surrounding text for context. So yes, I would say that, yes. And from the lack of understanding that I do have, I'm not as educated as I should be on the topic that I claim to believe, but it's a lot. So I'm open. That's why I'm open to questioning my beliefs.
I think RC might have a little bit of an echo.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
It might have been, or it might have been me.
Go ahead.
I'm still not quite understanding the difference between anger and provocation. Those 2 things are practically synonymous.
No, yes. Well, those are synonymous.
So how is it different?
Well, those are...
Uh-huh. Yes.
How so? How does provocation always stem from anger?
Does it?
No. I'm able to provoke someone into an action without anger. So I don't think that those are synonymous whatsoever.
You're entitled to an...
Argue on that point?
CJ, why are you looking for an argument?
Okay, no problem. I just didn't know if you wanted to discuss it further. See, like, I'm too used to a debate setting, but that's my fault. I'm trying to be as I'm not trying to like start anything. If that's what I'm trying to say.
I hear the effort.
Yeah, I'm not like trying to start like an issue.
I understand.
I wanted to discuss it any further, like if you had a follow up.
If the text says that the devil incited David, and the text says that God incited David, how do you know who incited David?
Just from the context.
From the context, and where in the context?
So when it says that God's anger was kindled in Israel, which does not mean that his anger was permanently toward Israel, but it was kindled in Israel at the time. So he provoked David to level or to provocation, and he wanted the credit. So that's why he
How did the devil get the credit?
Yeah.
How did he get the
One more
credit?
time. One second.
I also want to know what he thinks kindled means.
Okay. I'm sorry. So I just read it. Oh, sorry. One more time. I need to make sure I'm getting the word right.
CJ, why are you being so eager to argue these
No, I'm not. I'm
contradictions
just
away?
trying to. I just had a better
Is
explanation,
it
but I
not
just
possible that there
slipped
is
my
no
mind.
explanation? That the
Fully
explanation
possible. Fully possible.
is it
I'm gonna try
possible? You
to.
gotta let me finish.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Is it possible that the explanation is that these are different stories written at different times by different people
Again,
and prone to those kinds of mistakes?
well, yes, it was written at different times because it was written out over a period of centuries, not just all at once. And yes, what you're saying, and I understand that the way that you're putting it, that is a complete possibility. Anything is a possibility. I do not believe that is the case, and I'm trying to explain why. I just need to read.
Sure, go ahead and read the verse again. While he reads that verse, if anybody watching has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you are capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. Not here to debate or argue, just to see if you can question what it is you believe.
So I had to. I did just look it up really quickly, but God is inciting David to attack Israel in a judicial way. He is the judicial cause because he is trying to punish Israel for their wrongdoing, whereas the devil is trying to lead David into the temptation of pride for being the one to level Israel. So that's the difference. They are inciting them in different ways.
Where did you get this?
It was on Google.
Awesome. So, yeah.
I had to find another source, but that does support what I was.
For you.
No. It supports what I was going along with.
Just Googled your critical thinking.
Of course,
It goes along with exactly what I was saying prior to Googling a thing.
I think we could have easily had this conversation with Google then.
No, I gave my own explanation, and then when I looked it up, it abided by exactly what I had prior.
Does anybody else have questions for CJ?
So earlier in the conversation, when you were discussing the stories of the Bible, that you believed that they were true except for where metaphor is used. How do you tell where the metaphor is used and which story is literal?
He states it. He says, "Do not add." God, he says, "Do not add or take from the scripture," but he states when metaphor, and I forget the exact word he uses in the Bible, but you are able to tell because he tells you when it is a metaphor being used. So that's where it's up for interpretation. So I still believe it's true, but I just don't believe that I don't take it at its face value, if you understand what I'm saying.
No, I don't.
Okay, so he tells you when he is speaking in metaphor to be interpreted. Okay, and
can you give me an example?
Yeah, let me find one. Off the top of my head, I'm sorry.
Wait, you don't have an example of a
I'm checking.
God
I'm
speaking
checking
in metaphor?
No, of the word that he uses where he is telling you directly that it is metaphor. So I just need to grab. I still have the Bible app open and I have tabs. So once I should have a note or a bookmark for this.
So is he saying that there's like a code word that God drops in the Bible? Is that?
No, Morgan, what happens is God sits there and says, "Hey guys, this is a metaphor."
I don't remember ever reading that in the Bible.
I hear weepy puppy.
If it's my puppy, he's mad because he's on bed rest for the next 10 days.
Okay, so I found... One second.
While we wait for this guest to Google more answers to questions that are about his beliefs.
No, I'm just copying it in here, like from the Bible app, just so that I can read it all at once without having to switch back and forth. Okay, so this is Matthew 13:13, okay? The word I was looking for was parables. He said, "This is why I speak to them in parables, because seeing they do not see, and hearing they do not hear." So parables was the word, and there's another example. Jesus says to them. So that was Jesus speaking.
So, could it be possible that Jesus said that in order to communicate the word of God, he had to speak in parables to the people he was speaking?
He expresses the word through metaphor, and he claims that it is parable when he says that it is.
So before Jesus, how do you know when it's parable?
I believe, the word parable is used many, many, many more verses. That was just one. I couldn't copy and paste them all because it says character limit reached.
No,
Yeah,
but of course.
and I'm pretty sure a lot of that's going to be in the New Testament.
I'm sorry, I echoed. What did you say? I heard like an echo. You cut off. Can you say that one more time? Hammy?
Oh, I said, yeah, that's probably going to be a lot in the New Testament. But as far as I'm aware, I don't think God ever says that he speaks in parables.
Jesus is God, so I mean that's the same thing.
But we're talking about like when we're looking at like 2 Samuel and stuff like that. That's Old Testament, right?
I mean, I'm speaking in the New Testament. That's just as much of God's word as the Old Testament.
But
I mean, there is eyewitness
that
testimony as well, obviously, but it's passed down through generations. It's not written directly by the testimony, but it is passed down. It's a word that has been passed down and written and recorded through writing. So
it's so hard to tell them the thing that I normally tell people.
What is it?
He wants to say you're wrong.
That's completely fine. Why so?
It goes against what we do here at the live, so I'm not going to go into details.
Could you like DM me it or something? I would just like to know. I would like to continue the conversation.
If you want to send me a DM, this live is about. It's not something that I'm going to do here.
Okay, no problem. So is there any like further discussion or any other questions? I do have a question if you don't mind.
Are you saying, Hemi, that he is wrong?
Yes, I am.
In what way is
and I would just like to understand why.
Well, since you're asking, the simple fact is that we don't have eyewitness testimony, and as a matter of fact, there's several times within the New Testament where Jesus himself does not call himself God. And whenever people ask him if he is the Messiah, he sits there and is like, "That's what you claim."
But when
he never once agrees to it. He never once sits there and says that he is God. As a matter of fact, he says he sits at the right hand of God. And then on top of that, like I said, we have no eyewitness testimony. The Gospels are actually what are called pseudo-anonymous, meaning that they are written anonymously, but we attribute them to the Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
They are not actually written by Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Church fathers have agreed that this is who wrote them because it's tradition to say that it wrote them, but we don't know who wrote them. So we are stuck. We are stuck here. I don't believe that. Yeah, we don't have any eyewitness. None of them start with, "I am Mark and I saw this," or none of them speak in a position where it is from an eyewitness. It is always spoken to in it's not first person where it's
what
like,
about
I
when
saw
Paul
this
directly said, "Am I
Third
not an
person
apostle? Have I not seen the Christ our God?"
Paul is not an eyewitness to Christ's teachings. Paul is not a witness to Christ's trial, his crucifixion, or his resurrection.
He claims to be a witness of his resurrection.
He claims to, if you take what his actual words were about his trip down the road of Damascus, is not that he claimed to seen Jesus. He claimed to have seen, had gotten a vision, basically.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that he's the Gospels. Christ appeared before a select few of the, if not all, the 12 disciples, and then this anonymous 500 witnesses before ascending into heaven. He did not go and see Paul.
Okay, what about when
There was a poll. Only a few people voted, but we did get a vote that says we're going to move on. CJ.
Oh, okay, no problem, guys. Well, thank you so
Appreciate
much for your
being here.
time. I appreciate you answering my questions. And I hope you have a great day.
I hope that if you come back another time, you might be a little more open to questioning your beliefs and hopefully take some of those questions that we pose to you and do more than a minute and a half Google search to see if there's some excuse you agree with. Did Amore mean to request up? Did you mean to do it, Amore? Yeah, I'm gonna guess not. But if anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate you or argue. I'm not here to tell you that you're wrong. I just want to know if you can question it, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe? This will not go well. Hello, Adam. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Adam, are you there?
Adam Apples, are you there?
Oh, hey. Sorry, I just walked in.
Did you mean to request up?
I've been requesting it for a while now. But, what I missed?
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
38.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I don't have a belief. I do have a knowing.
And in your knowing, what is the God that you claim to know?
Well, I call him Father. Or Love.
And where do you learn about this Father love?
Well, I never really was, religious or any type of thing, but I discovered him accidentally.
How do you accidentally discover Father love?
Just through, being self-aware and mindful of my surroundings, and you kind of pick up on things, and then you question it, and I just puzzle them together, and boop, there he was.
So your self-awareness questions led you to a boop
Yes,
that ended up
extreme
telling
self-awareness.
you that it was a Father love.
That is actually
can you
also
tell me,
learnable.
Can you tell me, did this self-awareness boop lead you through a doctrine of any kind? Is this the Father love written about in the Eddas of the Norse pantheon, or is it the Bhagavad Gita, or maybe it's in the Anuma Elish?
Could you repeat that one more
learn
time?
about this Father love?
I moved into a new room for better.
Was it any doctrines or any faith books out there?
I've always skimmed through my family's my brother's side of the family are super religious Christian people, but they don't follow every Christian. They just they're selective on the ones that they go to, I guess. And then I myself was forced into Buddhism, but I didn't really read anything into it. I just kind of was trying to survive it,
Really quick, Adam, I'm going to talk past you for just a moment. I'm going to say thank you to Shell, Freya, and 90 to all of you. Adam, do you believe in the Bible?
I don't.
Do you believe Jesus was your Lord and Savior? He died for your sins.
I believe he was a good person that died for everyone.
Do you think he resurrected?
He never left.
What do you mean by that?
Jesus is a metaphorical type of thing where it's a individual of an enlightened mindset that helps you understand things differently, or yeah.
So, are you saying that no person named Jesus actually died?
There may have been a person named Jesus, for sure. And someone did die.
But you're saying that the idea now as it exists is a metaphorical mindset, not related to
it's all true, and it all works in harmony, but things change in time and concepts and stuff.
What do you mean true?
So several things can be true at once, but you have to give it time or different conditions that apply to it.
What is true?
What is true?
Yes, what does the word true mean?
To be real, or to be factual, or facts, or at least... Oh, there is truth, but the truth hurts, right? So how can it be good still, if it hurts? But it is required for growth, isn't it? And growth is good, right? So you put me in a pickle here.
I just asked you what true was.
Yeah, and it changes. The answer changes to that. It's true. It's true, but I can tell you the truth, but it wouldn't matter if you don't believe me, right?
Why do you believe it?
Because it's my truth, and it is also what's the answer. It truly is. Well, I don't believe in lying, especially to my mother, but sometimes it's best to lie. And I can give you a reason, an example.
I didn't ask you about...
Be very educational. And
why are you volunteering that it's okay to lie?
Well, one time, coming home, right? Being in a
Are you volunteering that it's okay to lie because you've already told us a lie?
No. I'm telling you because I want you to understand. Because if you don't understand...
Why do you think that I need to understand something about lying being okay?
Because you have to get all pictures, all information, so that way you can come to a conclusion. Or else you'll never find what you're looking for if you're just not open to understanding.
What does it have to do with questioning your beliefs?
Because I'm giving you the answers that I know how to best fit you. But the answer that you want is not what you expect. Because
What is the question?
The question was, what is truth?
And so you're going to tell me a story about what makes lying okay.
Yeah.
And that's somehow going to answer what truth is.
Yes, it will if you give it an open mind to it. So
I'm gonna be very, very charitable here for you, Adam, and I'm going to say this, that Thrayle is being very polite about why lying is okay. And if you continue down this route of going against the consent of us who do not wish to hear your testimony about why lying is okay, then you're probably not going to last long on the panel. So I'm giving you this fair warning, and instead of giving us an answer on why lying is okay, it'd be a better use of your time to answer what is truth.
I understand that, and yeah. So I rather just dip because I'm trying to help you guys, and if you guys aren't open to listening,
What makes you think that we need help?
Y'all just really if you can't see it, then yeah. So I give you for wasting your time. I'll go.
Adam, why do you think we ask questions?
To find answers, right? And I'm giving you the answers, but you're not listening.
Stop. You think we're asking questions specifically to find answers?
I mean, okay, now this is the problem with the humans. You guys are stuck right here. It's gonna go nowhere.
Are you not a human?
Half.
Adam?
Yes.
I'm gonna say
Wait,
this.
hold on. Before you say that, RC, you said you're half human.
Yeah.
What's the other half?
I don't know, man. I don't want to tell.
Are you half reptilian? Are you half, what is this other half?
You just said it yourself, half god.
Alright, RC, you can go ahead and ask what you were going to say.
Basically, what I'm going to say is, was there an ulterior motive for you to come up here to this? Like, are you here to save us or something? Are you here to, show us the way, the truth, the light, or something? Are you here to question your beliefs?
Nope. I'd rather not be here, but I just saw the prompt and I thought I'd help out.
So, what are you helping with?
Sharing your belief, and it's kind of hard to do.
What is the big question up there?
Can you question your beliefs?
Well, can you question your beliefs? Not share them. Can you question them?
I have answers to my own questions, so I solved them.
You've solved them?
Yeah.
How do you know that your answers are true or correct?
Well, if you listen to it and hear all of it, then you would maybe agree, but you guys aren't even asking, or we're not even progressing forward at this moment.
We've been asking questions this whole time, dude. You're being honest at this point.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I gotta get to work. Unless you guys have anything more, if you're willing to listen, then even better.
How are you?
If we're willing to listen. Adam, I think maybe another time we'd have a more productive conversation, but it sounds like you've got somewhere to be, so we'll help you on your way. If anybody does actually, though, have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you go ahead and request on that, I don't want to burgle your gods or debate you. I just want to know what it is you believe and why do you believe it. Hey, Mac, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh, yeah, sure. My age is 38.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I don't think so. I want to, but I don't have it.
You want to? That's interesting. Why don't you believe?
Because I'm questioning my beliefs.
What does that mean, to question your beliefs?
To be unsure if they are true or not. What you see is what you get, right?
What belief
I
were
don't
you
see
questioning?
nothing. What?
What belief are you questioning?
Well, I have two things right now. I was raised as a Protestant, Reformed Protestant. I question that belief very, very much. So I want to get rid of that. And I want to become a pagan. And I don't know how. So I'm questioning that as well.
Why do you want to be a pagan?
Because I think that's my edge.
What's your
I
heritage?
think my heritage comes from druids and shamans for over 800 years in the same region.
Wait, were you
But
on
then
a
we get...
were you on a live before called Theology and Spirituality?
If I was live on the old cults...
Okay. Because like you
I
seem
don't
off.
know. Am I familiar to you?
I think you might have been on my panel before, asking a very similar question.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you like it?
I was curious. I remember asking if it was you. I remember asking if you looked into like any of the look into any of your ancestry and what constitute as druidry, and if you talked to anybody who was of the practice, like an authority on that. Do you remember
Oh,
any
that was definitely not me.
Okay, then
100% sure. That was not me.
But anyways, like
when you say that you want to be a pagan, what does that mean to you?
Well, it means to me that I have to accept nature and everything around it, like going back to the old gods, to the old spirits. Like, I don't want to say that I'm a tree hugger, but did you ever touch an oak and felt different?
you have
I
to
did.
do that. Sorry, do you have to be to get in touch with nature?
To what?
To base, you said you want to get more in touch with nature. So, do you have to be a pagan to do that?
I don't know. Maybe. I just feel that something is. I get drawn to something every time I'm out in the open, out in the woods, and like not human created woods, but just real forest. I feel that I belong there. I feel that I'm grounded. I feel things are... I think I come from a long line that just has been changed in the last maybe 100, 200 years. And we always have been in a certain way. And I want to go back to that, and I don't know how. And that's why I question my beliefs. Is it right to do that? The things that changed my ancestors, is that right? Do I have to believe that? I think the Bible is created by humans. So, but is there a all being, an almighty? I think so. Who is it? What is it?
Why do you think there is an almighty?
What the fuck is going on? I don't know.
Why do you think there is an almighty?
Because I think we're all connected in a certain way. And I don't think there is a something or a somebody or a someone that's an almighty. But I think the connection between nature and humans and animals and everything that's alive.
So you feel like there's a connection between animals and humans and nature, and that is what you think is the almighty?
The connection on its own. I hope that that's the almighty. Yeah.
Why do you hope that's the almighty?
Because I don't know.
What if it's...
Same answer. I don't know, because I'm questioning. I got ripped away so far from the actually grounding of who I really was once before that I don't know anymore. That's why I'm questioning all my beliefs.
So the grounding of who you once were, that was in Christianity. Correct?
No.
Then what was it in?
From the grounding that I'm looking for is way more in touch with.
No, I'm not asking what you're looking for. I'm asking what you were ripped away for.
To be in touch with nature, to be my true self, to have a real connection from.
I'm so sorry. I thought I heard a pause there for a second. Like, my question was, what is your true self?
Well, as soon as I figure it out, I'll probably die, right?
Why do you think that is?
Because that's life.
You're not... So you think you're probably not gonna find out what your true self is until you die?
No, I think when I found my true self, if when I become complete, I learned my lesson here. My lesson is over, and then I die.
So you assume that upon death, you're going to become complete in some kind of...
Of course. Don't you believe in it? Don't you believe in the afterlife?
Not necessarily. I'm pretty ignorant.
What are you saying you believe when you say you believe in afterlife, Mac?
Well, this is probably quite simple-minded for me to think, but I hope I'm gonna go to a place like Valhalla, like a real the halls of Odin, Allfather. I really hope I can be there and just have a good time and do whatever
You want to perish Why?
Over again?
Why would you want that?
That's a good question. That's a real good question. Why do I want that? Because it's not nowadays anymore. It's not how it. But back in the old days, it was like that. We didn't
Is
live.
there anywhere else you might go if you didn't go to Valhalla?
What?
Is
Sorry,
there
can you?
anywhere else you go if you didn't end up in Valhalla?
Oh yeah, well that's the other side of what I was thought is.
Why is that your only two options?
I don't think I have only two options. I narrowed it down. I don't know what there is also a nirvana state, right? If you become one with everything. I don't know.
When you say hell, are you referencing like the Christian hell or more the like Helheim?
Helheim.
Helheim?
That's interesting. No, I was.
No. Have you heard of Helheim?
Yes, I heard about Helheim, of course.
Yeah. It's just kind of where the ancestors go who don't perish in battle. So it's like Frigga would get her chosen from the battlefield. Odin would take the rest, and then from the battle, and then everybody else, like however they passed on, they would go to Helheim.
Oh, you consider her Frigg and not Freya?
Freya. Oh,
Freya.
yeah. It probably was Freya.
Frigga is Icelandic. It's all. You can say Freyr, you can say Freya, you can say Freya. It's. Yeah.
What the frig are we talking about? There we go.
But Thrayle, what are your beliefs then?
What I believe doesn't really matter to questioning yours. I don't really have beliefs relevant to the topic. Really.
So, can I ask you something? Quite maybe. Why do you whisper in a low kind of voice?
I'm not whispering. I'm just very relaxed.
I see. May I ask where you are from?
I will answer one more question. I am in Texas, but normally answering questions doesn't help to question your beliefs, and I'm curious why you would want to believe in any gods or
Right. So, you're an atheist?
Again, my beliefs don't matter.
Atheism is not really a belief, it's more of a lifestyle, but okay.
How is atheism a lifestyle?
Because there's no believing.
How is that a lifestyle? How does that denote lifestyle?
Because it's in the here and now. It's nothing. There's nothing.
So if you acknowledge that, then why do you care what we believe or not?
I like to learn. I'm a person who is interested in knowledge and what the train of thoughts is. So.
Mac, is questioning your beliefs important to you?
Questioning my beliefs?
Yes.
No.
Why not?
Because I don't really need acknowledgement from anybody else to. I don't straightforward.
Didn't you say earlier that you were questioning everything? Was that a lie?
That's a contradiction, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that's a good point. So maybe I do.
So maybe you are lying to us?
Maybe I'm not really knowing what I'm lying. Not. No, I don't think I'm lying.
Can you question your beliefs? Does it matter to you if what you believe is true or not?
On one side, yes. On the other side, no.
Why doesn't it matter?
Because if we talk about Christianity, it doesn't really matter.
It doesn't matter if that is true or not.
No, not to me.
You wouldn't believe it if it were true.
Over and over and over again.
If it were true in any part, would you want to believe it, to partake in the practice?
Wait a minute. That was a. Can you repeat that question, please?
If it was true in any part, would you want to believe it and partake in the practice?
No.
Why not?
Because in my heart, I don't feel for it.
Because in your heart, you don't feel for it.
Exactly.
So it wouldn't matter if it was true or not.
Right.
Do you want to believe as many true things as possible and as few false things as possible?
Now that's a very difficult and loaded question.
How is it loaded?
Because there's true and false, and nobody ever knows, in my opinion, what's the truth or what. How can you define what is true and what is false? How in the world, what's true to me can be false for you? How in the world can, I don't want to antagonize nobody, but in 1940 we had a large group of people who believed in something, and that became the truth, which is pretty fucking false. So you never. It's very. That's why it's loaded, because you never know what a group of what the masses do. Doesn't mean it's right or true or false or anything.
All right, slow down, Mac. Slow down, Mac. I'm going to let RC ask a follow-up.
So, are you basically saying that we can't know anything to be true?
Yeah, I think so.
Let me ask you a question. Are you saying that we can't know for an absolute fact that a rock is solid?
Yeah, probably, because there are so many different. Have you heard about frequencies that changes rocks? And
What kind of frequencies?
I don't know, but rock is not rock. There are 1,000 different kinds of rock. So what is solid? What is not solid? If you touch it, then and it feels solid.
But what the fuck is a rock? But this is 3 days in a row that have made me wish I had.
Okay. So are you saying that there are liquid rocks and that there are airy rocks and that there are plasma rocks?
Have you heard about meteorites and lava?
Yes, I'm not talking about lava. I'm talking about rocks. Like lava is molten, is basically erupted magma, and yes, lava is molten rock, but it's like a rock. Like I'm talking about something that you find on the ground. Like, can we prove for a fact that that is solid?
Some way, probably.
The answer to that is yes. Which means that we can know for a fact that a solid rock is freaking solid. And so that means that there are instruments of measurement that we can use to know something to be true.
Right. All right.
And so, even though as simple and as seemingly trivial as what I just said, with that in mind, that we do have ways to measure truth and to validate that, why can't we do that?
That's a good question. I don't know.
I think, yeah, I think that you're still in a state of searching, and I think that's good. I just want you to make sure that you're paying attention to how you learn things and how you're coming to your conclusions. And it's okay to accept what you discover. It's okay to obviously we're not going to have 100% like a confidence in anything, but if we become, because we don't choose our beliefs, if you believe it or not.
Okay.
Like, for example, I didn't choose to become an atheist. Like, I didn't choose to, become agnostic towards the things that I'm agnostic to. It's like it's just
actually a really good line of questioning, RC. Mac, do you think that you choose your beliefs?
As arrogant as a human can be, I think I have a choice, but to be really honest, I don't think so. I want to believe I have a choice, but I don't think so.
yeah. Like if I asked you to believe in like flying pink unicorns right now, could you do that?
Yeah. Who am I to say that's not possible?
Do I want to go down this route?
Not really. Well, you might, RC, but I don't.
I know, that's why I'm biting.
Hey,
How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you guys?
Doing pretty good. We're just desired to become pagan despite not believing in a god.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be much belief.
What was that?
Mac doesn't seem like he has much belief.
No, it doesn't seem like much belief, does it?
Not at all. There's no strong opinion. Everything's
matter.
Sorry.
Does it matter, Mac, if it's true or not? The pagan belief that you adopt.
No, doesn't really matter.
What separates you from an atheist? If nothing matters, and I don't know if there's there might be a more exact term from it. You could ask one of these panelists that are really good at this stuff, but what would separate you from any non-believer?
No, you tell me.
Oh, okay, that's my job. Sorry, bud. No, that's not my job. Not my job.
Mac.
No.
Why not?
Because I have a strong belief.
In what?
Like I said before, I really believe I have to go back to where I came from, and that's my paganism.
You have a belief you're going somewhere. You're not there, though.
No, that's the journey of life, right?
And so you want us to answer the questions of how to get back there?
No,
But
not
if you
really.
read the prompt, right? What's your belief? And can you question it?
Please, of course.
But you're not there yet, so I mean, it's just easy logic. It just seems like you're kind of up here to talk, or maybe either bad faith, or you're lonely and you maybe need just to talk to people, and either one is understandable. But like for me, for example, I come up here because I like to be challenged in my beliefs, and I usually walk away with something to chew on.
Right. So what do you believe?
I'm not going to do Q&A with you. I'm going to do Q&A with the people I respect here.
All right.
Mac, I think this conversation's probably run its course. Maybe another time when you do find what it is that you believe and you're more interested in questioning it because it matters. If it matters, then go ahead and request back up, and we might be able to have it a little more directly than I think I want it to.
Sure, yeah, of course.
How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. I was in a different panelist or whatever a channel, and I got hit with questions, and it was a panel that doesn't do. I don't think they really do good faith debates or questioning, and they have more of an agenda to push, but it still left me kind of feeling like I need to have it questioned, and I trust you guys a lot more with that. So I was hoping that I could come in and kind of give you their direction, and maybe we can peel it apart a bit.
Okay.
Let me get my notes.
Can I question?
Absolutely.
I don't think we really talked much before.
We haven't much, but we have a great chance now.
Yes.
And Philly's here too.
Yeah, hey Philly.
Philly.
Good morning. Thrayle, do you have a gift bowl right now?
I did not. Somehow it disappeared, so we're setting one up right now. I don't know which one I left off on, so I hope I thanked everybody for getting us there. because you guys are awesome. But I'm going to throw one up right about now, I think. Should be there.
The gummy bears.
Was it gummy bears? We did gummy bears.
Okay, I'm back. Okay, the first question, the opening topic prompt was, do you believe that being a Christian is a mental health disorder? And the second question that got into it is if I'm responsible for these Christian extremists with the things that they do with their extremism. And the third, have a moral duty to get involved and stop these people.
These are some heavy topics there, Kung Pao.
Yeah, I know. I can come back. I can put them in the chat. I'll be around for a while. Sorry, I just don't want to put any pressure.
I mean, I'm not a Christian, but I feel pissed off for Christians and that, because I feel like that. Yeah, no.
Do you feel so basically is there a moral responsibility for you on behalf of the actions of other Christians, or for the actions of other Christians?
I answered I didn't. The Christian religion attracts people with mental disorders, not that it actually is a mental disorder.
Interesting. Do you think there's a reason for that? Oh, actually, Philly's probably got a much better question.
Sure.
I don't know about a much better question. Yeah, why do you say that? Why do you think that is?
Why did I believe about my perspective on it?
Yeah, why do you believe that it attracts people with mental health issues?
Well, in my experience with Christian, specifically going to church and whatnot, it tries to be all inclusive and love, bring everyone in at face value, anyways. I think people with mental health disorders, they tend to be socially outcasted. So maybe it brings them a place of safety and love. Another one is that being accepted, which I think could fall into the first category. But another one is that there's bad faith people, that they may have mental health disorders, but they're still cognitive of what they're doing, being morally bad or good, I suppose. And so they use it to disguise their bad faith intentions. And I've seen that firsthand. I've seen people try to use it for financial gain or career-wise, etc.
Mm. Do you think that it is a moral issue that Christianity would attract people like you've just outlined?
Can you rephrase it for me? Sorry, it's not you, it's me.
Do you think it speaks poorly about Christianity that Christianity would attract people like you've just described?
I don't think so. I think it might, because there's not that many to be spoken of, at least that I'm aware of, that I think no, the opposite. I think it's a good thing, but it's not a great thing to happen. Obviously, in your sect or your denomination, you don't want them in there. But the acceptance is nice. That part, and because about I don't think it speaks like directly of the religion. Like how many am I saying this? Does that come across clear? Am I coming off clear on that?
I'm hearing you say that it's not actually that many people, so it's not that big of a deal. Is that what you are saying?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And to be I hate devil's advocate. I know we don't like that, but on the perspective of their side, they were also race. I don't know if I can say that. There was race fueled things in there as well.
I'm sorry you lost me there.
Ethnic debates about it, about the religion.
At the last live that you were at.
Yeah, where this all came up. Yeah.
Okay. Did you want to bring that into this conversation as well?
Only if I can, and I don't know. I know we want to be careful of TikTok TOS. So I will. I'm not well versed in it, so I'll try my best, and maybe you guys can just stop me here. I'll speak slowly.
Okay.
They believed that the Christian religion was largely built to enslave people of more melon or darker descent. Study. I never studied those sort of that type of history that far back. More just in the past 300 years. So they're going back to the 1500s. So I didn't have much. I couldn't add much, and that's what they would bring in, and yeah.
So I don't think that is a claim that I would be choosing to make in this conversation. Was it a claim that you felt like you had to defend against?
It was pushed against me, and it was me and another Christian, and then there was I think 6 opposers on the other side, and so it was just. And funny enough, the other Christian was of dark descent, and so it was pushed between both of us. And my best answer I could give is like I kind of had to like throw my hands up and say, well, what do you want me to do about it? Like, what am I supposed to do? You're talking about the 1500s.
Do you believe that Christianity as a religion has been used, if not created for, has it been used to subjugate whole groups of people?
I don't have the history or the knowledge, but I don't believe in its current.
You don't think it's meant to oppress people?
No.
Meant by whom?
Sorry?
It's not meant to by whom?
agenda in general. I wasn't getting it. There was no acknowledgement on my part or and my other fellow Christian in there. He wasn't answering it too well with me, but he was really well versed in the Bible. He was on the more literal sense, and I'm on the metaphorical sense. But anyways, going back to what you said, I was trying to position that is that there's 40 sects of Christian denomination. Like she would just kind of like ignore that and keep pushing the agenda of Christian in general. Just this broad across the board Christians.
Would you say, though, Kung Pao, that you're making a generalization when you say that today it's not meant to oppress anyone?
That's a good question. And can you rephrase it just so I can try to narrow it down?
So I hear you saying that one contention that you had in the previous conversation was that there was generalizations being made about all Christians without an acknowledgement of there being I wonder if you are not doing the same thing when you say that Christianity today is not meant to oppress or marginalize.
I see what you're saying exactly now. And this is why I come here. This is why I love this channel.
Do you think that you're doing the same thing that they were doing?
I need to think about it. I need to think about it because it was so hostile and it was so defensive. That didn't even cross my mind.
Mm-hmm.
That didn't even cross my mind. It didn't even. Yeah, that is a solid question. I generalize. I'm gonna write it down in my notes. I gotta take that. I have to write that down. One, but I will come back. I also have like 3 notes I have to come back on, by the way, but I just haven't gotten them answered yet. Be right back.
Yeah, no worries, Kung Pao. Appreciate you.
And I do want to question Kung Pao.
Yeah, if he's up for it. Absolutely.
I will say this though. And I'm sorry, Thrayle, if I'm overstepping my boundaries. Again, please shut me up. I don't like the idea of anyone using mental illness as a way to weaponize. That is just ableist as hell.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I have it written down fully read. Give me some time to come back to you on that one of these days.
May I?
Put down. Let me go back to it.
Yeah.
Was I being hypocritical and overgeneralizing my thoughts on Christianity versus hers? Should I rephrase it?
No, I think you got the essence of it.
Your exact question on the chat. I'll screenshot it and take it.
No, I'm okay. I think you got the essence of the question.
Okay, right on.
I know RC has some questions, and if you're up for that, I would also be interested in talking to you further about what you said around, is there culpability? Is there around the way that Christianity has been used as a weapon? But let me hand over the questioning to RC for now.
Sure.
Before you do that, let me thank everybody for 163,000 likes. Thank you guys for tapping the screen and sharing the live out. If you haven't already, hit the bent little arrow down there at the bottom and hit repost or add to story. You can do that and help get us out to more people's FYP, so they might be how it's been to question his own beliefs.
Thank you.
Yep, go ahead, RC.
So, you are a Christian. Any particular denomination that you follow?
No, I did for a while a Presbyterian biasly because I was raised in that, and it seems that I do lean that way, meaning that I more believe in my connection through God versus showing up at church and getting it.
Embrace like the label Christian.
Sorry.
And you embrace the label Christian.
Yeah, I definitely embrace the core value. The Holy Trinity.
Okay. Oh, okay. And so, do you believe?
I believe the Bible is written through centuries of mankind, and I struggle to heavily with being the word of God necessarily. I believe it to be written in a time that is completely different from our time.
Right. Because that was gonna be my next question. It's like, do you believe it's infallible, or do you think it's written by the hands of the world?
Yeah, I firmly believe that. Yeah, and I believe they might have been drinking too much wine sometimes, and I believe that there's hyperbole in there. Tales of regale and whatnot.
So you accept as definitive truth, and are there parts that you consider outright false? If so, can you give me an example of one of each?
I'm currently in the mode of studying that got questioned, and so I can't at this point right now. I don't have any. Thou shalt not kill. That's pretty straightforward. Seems to resonate. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, and I think what else? Greed. Anything against greed? I don't think that's good. There's things that pop into my head. Anything more, I feel like I'll be rambling.
So, are there commandments that you reject?
I need to go look at them again.
Like, for example, their neighbors' wives, or their neighbors' goods, or slaves, or anything like that.
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah. There you go. Right. And there's the things of the times, right? That there's the norms, and I guess let's call our slaves our dogs. Maybe I don't know. When you bring in the slave one, it's like, ooh, that's. But the wife, you avert your eyes if that's to be the way.
Do you believe that that there should be no other gods other than the god? Do you believe that do you agree with the commandments that basically thought police?
What's that one? Sorry, I missed that part.
Probably being a little too loaded with that one, but basically it's, do you believe in the commandments that thou shalt not have no other gods before me, or anything or It's like basically like the ones that say, "Hey, it's like bully, like worship me."
Idolizing. Yeah, I think that is something that that is something I struggle with, and it can get questioned, and it's a lot about God Himself and Jesus and all that, but questioning His existence and His the Holy Trinity, it gets into sketchy territory where I don't like to dance with much. But outside, so that I think I answered your question though, right? Like I don't, not outside, just inside.
You ever do anything that goes against, well, let me put it this way. Do you, well, first let me ask like a question, right? Do you have any particular morality that is not necessarily directly connected to your faith?
That Thrayle, is that, am I saying correctly?
Thrayle.
Thrayle gave me to study, and so I'm still working on that, because that's the one that goes where, like, if you found out there was no God, would you still act the same, pretty much, to make it simple, correct? Right. Still chewing on that one. It sounds like a simple.
I'm gonna say, is it a simple question? Like, because like what I was about to follow up with, the one that I really pushed back was would you ever do anything against like the non-religious tied part of your morality if you feel like God asked you to do it?
That, sorry, that was my fault, not yours. Can you say it one more time for me?
The reason why I asked the aren't necessarily tied directly to your faith, because I was going to directly follow up with that with, would you ever do anything like, would you ever do anything that you feel like your God commanded you to do that was in conflict with your non-religious part of your morality?
God told me to do something, and act on it. I don't. Do you mean like things like when like you're like, oh, God told me to go outside and water the grass or something simply that or more extreme, but we'll just stick with simple. Like God gave me this mission.
Yeah, I'm trying not to put on the nose about Abraham and Isaac, but like there are some. Would you go out and do something that compromises another person's autonomy or well-being if you feel like God commanded you to do it?
That's where very certain circumstances, but very much I would believe mental illness steps in. I believe if you're hearing the word of God, that you might be schizophrenic.
Well, doesn't
Really quick, before we go down that road, obviously treacherous road, I do need to make sure that I thank Morgan Le Fay, Philly Red, Shell, Captain Witch, Freya, and 96 for the last goal, so thank you.
Not necessarily trying to say like if you actually hear a voice in your head, because usually when people say, oh, like I feel like God's speaking to me, it's usually some sort of like intuitive feeling, or like someone like like gut instinct or something like that. And so let's say that you it's like, would you feel like, let's put it this way, I'm LGBT, so
Okay.
like if during this conversation you got the divine inspiration to go out and love, like to love other men, to possibly one and have a family with one, like, would you do it if you feel like a God commanded you to do it?
I have first thing, I have a lot of LGBTQ community friends, and my wife. We must have every event we ever round, and so I have yet to have anything come in between me in that way with the LGBT, and anything of that nature that is harmless. In my book, is harmless completely. If anything, it's entertaining, especially they're so fun. No, I'm not going to step. No, it's harmless. If I had something in my gut feeling that I'd
Right. So, would you have an argument with God?
Yes.
Wow. I like that.
Yeah.
Interesting, because that actually reminds me of. I don't know if you're familiar with Rabbi Hannah, but it's like she is a Jewish rabbi. God, I'm like, wow.
Pretty sure she said she'd punch him in the nose.
That's right. That's right. Now remember.
Smiting thee.
Would you punch God in the nose?
I don't think so. I don't want that smoke. I'm actually a boxer, so I don't think I can take it back.
You wouldn't want to go a few rounds.
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah. Let me see. I don't have any more burning questions.
Do you know what Israel means?
I know it to be the I don't know the translation. I just know the location.
Do you remember where the name?
Oh wait, what was it? It was someone's name, right?
It was a name given to somebody who already had a name.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, I have a few. That's right. Unless I'm.
I'm sorry.
It was the name given to Jacob.
I'm so sorry.
After wrestling with God.
Ooh.
What was his faith after that? What happened to him?
What happened to Jacob?
Yeah, after he wrestled and got a new name.
Yeah, he was given the name Israel, which means he who wrestles with God.
Okay.
WWE.
Did he leave out a good life after that, or was it all downhill? Okay,
you should read your Bible.
I will. I should. I know. More often. Good point.
Believe in the scientific theories, or do you think that that the universe was created from as like the Word of God? There was Adam and Eve and all that stuff, and
I'm science. Definitely, I love science.
awesome. So you accept the Big Bang, abiogenesis, evolution, and that stuff.
Yeah, I do. I believe that our mind can be warped around the metaphors with God and everything about it, and our understanding of it could be warped through our own perspective. Definitely believe science.
You believe the revelations are going to happen?
I've always had a weird thought about revelations since I was 15. Kind of an odd one, but like sometimes I think like the revelation itself, and that's Christ coming to you and you choosing. And
what do you think hell is?
The absence of love, and God, and despair. I don't think it's like the literal, like burning embers and whatnot and torture. Maybe
or gnashing of teeth.
Yeah, none of that. I don't think so. I think it's just despair and pain. There was a movie with Robin Williams where he had to go save his wife.
Dreams may come.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. More of that nature.
And not to make this more up about me, I'm gonna ask one more question. If you were to wake up tomorrow and you found out that you still find meaning in it,
That I still have to. That's what this is like. Gotta think about like the hip fire answer is not the hip fire. A few days and weeks and months pass. I think things have a strong potential to change.
oh, and I do have one more question. Then this is my final question. It's the most important one. Kung Pao, you ready?
Yeah.
Would you ever kick a dead chicken in a voodoo circle?
Yeah, I mean, I'd take part in that. Sure, why not? Nothing wrong with that.
Make sure
Is that a callback to earlier or something?
As a callback to about 8 months ago, when a guest came up, told us that the reason they believed a chicken in a circle, and instantly were knocked off their feet.
Must have been one hell of a chicken.
Yeah,
and so they believed it was God that knocked them down. I questioned them to see if it was maybe their big sister. They didn't know, but they did end up changing their screen name to Chicken Kicker.
And you played the chicken. Yeah, Thrayle actually changed his tag.
I'm sad I missed this.
Yeah, so
yeah, nearly a year ago. A long time ago.
So yeah, if you do kick that
footage.
Perfect. And I rest my case, Your Honor.
How are you doing, Kung Pao? You ready for more questions? Do you think Christianity has done harm in the world?
Yes.
Do you think that as somebody who claims to acknowledge that harm and try to work against that harm?
In the way I'm doing it now, and in the way I do it outside of here, I do.
Which is how?
I just try to show, and that we're not all, these speaking in tongue, playing with snakes, and burning witches at the cross, and holding back social liberties to people that were born a certain way, etc., etc.
So you would, moving in the world, behaving, is demonstrating that Christianity doesn't have to be those damaging things that you've said.
Yes.
Do you think that there's... Go
Sorry.
ahead.
I would just add anything more that I can think off the top of my head would be almost a crusade, and then maybe we become hypocritical.
What would be a crusade, and how would that be hypocritical?
If I push too hard, it would go against the belief I should conduct myself in answering your question of how I should deal, what should I do to my part to show the world or help the world not view the Christianity.
Do you recognize that there are extremely damaging beliefs and as it relates to women's place in the world?
I believe there are some people that, yes, use it. They can use that, yes. I also believe that the Christianities are definitely not alone. And maybe the lesser of evils on some of them. I don't want to point fingers, but I'd also say that like there's other way, like I would say that there's people that can point fingers at us, yeah, and we can point fingers up, and then they can but not down. Like my belief, anyways. Like I don't think that we can point at Buddhism for that, right? And then I believe Buddhism can point at us, and that we could point at I don't know if I should say this, but I guess I think that we could point up at them and say, well, look at the damage they do towards women, burqa, etc. No freedom of expression. God forbid you're born different. It's hard to find modernism in there.
Do you think that it potentially indicates that not all powerful in giving people scriptures that allow for subjugating of other humans?
I believe God gave people free will, and that it must be some sort of trial and test to get to the Graceland.
As soon as you said Graceland, everything turned to Elvis in my brain.
For me, it turned into a resort I know of.
Yeah. Sorry, Philly, go ahead.
Did I answer that enough for you, or do you need me to elaborate?
Go ahead and elaborate.
Okay.
It's my
no, it's fine. Not at all. I mean, I think it's nice to have a little humor in these talks. And when I think of Graceland, there's literally a location near me.
It is Elvis.
So I believe that he certainly does have that power as a creator of the vast universe that we see and don't see, possibly, or well, no, not possibly, but certainly. And so with that, he gave us free will. And so with the free will, he wouldn't want to get himself involved in that.
Why not?
Because you would probably remove free will. A faith-based religion, which Christianity is, I would assume most are. I haven't done theological studies to an educated level, but anyways, it would remove your faith. It would remove faith. It would remove free will. It would become something you know to be true. It would take it all away.
I'm not totally if the Bible is to be considered accurate at all. God is intervening often, and it sounds like you're saying that God intervening takes away free will.
Maybe I misunderstood the question wrong. And I'll try one more crack at it. I might have misunderstood you. That the Bible is metaphoric, built through thousands of years via human supposed heavy influence of God, right? Eyewitness accounts with the New Testament with Jesus, who is part of the Holy Trinity, but certainly not written by God.
Is Jesus... are the stories about Jesus generally reliable?
I think some of it's hyperbole. I think some of it's grandeur. I think I don't believe that. Yeah, so that I think that answers that.
Does God intervening, does God interacting with humanity take away our free will?
I believe he gave us our salvation. For the forgive he made it first wasn't. He realized some things he didn't work out the first round and needed some adjustments.
Does God do miracles?
Is God a miracle?
Does God do miracles?
That's where my relationship becomes with God. I mean, I don't know if I call them miracles necessarily, but blessings. A man of my background and what I've been through, and well, I can't get to that right now. And to end up where I've ended up in life, and it's mind blowing how many times I've been tried and tested and kept my faith and honest to God, to myself, prayed and received a blessing or maybe a miracle. And this is biased. This is totally subjective, but yeah.
Do those miracles mean that you no longer are faith-based, but now you...
She's very religious. And sometimes I joke, I'm like, well, is it even faith anymore? But it's still faith. My sister being someone I share a lot with, she has a master's in psychology. She's I look up to her, and she's really religious. So when we talk, and I just full disclosure, I wasn't always religious. There was some major gaps there in my time. I'm 40, but from about I don't know, in my early 20s to now, it was major gaps. Hence why I don't know my scripture so well. So when I joke about that with my sister, that's where it's coming from.
Why do you think, do you think that God wrote other people?
Do I think God requires more? Us, like they need it. Oh, they need like my sister, for example, versus me and my sister. We could just put that up there.
Sure.
Like, for sure, my sister has a lot more faith than me. There's no doubt about it. She wouldn't come on this panel to. She wouldn't come here. Let me put it that way.
What if I put myself up as an example instead?
Sure. Sure. Oh,
Because-
no, I don't mind bringing my sister into it. That's fine. But if you want to bring yourself into it, sure, go ahead.
Because if I have less miracles, less blessings, like you're talking about, less evidence of God than me.
Do you get blessings?
To believe in God.
I've seen people go through some serious trials in life, especially the nature of my job and upbringing, and life isn't fair, and I still see them hold on to the belief, and I believe with that they'll end up. We'll still be neighbors, and I'm not going to have any bigger house than they will. If that answers your question.
Why would God put bigger trials in some people's lives?
This is stepping into the logic of a ultimate being, and that's hard, and that is a hard question. It's a good question, and once again, that would take my. It's not. I don't want to say it's a hip fire answer because I have questioned this a few times. It crosses my mind a few times. You know, it's not new. I just don't have an answer yet. An answer for myself or you, but one that's well thought of. So no one can say that it's really hard to know what he would have planned. I don't think that we can think on that level of that plane. You know, I mean, I don't think we have the capability to see that.
Have to trust.
Sorry?
We just have to trust.
Just have to have faith. It's a faith. It's just I can't answer that. It just I can't. It's just like me in physics. I get stuck so much in it because I can't do. I'm horrible at linear algebra and a couple other mathematics subjects. I just can't pierce the veil. And I just trust in the watching the panelists of the big guys talking, the big you know, our leading scientists.
I hear you saying that God allows for confusion because if God were to give extreme clarity and knowledge of God's existence, then it would no longer be a faith religion. Yet, God also provides some people with an easier time of having faith, giving them more evidence versus others. And we just don't know why that's the case. Because we don't understand the mind of God. Yet it seems to me like those are contradictory thoughts. That God both requires faith and to believe than others.
I
Is that
understand. I understand, and I, that's the, I understand that, and I get it. I get it. I get it. I feel it. I don't think it's fair.
But
But I
even
believe. Sorry.
but even beyond fair, it's not consistent.
Right. Right. It's one of those things where I just can't go past just saying that I just don't. I can't conceive of his logic. I can't possibly understand it, and I understand it to be with our human logic how it's inconsistent, unfair, doesn't make sense.
I think what I'm not even trying to say like getting into God's head, God's logic. I think what I'm trying to understand here is why, Kung Pao, are you saying that God requires faith, and that's why God does not give us more clarity, when you're also saying that God does give some people more blessings and more reasons to believe? And is it even faith at this point anymore? Your joke with your sister.
It's a joke, though. It is a joke.
I understand.
But I also understand your point too, though. So we're it, I, if it wasn't faith anymore, and it was just it was as clear as science, I don't think there would be a platform here. I think that it would be there would it would be a marginalized platform. Right now, I think we're on maybe more of a even keel of believers and non-believers. And you can correct me if I'm wrong. You might have you guys. If anyone will have the statistics. I think having faith is a large part of that, and it's just having the faith is a large part, and answering why that is, it's not left up to me. I've questioned it, and I just it always ends up with me saying I just cannot understand it.
Why do you think faith is valuable to God?
A trial, a trial, a pledge of loyalty without guarantees. Because if dude, I'm trying to think of a good analogy. I wonder if I could get a better analogy online real fast than the one that I could give you myself, but one that I would completely align with.
Do you want to look away for a moment?
Is that okay?
Yeah, go for it, Kung Pao. Take a moment.
All right, thank you.
We're at 198,000 likes. So I just got to thank everybody so much for tapping the screen, getting us nearly to 200K. Really appreciate all of you for being here, for tapping the screen, for sharing the live, for all of the engagement that helps get us out to the FYP, showing that you appreciate what we're doing here. Thank you all.
And congratulations to Sage for converting to Islam.
Congratulations, RC, for learning who George Michael is.
Ugh, touche.
Look up the album that song Faith is on. I think you'll
Okay, now Sage is apparently a psychic because I'm about to have a peanut butter sandwich right now.
Why would it be under ham though?
Under hammy? I don't know.
Just ham.
My son woke up at 4 a.m. today. I think that there is no God. Just kidding. That doesn't make me think there is no God, but sometimes that kind of thing is like, oh my gosh.
That sounds like it might be evidence. That may be that evidence of absence we keep hearing about.
0-0.
Hell yeah, 200,000 likes. Appreciate everybody tapping the screen.
I don't know if it made it more confusing for me or better, but I'll try.
Sounds like you actually gave it an honest look.
I did. I tried it. It gave me all kinds of weird analogies, such as marathons and all this other weird stuff. And here it is. I believe if you knew there's a true Graceland waiting for you, that you're going to walk around and act perfect, to struggle and try and do your best to follow the morality, etc., to get to that place, to be truly who you're. Is it your real character, and do you have what it takes? Another way to put it would be is take a poor man, and see how he acts for a year as a poor man, and then give the man $100 million, and then see who his true character is.
What question was this trying to answer?
Why faith is important versus just absolute clarity. At least I thought it was. I may be wrong.
The analogy is not landing for me. Do you think you could try saying it again?
Sure. Yeah. I'll the character analogy.
You think it shows great you don't have evidence for.
Right, while you're facing trial. Job, I think, is the book of Job. Something to look at.
If you were to take that same mentality to a different area of your life, do you think you would be consistent in valuing faith? Maybe my question is too vague.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, please, if you don't mind narrowing it down a bit.
If I told you, if you have faith that I will give you $1 million, all you have to do is send me $100.
I think I got this email before.
Right? Right? And if you send me that $100, that shows me, that's evidence that you have faith that I will send you $1 million. Well, would you think that it's wise and to send me $100?
I think history and I think history goes against would go against having faith for that. I don't think. Yeah.
Does history give you more reason to believe in God?
Yeah, I think so. History and science.
Sorry?
I'm not a historian and I'm not a PhD in physics, right? But I believe so as far as my knowledge, yeah.
So, you've interacted with me. You know that I try to be fair. I try to be truthful. If I told you that I'd send you $1 million, and you don't think that it would be wise to have faith in that, what is the greater evidence that you have that God is going to offer you salvation for your faith?
Like a bandwagoner here, but to simplify things, just more followers, a deeper history, science-based things. I think things of that nature, right?
So if I was able to convince more people and could point to science.
Yeah, I think the stage would be like, okay, first you'd be you, then you'd be a cult, and then you'd be a religion, I guess, right? Right? I mean, like,
how is that any
kind of the progress for that
than the religion that you follow?
Well, time, history.
Yes, that is. How is that any different than the religion that you follow?
Well, I get it. I understand that's why I gave it. I mean, I'm not afraid of saying how it looks, but yeah, the prolific numbers and then the unexplainable with science, and I know the God and the gap theory here and the puddle full, and it's just so awesome. It's fastest and everything that those things help it.
Real quick, I'm going to butt in just long enough to thank Cat DeWitt, Shell, and 96 for helping with the previous goal back there. Thank you guys so much. So for you, it's about the awesomeness of it, just the grandeur of it, the existence at all.
Yeah. It really helps.
Does that require God?
That's where I fall for. Yeah, that's why I have the belief. We mix the, we take the pie, and I don't have the percentages, but we fraction it out, and science is actually a large part of it, and it's a large part, and then the blessings another part of it. I do believe to be very factual. Another part of it, things of that nature. But there's still like a certain percentage in that pie for questioning and questioning the beliefs. Hence why I'm here.
You keep mentioning science. I understand that you're not a professional scientist, but what kind of things are you referring to?
Well, physics, metaphysics, astrophysics, pretty awesome. Math is interesting, but I have a hard time grasping it. But I have I have good friends and good family members that are pretty smart, and well versed in all that. So I get tidbits from everyone, and I just watch debates online and panels, pretty cool panels. And there's just so much unknown, and then you're kind of crazy like multiverse and all this other stuff, right? Which I could argue is saying just as obscene as thinking that there's a God.
So, physics, metaphysics, astrophysics, these things lead you to believe that there is a God.
They help. Yeah.
Because
because of the awesomeness of it, right? And the nucleus and all, and what we're built of, and cellular, biology too. Sorry, should have threw that in there. Just how amazing it is. What I need is, what I really need is philosophy. And if I'm boring you guys, don't worry. I did come in here and I did get some questions to walk away with. So don't feel the need to you have to entertain me or anything,
I'm not bored.
Okay.
I was just recognizing that you have been questioned for quite some time, and I think it might be the longest you've ever felt comfortable to be questioned. I might be wrong, but
yeah, I think this would break a record, definitely. Right? In a comfortable place. I've been in other places where we're just sitting there arguing for the sake of arguments. Like sometimes it feels like, but yeah.
I appreciate bringing your questions here, being open to the questioning. I wonder if we haven't reached a bit of a fatigue spot, if it's a little bit harder.
We did. I think we reached. We did. It's maybe not fatigue, right? But maybe like I jump, normally I wouldn't have I come right now because I already have some back studying I need to do. 3 subjects, I got to pull them up. And so now I got a 4th one to bring in. And so normally I don't want to be hearing all the time. I'd like to cut really nice. And I also just would like to say I really do come here because I truly do believe that this is the most unbiased, meaning they're not pushing down a belief down your throat. You guys are here. You're truly here using your education and your intelligence to just question beliefs. And if you're a true believer, you're probably going to get stronger in your beliefs, or maybe not. But I believe this is the best place for it. I strongly believe that. So that's why you guys did it to yourselves, working together.
I suspect it comes from having a curious spirit, rather than an argumentative one. I think that get too defensive, but to actually be able to question. But I might be wrong.
What's a spirit?
Okay, I'll change my word. A curious approach, a curious attitude. Is that better, Thrayle?
I might ask what an attitude is, but I don't have a background ready for that one.
You have attitude. Batitude has attitude.
Yeah, Batitude has all the attitude.
Well, to bring my sister in for that. Well, I'll leave saying thank you again. I appreciate it. Appreciate you guys' time.
Thank you, Kung Pao. I appreciate you. I hope you keep asking questions.
I absolutely will, and I'll be coming back here with them.
And we need to exchange.
Sure. Yeah, anytime, yeah. I can throw something there for you. I know a thing or two.
Appreciate you, Kung Pao. Let's get some W's in the chat for Kung Pao. Definitely questioning his beliefs in a different way than perhaps expected, but I see the questions. I wonder if this person is connecting. While we wait for this guest to connect, thank you guys for 201,000 likes. All of you tapping the screen makes this all possible. You guys are for doing that. I really appreciate you. And all the sharing and all the gifting, all of that helps get more people in here who are curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. Yeah, I don't think this guest is gonna connect. So if you did mean to request up, of course, my God or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. Huggy says, don't forget the shares in the link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Absolutely, that's a good thing to remember. Any wants to.
But yeah, by the way, Thrill, I've been meaning to tell you, it's like the link to Discord is not working for me.
Linktree for the Discord is working for you.
No, like the Discord link within it, it's like, yeah, it's like the Under Her Wings. When I try to accept the invite, it says nope, couldn't do it.
Maybe copy.
Okay.
But if not, you can of course DM me, and I'll just send you a link. But definitely, I need to take a moment to thank Shell, Jimmy B, and Cat DeWitch for helping with that goal. Thank you guys so much. And if there was somebody else guessing it was a Kung Pao, thank you so much too. Appreciate y'all. Kung Pao. He says Philly Red, thank you.
I suspect, yes.
I'll be back with my hypocritical generalizing of my religion.
I suspect that's in reference to the question that I asked whether it was hypocritical, and not that Kung Pao is saying that they will continue to be hypocritical. But I could be wrong.
I love it. It was great.
Oh. Kung Pao says it's been great to come up on panel. Dare they say even a blessing? What do you think, Thrayle, of being a blessing?
You know, I'm often accused of being a god or a devil, so more often devil. I can handle if somebody thinks it's a blessing to be up here.
If you would like to see if it's a blessing to have your beliefs questioned, why don't you request up?
I think we might be out of believers. But we are only at 11 hours.
Seems
think we've questioned all the beliefs out of the room.
Perhaps.
Are there any believers left with a belief that's, well, that they believe that can be questioned? If that's you, if you have a belief in a god or gods, go ahead and request up. I think I'm going to go ahead and get a poem ready. Oh, look at that. I have a poem ready. But I think, well, I didn't give them any time, but I think it might be time. So I appreciate everybody being here. I think that was a wonderful questioning to end on with Kung Pao. I'd have liked to get some more questions in, but I don't see that we're gonna do much better than that. Not before I pass out, anyways. So thank you, Philly Red and RC, for all your wonderful questions.
No props. Appreciate it.
I appreciate you both so much. Definitely appreciate all the moderators. Thank you. Thank you to all of you in chat who asked all your great questions, all of you who engaged so respectfully, and of course, those of you who fell asleep. Thank you all. And if you do want to be a part of this community and see what we get up to behind the scenes, I mentioned that Discord in the link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Again, either one takes you there. If you have trouble getting in, DM me or one of the moderators, and we can send you a link. But if you do get there and you know it looks a little lonely, well, just make sure that you read through the rules, and then you should find out that you're not alone. And if you stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App in that link tree and you want to show your support that way, well, it is always appreciated. And I really do thank all of you who help that way. It does make all the difference. Thank you so much. And I think there's really only one thing left. We're given answers early, firm and fast. Told they were shaped by wisdom from the past. They fit so well they feel like second skin. And soon we stop remembering how they got in. Certainty feels safe, a settled ground, a quiet place where doubts are rarely found. But comfort isn't proof, nor calm a test, and stillness doesn't mean the ground is best. What fears a question often wears a crown, declares itself beyond all looking down, yet truth that's real can bear a seeking eye, and it doesn't weaken when we ask it why. To question isn't cruelty or an attack. It's tracing claims along their weakest crack. It's asking how and when, and from where it came, the things we treated as settled, sealed, and named. The unknown isn't failure or defeat. It's not a void where thinking must retreat. It's open space where better thoughts can grow, where honesty can breathe and say, I don't know. Belief that never bends will often break, mistaking silence for the choice we make. But doubt that moves with care and measured pace can clear the fog without erasing grace. So let your answers loosen just enough to see if they're resilient or just tough. What lasts beneath was never harmed by asking what is right. Before belief hardens into law, before you stop at what you think you saw, remember, every truth worth holding tight began as one small question in the night. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.